Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Tang Jinza spent the entire morning pulling strings to fast-track Shen Ge's tests. After completing all the examinations, the two grabbed lunch, collected the expedited reports, and returned to the office. Flipping through the results, Tang Jinza adopted a serious expression. Aside from slightly poor physical condition, there's nothing major. Did you get a girlfriend? You're looking a bit depleted, my friend. Shen Ge replied flatly. No. Then why the weakness? Overworking your wrist? Wait, no. With a face like yours, you shouldn't be lacking female attention. Tang Jinza raised an eyebrow suggestively. Cut the crap. Be serious. Are you sure there's nothing unusual in my reports? No extra organs, foreign growths. Shen Ge pressed. What growths? Tumors? Relax. You're perfectly healthy. Combine that with your clean habits, and you'll easily hit 100. Absolutely nothing abnormal? Are you questioning my professionalism? Sorry, force of habit. Shen Ge grabbed the reports and skimmed through them himself. Every indicator was indeed within normal range. Tang Jinza finally asked, So what exactly are you worried about? What am I worried about? Shen Ge was worried that the system might be an entity inside his body. His suspicion stemmed from three key observations. First, Deng Yuqi had mentioned that entities and their energy, eerie energy, were inherently incompatible with humans. All past attempts to transplant entity tissues had ended in failure. Yet through the system, Shen Ge could flawlessly utilize entity traits. Second, mental strength and eerie energy. After allocating the 20% free attribute points from yesterday entirely to mental strength, Shen Ge's stat had skyrocketed to 200%. At face value, this seemed unremarkable until you disregarded the system's footnote. Baseline for an average adult male is 100% per attribute. Shen Ge had played enough games and read enough novels to recognize how unusual this setup was. Most systems used simpler or more complex metrics, but this particular configuration was rare. Then Deng Yuqi explained eerie energy and its storage units, ECANs. A standard ECAN held 100% eerie energy, calibrated to a Tier 1 entity's capacity. Regardless of the entity's size, the energy volume showed minimal variance. Eerie energy was the foundation for an entity's abilities. That was when Shen Ge realized the system's mental strength was likely just eerie energy in disguise. The clincher? Type A ECANs passively regenerated 10% energy per hour, identical to mental strength recovery. Shen Ge's current state meant he essentially carried 2 ECANs worth internally. As his mental strength grew, this reserve would expand to 10, 20 cans. Testing this theory would be simple. Next time he acquired an ECAN, a single sip would confirm whether it restored mental strength. Third, and most critically, the system could devour entities and steal their traits. When entities died, their traits typically transferred to newly spawned entities, until Tier 4, when traits awakened permanently. But traits absorbed by the system never resurfaced. If the system was an entity, this made perfect sense. Those traits had simply migrated to a higher tier host. Of course, these were just conjectures. By Qijian system logic, an overpowered golden finger could explain everything away. Yet too many signs pointed toward the system's true nature, forcing Shen Ge to consider the possibility. But even if the system were an entity, so what? The medical tests had detected 0 anomalies. Moreover, the system's rewards posed another riddle. If it were an entity, where did these perks originate? According to Special Investigations Archives, no recorded entity displayed intelligence, whereas the system, however dumb, at least rivaled half a Xiaomi AI assistant. The system wasn't the only enigma. Entities themselves raised unanswered questions. For instance, while official records dated the first entity incident to a specific year, Shen Ge had witnessed the dad eats mom event long before. But humans weren't supposed to become entities. So what was his father? Shen Ge massaged his temples, overwhelmed. The deeper he dug, the more contradictions emerged. First time I've seen you this troubled. Talk to me. Maybe I can help. Tang Jinza offered, sipping water. Shen Ge exhaled, shelving the thoughts for now. Just entity-related headaches. One last request. Wipe today's medical records. No backups. Done. Tang Jinza nodded. Earlier, Shen Ge had briefed him thoroughly on entities, even drilling him on survival tactics. His insistence on immediate contact during any incident spoke volumes. Now aware of the cover-ups, Tang Jinza recognized how long entities had truly been active, hidden behind sensationalized news. As for the record's purge, he assumed it tied to Shen Ge's classified role. Keep this stun baton. Might save your life, Shen Ge said, pulling it from his bag. Why not take a pistol too? Or this frag grenade? Leave it on your desk. People think it's a lighter. Tang Jinza waved frantically. Hard pass. One curious idiot pulls the pin, and boom, instant workplace hazard. I'll keep the baton, but guns are a no. Wouldn't know how to use one anyway, and I'd rather avoid tea invitations from authorities. Don't worry, I'll call if anything weird happens. Besides, how often do these incidents even occur? Lightning won't strike me. True. Stay away from me, and you'll likely never encounter one, Shen Ge deadpanned. Tang Jinza laughed. Listen to you? Oh, since you're off today, want to crash at my place for dinner? Sure. Long time since I've seen your parents. After the visit, Shen Ge returned home by 9 p.m., booting up his computer to scour the web for entity-related intel. Cross-referencing system data with Special Investigations Archives, he'd identified 3 core entity traits. Non-human form, presence of eerie energy, black mist. Traits manifest at Tier 4+. This framework cast doubt on many online entity sightings, particularly those involving humanoid cases. Yet the 3-armed, 6-legged old Wong and his own octopus pitcher plant father blatantly contradicted the first rule. Even the theory that human entities are high-tier collapsed under scrutiny. Official research showed eerie energy caused human deterioration, not mutation. Ding! Congratulations on surviving another day in this entity-infested world. Reward: 1% free attribute points, 10 system points. At that moment, everyone present, including Shen Ge, shared the same thought. Great discovery. Now, please never make another one again. If this guy kept tinkering like this, the SCD was bound to trigger a high-tier aberration incident sooner or later. In the past, even one aberration incident per year was considered frequent, leaving few corpses for researchers to experiment with. But since Shen Ge joined the SCD, he brought in 3 aberration corpses in just 1 week, giving the tech division plenty of material to work with. To push the limits of the rat aberration's regenerative abilities, Li Xiang had requested cross-research on multiple aberration corpses. The moment he got his hands on the octopus aberration's blood, he'd rushed to conduct experiments. And before that, he tried feeding the cat aberration's corpse to the rat. Li Xiang played the lab recordings from the past few days, revealing how the rat had ballooned from the size of a house cat to that of a full-grown leopard in such a short time. My research shows that aberrations consume life force primarily to convert it into anomalous energy, accelerating their own mutation, Li Xiang explained. Aberrations don't just feed on humans, they prey on each other. Compared to the meager energy gained from eating people, devouring their own kind speeds up their evolution exponentially. Before consuming the cat aberration, the rat was less than half a meter long, excluding its tail. After feeding on the cat's corpse, its body rapidly grew to 1.5 meters, with anomalous energy levels surging past 200% to 273%, the threshold for a Tier 2 aberration. In other words, the rat has evolved. Now, if we feed it a Tier 2 aberration's corpse, could it advance to Tier 3? Or would it need to cross the 600% energy benchmark to complete the transformation? I've been considering. Before he could finish, Deng Yuqi massaged her temples and cut in. Stop. Just stop thinking, Li Xiang. The tech division's purpose is to develop anomalous equipment to help our agents combat aberrations, not to accelerate their evolution. But cultivating a high-tier aberration means high-tier equipment, doesn't it? Li Xiang argued. In theory, yes. But we need to walk before we run, Deng Yuqi countered. Our branch currently has 2 pieces of anomalous gear. Let's focus on quantity before chasing quality. Fine. Li Xiang reluctantly nodded. Shelving his plans to feed the rat the car and brain aberrations remains. Still, the discovery that aberrations evolve faster by consuming each other was alarming. If an outbreak occurred, flooding the streets with aberrations, a chill ran down Shen Ge's spine. So this is how the invisible at Tom's Mall grew into a colossal Tier 7 aberration in just 4 years. The survival of the fittest among aberrations meant that as their numbers surged, it would only take one dominant predator to escalate into a catastrophe. Deng Yuqi clearly realized the implications too, ordering Li Xiang to draft a detailed report on accelerated aberration evolution for headquarters. After leaving the tech division, Deng Yuqi turned to Shen Ge. You needed me for something? Yeah. My office. Sure. Once inside, Deng Yuqi first commended Shen Ge's quick thinking and leadership during the recent operation. Then, she gently urged him to consider the bigger picture, to weigh national interests when handling future incidents. Shen Ge shrugged. I'll save people, no problem. But asking me to sacrifice myself, or someone I know, for entitled idiots who act like it's my duty to die for them? Hard pass. On his first day at the SCD, he genuinely tried to fit in. But the more he bonded with his colleagues, the more he questioned, were their lives worth trading for strangers who'd never appreciate it? Shen Ge lacked a soldier's mindset. He didn't grasp that protecting civilians was an unwavering creed, not a cost-benefit analysis. This fundamental disconnect made assimilation impossible. Deng Yuqi sighed, recognizing the deadlock. A person's values are shaped by experience. She burned with curiosity about Shen Ge's 3 years at Rongshan Psychiatric Hospital. What horrors had left him so detached from life itself? But the records had vanished in a fire, leaving her with no answers. Knowing persuasion was futile for now, she changed the subject. You said you had business. What is it? Leaning back with a casual smile, Shen Ge asked. So, my test results came back yet? Test results. Deng Yuqi feigned ignorance. Come on, I'm not stupid. 8 vials of blood, nail clippings, hair samples. You think I've never had a physical? We detected traces of the same anomalous energy in every incident tied to you, she admitted, sliding a file across the desk. We had to rule out infection or hidden anomalous gear. Shen Ge skimmed the report. As expected, both the hospital and tech division concluded the same thing. Perfectly healthy. No traces of aberrations or anomalous energy. Just a slightly weak constitution. Huh, guess I'm in better shape than I thought. Oh, by the way, at my clearance level, can I access the SCD's past operation archives? Yes. Ask Assistant Zhang to pull them for you. What about files on human experimentation with aberrations? Deng Yuqi's expression tightened. No, those are sealed by headquarters. All human trials are banned. Access requires central authorization. Fair enough. Shen Ge returned the file and left to retrieve the operational archives. At the operations division, Feng Qingxiu and the team greeted him like an old friend, until Feng slung an arm around his neck with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Quite the show you put on yesterday, rookie. Leadership material, all thanks to the team's cooperation. Shen Ge replied smoothly, recognizing the setup. Since you've been training a while now, Feng cracked his knuckles. Time to test your combat skills. How about a friendly spar? A while? It's been 1 day. Instructor Feng, maybe I should stick to basics. Nonsense. Let's see what you've got. Feng dropped into a stance. Friendly? Hardly. This was a duel, one that might just end in a body bag. Shen Ge first opened the logs to see how his future self had dealt with the invisible. January 11th, 2028. You entered the anomalous domain of the aberration invisible. With the system's guidance, you discovered that the surroundings of Tom's shopping mall had been rendered transparent due to the invisible's unique properties. Everything, objects and living beings, that entered this area was affected. Relying on memory, you found the entrance to Tom's supermarket. The moment you stepped inside, the seventh-tier anomalous energy instantly turned your foot transparent. Once fully inside, you felt your entire body merge with the now transparent supermarket. The transparent mall made movement nearly impossible. Just as you were about to retreat, a deafening noise erupted, and you felt yourself being lifted by what seemed like a massive, transparent python. Struggling against its grip, you managed to pull a grenade from your belt, yanked the pin, and hurled it forward. The grenade stopped midair 3 meters away, as if caught by an unseen hand. With a thunderous explosion, the invisible hand was blown apart. The shockwave sent you flying backward into the door, but thanks to the python absorbing some of the impact, you survived. As the invisible hand shattered into chunks, blue blood splattered everywhere, staining unseen objects. Through the haze, you glimpsed what looked like an endless python coiled in the mall's lobby, its massive form filling the entire space. Seeing more objects drenched in blue blood surging toward you, you wasted no time escaping Tom's shopping mall. Reading this, Shen Ge's expression darkened. There was no doubt the invisible python was the invisible's tentacles. He just hadn't expected it to grow so powerful in just 4 years. For years ago, a single grenade had been enough to deal with it. Now a grenade only blew off one tentacle, and that was just in the lobby. Tom's shopping mall covered over 20,000 square meters. Aside from the underground parking and supermarket, there were 3 more floors above. If the lobby was already packed with tentacles, the rest must be just as infested. Still, if grenades were useless against something this massive, what about missiles? Nukes? Hydrogen bombs? Evacuate the civilians and turn the place into a wasteland. Surely that would work? Blowing up a chunk of land had to be better than letting it reach 8th tier and swallow entire cities whole. What about future weapons? Shen Ge rubbed his temples in frustration. Every mystery only led to bigger mysteries. Aside from waiting for the logs to update, there didn't seem to be any better options. Would my future self report the invisible to the organization? If the organization is government-backed, they should have access to high-yield weapons. He tried putting himself in his future self's shoes. Though his first collaboration with the Special Countermeasures Department, SCD, hadn't gone smoothly, it was just a difference in ideology. Under Deng Yuqi's leadership, the SCD's resolve to fight aberrations was unquestionable. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Too tired to overthink, Shen Ge decided to sleep. Tomorrow, he'd head to the SCD and test whether the anomalous energy canisters could restore his mental energy. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly sat bolt upright. Wait, did I not encounter a single aberration today? Not only had he not run into any, but from his home to the private hospital, then to Tang Jeans' place, even the pet market nearby, nothing had triggered a single special event. Something's wrong. System. Right, this wasn't some AI assistant that would respond. System, initiate tier evaluation. Evaluating host current status. Result, tier 1. The system responded, so it wasn't malfunctioning. Was it just a coincidence that I didn't run into anything? Shen Ge wasn't buying it. Even taking out the trash usually led to a tussle with a tier 1 aberration like that demonic chihuahua. There was no way he'd go a whole day without a single encounter. Since he was already awake, he might as well take a walk and see whether the system had glitched or if the local aberrations had truly vanished. The next morning, 8:30 a.m. SCD headquarters, main entrance. Shen Ge stood at the gate, brows furrowed. After 5 hours of patrolling the streets, even running into stray dogs and cats, not a single special event had triggered. In this apocalyptic world, aberrations run rampant. Despite the dangers lurking in the city, the host remains diligent in training. Commendable courage. strength plus 1%, agility plus 1%, constitution plus 1%, system points plus 50. Shen Ge had no words, not a single ghost in sight. So where exactly is this apocalyptic world you're talking about? He had planned to report directly to the operations division, but decided to check in with Deng Yuqi first. However, when he arrived at her office, Agent Shun, looking for the director? She's not here. She was called to the tech division by Director Li just after arriving. Assistant Zhang informed him. Director Li? Li Xiang. Shen Ge asked. Zhang nodded. Yes. After his breakthroughs in researching the rat and cat aberrations, he was promoted to deputy director. Any idea why he called her so early? I heard it's about a new discovery related to the rat aberration you captured. The rat aberration? Curious about what Li Xiang was up to now, Shen Ge headed to the tech division. An assistant led him into the lab, where Deng Yuqi, Li Xiang, and a group of researchers stood before a reinforced containment chamber, staring intently through the bulletproof glass. They didn't even notice Shen Ge approaching. Peering inside, Shen Ge saw nothing. Are you all gathered here to admire your reflections? Reflections? You owe it to you. Perfect timing. Can you see anything in there? Li Xiang's tone did a complete 180 upon recognizing Shen Ge. Shen Ge, you were totally about to call me a country bumpkin again, weren't you? At first, Shen Ge had assumed Li Xiang was just arrogant, but he soon realized country bumpkin was just the man's default way of addressing people. The rat aberration? You can see it? No, but your assistant mentioned you made a new discovery with it. Even so, Shen Ge had a hunch about what Li Xiang had found. Sure enough, moments later, a rat aberration, now the size of a black panther, materialized in the corner of the chamber. It got this big in just 2 days. Feigning surprise, Shen Ge asked, Wait, what's going on? Did you feed at the remains of that transparent aberration from yesterday? Li Xiang grinned. Sharp. I spent last night studying the blue blood and found it could temporarily render objects invisible. So I had a sudden idea. What if I mixed it with the octopus corpse and fed it to the rat aberration? Turns out, my hunch was right. The rat's regenerative abilities fused perfectly with the invisibility. Just 10 milliliters of diluted blue blood kept it invisible for 2 minutes. He sighed dramatically. Too bad we only scraped together a few hundred milliliters from that floor. What a shame, Shen Ge said dryly. He had to admit, Li Xiang's ingenuity was impressive. In just one night, a sudden idea had unlocked a way to utilize the invisible's blood. But then, wait a second, a chilling thought struck him. Earlier, the system hinted that the SCD might be the aberration headquarters. Could it be because of Li Xiang's reckless experiments? What if his sudden ideas eventually lead to catastrophe? Oh, and there's one more major discovery, Li Xiang exclaimed excitedly. This mission was downright absurd. Shen Ge desperately wanted to know what happened next, but the system had once again left him hanging like a shameless cliffhanger. Still, over the past few days, he managed to gather quite a bit of intel on supernatural entities from the logs. First, nuclear weapons were useless against entities above Tier 7. In fact, those creatures could convert nuclear energy into supernatural energy, making them even stronger. Even conventional missiles lost effectiveness against Tier 6 entities, which was why the higher-ups had developed specialized anti-supernatural missiles. Unfortunately, these missiles failed to neutralize the formless and instead led to half of Rome City being overrun. In the aftermath, Shen Ge's organization used the evacuation as an opportunity to merge with the official forces, relocating to the Quanlong mountain base. Second, the Fight Supernatural with Supernatural initiative had gained traction. The U.S. became the first country to successfully eliminate a Tier 7 entity using this method. Meanwhile, after the fall of Hiroshima, Japan had sent operatives to infiltrate Rome City, aiming to steal the corpse of a Tier 6 entity stored at the base. The fact that they were willing to raid another country's high-tier entity proved the plan had merit. Who knew the Americans would actually contribute something useful to the world for once? Lastly, the Anti-Supernatural Special Ops Division actually wanted him to play the honey trap card, using the woman to infiltrate the Japanese group and turn the tables on them. Seriously, after screwing her over twice, she'd have to be a complete idiot to fall for it again. Shen Ge muttered as he changed into his training gear and headed to the combat department. After a week of brutal training, his stats had improved significantly. Shen Ge. Rating, Tier 1. Strength, 103%. Agility, 101%. Constitution, 101%. Mental fortitude, 200%. Traits, silent, immobile, formless. Abilities, formless eerie domain. Equipment, cleaver, trait, unbreakable. Black gloves, trait, impermeable. System points, 151. Unallocated points, 8%. Thanks to the training, his 3 physical attributes had not only reached the standard for an adult male, but even exceeded them slightly. While his special combat skills were still unpolished, his firearms proficiency had skyrocketed. He could now handle pistols and submachine guns with ease, even giving Xiaoqi a run for his money in AK recoil control. Between hand-to-hand combat and guns, Shen Ge prioritized the latter. After all, within 7 steps, a gun is both faster and more accurate. Xiao Shun, we're off tomorrow. Fancy a drink tonight? Feng Qingxiu asked as he packed up the training equipment. Can't. Got plans. Shen Ge waved his phone and headed back to the dorm. At noon, Cheng Shengnan had texted him to finally cash in on her thank-you dinner promise. Knowing Feng Qingxiu would inevitably drag him into a weekend drinking session, Shen Ge had accepted without hesitation. Given the choice between getting wasted with a bunch of sweaty soldiers or getting wasted with a beautiful woman, the decision was a no-brainer. Oh ho, is it that girl you risked your life to save from the eerie space? Hero rescues damsel. Damsel falls for hero. Classic. Must be nice being handsome. Free meals from beauties. Meanwhile, the rest of us are stuck drinking with each other. A few of the soldiers who'd grown close to Shen Ge couldn't resist teasing him as they passed by. Relax, if you guys ever get trapped, I won't come for you. Shen Ge shot back with a grin. Amid the chorus of traitor and women over bros jeers, he returned to the dorm, showered, changed, and took a cab to Tianquan Plaza, where Cheng Shengnan was waiting. A few days earlier, after applying to relocate her company's office, Cheng Shengnan had her assistant scout locations near Tianquan Theater, just 3 blocks from the anti-supernatural division. Whether it made a difference or not, being closer to the division meant faster response times if something supernatural happened. She'd even considered selling her apartment to move into the area. Where are you? Shen Ge texted after getting out of the cab. Pedestrian street across from Tianquan Plaza's open-air tea garden. Cheng Shengnan replied promptly, followed by a pin-drop precise location tag. Shen Ge crossed the plaza and followed the directions, spotting her sitting on a bench by the grassy walkway, scrolling through her phone. This was the first time he'd seen her not in her usual work attire. Even with sheer tights, her legs were impossible to ignore. You're not working overtime? That's suspicious. Did someone abuse their power to sneak out early? Shen Ge teased as he approached. Cheng Shengnan lowered her phone and glanced up. Other than you, who in my company would dare to come late and leave early? All thanks to having such an understanding boss. He grinned. So what's for dinner? A friend recommended a new Western place. Supposedly great food with lots of repeat customers. Since you said you had no preference, I booked it. Lead the way. They arrived at an opulent Western restaurant near the plaza. A waiter greeted them at the entrance. Do you have a reservation? Cheng Shengnan nodded and showed her booking confirmation. Right this way. The waiter escorted them to a window-side table. The restaurant was spacious and elegantly decorated, already nearly full despite the early dinner hour. Warning: host is in a high-density supernatural activity zone. Multiple high-tier entities have detected your presence through acute olfactory senses. Flee immediately to preserve your life. Huh? The system's awake? After absorbing the formless, the system had lain dormant for 7 days without triggering any special events, though all other functions worked fine. Shen Ge had wondered if it needed time to digest the entity. Now that it was back online, he could resume his street-roaming, division-carrying, leaderboard-topping antics. Here are your menus. The waiter handed them leather-bound booklets. Chung Shengnan noticed Shen Ge scanning the room. "What's wrong?" "Just admiring the ambience," he said casually, but he'd already identified the first two entities. Pets weren't allowed, but perched on a shelf near the register were two macaws, one blue, one red, that mechanically bobbed their heads and chirped, "Welcome," at every guest. No question, these two were supernatural. But where were the others? The system had warned of multiple entities, so there had to be more. Given the setting, the kitchen was probably stocked with supernatural ingredients. As Shen Ge debated how to sneak a peek into the kitchen, Chung Shengnan finished ordering. "I'll have these." "Same for him." "Thanks." "Save the trouble." He handed his menu back. "You seem distracted," Chung Shengnan observed. "Well, wait." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Don't tell me we've won the lottery again." "Not that bad." Shen Ge waved his hands. "Just possibly adjacent." "So what did win the lottery?" Chung Shengnan sighed. "I should have just ordered takeout. What even is my life? Don't forget your home was just haunted not long ago. But don't worry, if there's anything supernatural, I'll handle it," Shen Ge said. "What do you need me to do?" Chung Shengnan asked. Shen Ge replied, "I need an excuse to check out the kitchen." Chung Shengnan said, "That's easy. High-end restaurants like this pride themselves on fresh ingredients. When the food arrives, take a bite, claim it's not fresh, and ask the server to take you to the kitchen." "Good idea." The two chatted like old friends reunited, reminiscing about their time as colleagues. Shen Ge, with an "I've already quit, so what can you do?" attitude, teased Chung Shengnan about how she had constantly given him a hard time during his first year at the company. Chung Shengnan let out a cold humph and said expressionlessly, "Then do you remember what you said when I walked past you and the other interviewees waiting in the hallway before your interview?" Her words jogged Shen Ge's memory. On the day of his interview, bored while waiting, he and two other candidates had started chatting about games, novels, and eventually movie adaptations. The topic then shifted to which female celebrity was the most beautiful, whether people judged others by their face, their assets, or their legs first. When a pair of stunning legs walked into view, one of the guys, caught up in the conversation, immediately pointed at those legs and started enthusiastically analyzing their shape, proportions, and how legs like those could entertain a man for a year. Shen Ge had absent-mindedly agreed, "Yeah, legs for days." Little did he know Chung Shengnan had overheard. "Wait, you could hear us from that far away?" Shen Ge asked, surprised. Chung Shengnan snorted. "I only caught the last part." "For days. But judging by your expressions, it definitely wasn't anything respectable." "Now that's just prejudice. Humans are emotional creatures with an innate appreciation for beauty. When you see a beautiful bouquet, you'd compliment it too, right? Our appreciation was just acknowledging your beauty, unless you think you're unattractive." Shen Ge shot back, asterisk. Chung Shengnan was momentarily speechless, giving him a strange look. "No wonder you were the company's top salesperson. That silver tongue of yours is something else." "Oh, please, I just had lackluster competition," Shen Ge replied modestly. Just then, the server arrived with their first dish, charcoal-grilled pork tenderloin, crafted by a former Michelin 3-star chef. When Shen Ge saw the steaming dish, his first thought was, "Is this thing even fully cooked?" The meat still had a faint reddish hue, as if underdone. His second thought, "That black smoke rising from it looks peculiar." Chung Shengnan picked up her knife and fork, about to cut a piece to taste, but Shen Ge pressed down on her fork with his knife. "What's wrong?" she asked. Shen Ge tapped the black smoke drifting from a meat with his knife. "You're not seriously considering eating something that's obviously tainted, are you?" "Tainted?" Chung Shengnan's eyes widened slightly, but Shen Ge noticed something odd. Frowning, he asked, "Wait, you can't see the black smoke coming off this meat?" Chung Shengnan shook her head. Shen Ge immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Deng Yuqi's direct line. "Location? Threat level? Any civilian casualties?" Deng Yuqi's voice carried the weary resignation of someone who had seen too much. She was clearly used to this by now. I knew you'd get it," Shen Ge quipped before briefly explaining the situation. While waiting for Deng Yuqi and her team to arrive, Shen Ge picked up a piece of the grilled tenderloin, tearing it into thin strips and arranging them into a smiley face on the plate. Shengnan sighed. Do you really have to draw this much attention while playing with your food? And what's this about black smoke? Shen Ge's antics had attracted curious glances from nearby diners, many of whom seemed to be thinking, good-looking guy, too bad he's an idiot. Supernatural entities emit an energy called supernatural power, which manifests as black mist or smoke. What you see as steam rising from the meat appears as black smoke to me, Shen Ge explained. He found it strange. Supernatural energy was supposed to be visible as black gas, even to ordinary people. So why couldn't Shengnan see it? Shen Ge scanned the restaurant. Patrons were happily eating various cuts of pork, steak, and ribs, some of which also emitted black smoke, yet no one else seemed to notice. Convinced the restaurant was hiding something, Shen Ge had called Deng Yuqi to seal off the place before anything could escalate. Is there an issue with today's dishes? A server approached, eyeing them cautiously. Shen Ge set down the meat, wiped his hands with a napkin, and smiled. My friend here insists this is imported pork, but I say it's domestic free-range. Free-range pork is tender enough to shred into fine threads, so I was just verifying. Server. Sir, our pork is authentic Spanish Iberian, renowned for its exquisite texture. A single bite will prove it. I have OCD. If it's not shredded into exactly 1,080 pieces, I can't eat it, Shen Ge said. Since the restaurant was only 3 blocks from the special measures department, Deng Yuqi arrived with her team in under 10 minutes. This was the first time Shen Ge had urgently summoned her, emphasizing get here fast and demanding an immediate lockdown. Deng Yuqi was tense, wondering if Shen Ge had detected something even more dangerous than an invisible class entity. Under the guise of a health inspection and anti-smuggling operation, the team escorted the diners out for screening and sealed off the restaurant. While her assistants questioned the manager, Deng Yuqi and Li Xiang approached Shen Ge. Seeing the meat strip smiley face, Deng Yuqi remarked dryly, I'm surprised they didn't kick you out. Their service must be exceptional. So, this is the tainted meat you mentioned? Shen Ge pointed at the plate and asked Li Xiang, Old Li, can you see the black supernatural energy rising from this? Li Xiang squinted. There's supernatural energy here. Shen Ge's frown deepened. So it wasn't just Shengnan. Even Deng Yuqi and Li Xiang couldn't see it. Deng Yuqi seemed to realize something and said to Li Xiang, run a scan. Got it. Li Xiang pulled out a device and passed it over the meat. With a beep, the screen displayed. 1. The energy reading is barely detectable. How did you even spot this? Li Xiang asked, baffled. Well, I'm actually a super soldier from planet M78. I've awakened an anti-supernatural system that pinpoints supernatural activity with perfect accuracy. Deng Yuqi cut him off. If the issue is with the meat, let's check the kitchen first. With that, she turned and walked away. Li Xiang leaned in. You really have an anti-supernatural system? If that's true, let me study it sometime. Shen Ge turned to Shengnan. I'll have someone escort you back to the department. Since you didn't eat anything here, you won't need testing. I'll take you home once I'm done. All right, she nodded. Shen Ge followed Deng Yuqi and Feng Qingxiu into the kitchen. The moment he stepped inside, his system blared with warnings. Warning, host has approached a supernatural nest. Target's threat level exceeds hosts. Evacuate immediately to avoid unnecessary casualties. Host has entered a low-level contaminated zone. Area is tainted by supernatural energy. Just then, Shen Ge noticed faint black smoke seeping from the vents near the freezer where several agents stood. Wang Han, Ma Chao, get away from that freezer. The supernatural entity is inside. Shen Ge shouted. The 2 agents from Team 1 immediately raised their guns and backed away, eyes locked on the freezer. Inside the freezer, Deng Yuqi's brow furrowed as she ordered a full perimeter around it. Shen Ge equipped his supernatural glove, no release, and helped Feng Qingxiu pull open the freezer door. Inside was a frozen, grotesque creature, part pig, part ox, completely motionless. The bizarre, supernatural pig emitted faint black smoke, appearing even weaker than the supernatural rats or cats Shen Ge had encountered before. Strangest of all, it showed no reaction to their presence, as if it was already dead. Just as everyone stood guard, Shen Ge suddenly stepped forward and crouched right in front of the supernatural pig, barely 30 centimeters away. The move startled Feng Qingxiu and the others. Feng Qingxiu, Wang Han, Ma Chao, Zhang Hu, and Zhao Long immediately raised their guns, encircling the pig, terrified it might suddenly lunge and swallow Shen Ge whole. Shen Ge pulled out his phone and snapped a close-up of the creature's face. This little guy's got personality, but relax, it's deader than disco. Dead. The team exchanged surprised glances. Deng Yuqi ordered Li Xiang to scan it. After a thorough sweep with his device, Li Xiang confirmed the pig contained only trace amounts of supernatural energy, likely frozen mid-transformation. This was a first for the team. Before Shen Ge joined, the Special Measures Department had mostly been on standby. They'd rarely encountered active supernatural entities, let alone one frozen mid-evolution. Bring in the manager, Deng Yuqi said. Zhang Hu and Zhao Long nodded, escorting in a pudgy, bespectacled middle-aged man with an ingratiating smile. Officers, what's all this about? We run a clean establishment. All our ingredients pass multiple inspections. Just last month, the Health Bureau audited us. I can show you the certificates. The manager tried to sidle toward the door, but was blocked by Zhang Hu and Zhao Long. Deng Yuqi's voice turned icy. I doubt they noticed this cephalopod pig hybrid during their inspection. Care to explain its origins? Oh, that's just imported Spanish pork. Fully certified. See, the paperwork's right there. He pointed frantically at a framed certificate on the wall. Deng Yuqi glanced at Feng Qingxiu. Cut him a slice. Let's see how romantic he finds it. No need for the theatrics. Shen Ge magically produced a chunk of the bloody, undercooked pork tenderloin from earlier. Here, your server said medium rare is our romance. Why don't you savor it? The manager gagged, covering his mouth. I can explain. Really, take him away. Deng Yuqi had no patience left. She ordered the entire staff detained for questioning. We should confiscate all the ingredients for testing, Shen Ge suggested. He'd noticed faint black smoke wafting from other meats. Yet again, no one else seemed to see it. Was the system's upgrade, after devouring the invisible, enhancing my perception? He wondered. Could he now detect residual, supernatural energy too faint for instruments? Oh, and the two parrots at the entrance, he added. As he spoke, Shen Ge knelt beside the pig's flank, drew a butcher's cleaver from his satchel, and sliced off a chunk of meat from its thigh. Then, something bizarre happened. Where the cleaver had cut, the flesh twitched. Blood vessels writhed like living threads, bubbling as new tissue slowly regenerated. Li Xiang's eyes lit up. Regenerative type, supernatural entity? Deng Yuqi, long desensitized to weirdness, was more intrigued by Shen Ge's impromptu weapon. You're branching out into butchery? This? Family heirloom. The dragon-slaying saber, supreme among blades. None dare disobey its wielder. Only the heaven sword rivals its might. Asterisk. Recognizing the wuxia reference hurtling toward a full-blown monologue, Deng Yuqi raised a hand. Stop. I know legend of the Condor heroes. My question is, since when do you carry a cleaver around? Before I had special measures credentials, walking around armed would have gotten me arrested. Now, flash the badge, and cops just nod. So convenient. Shen Ge grinned. Deng Yuqi, straight face. Your honesty is refreshing. Wait, you're carrying a gun too. Her stomach dropped. Had he stolen one from the department? While field agents could be armed, theft was a felony. Shen Ge, reading her mind, pulled out a Beretta. Relax, not department issued. Then how? Deng Yuqi's expression soured. Are you doorman? A satchel that spits out cleavers and handguns? Well, it all started on a trip to Hawaii. Save it. She turned to Li Xiang. Confiscate everything, including the parrots. Li Xiang, thrilled at the prospect of fresh lab specimens, nearly disassembled the restaurant on the spot. Shun, You can really see supernatural energy unaided. He stared at Shen Ge's eyes like a kid at a candy store. Even our scanners miss traces this feint. Let me run some tests. Ahem. Priorities, Li Xiang. Deng Yuqi interjected. This is priority. Li Xiang waved his arms. Most supernatural transformations begin with latent energy buildup in hosts. If we can detect pre-transformation entities, we could harvest specimens effortlessly. Like today, this could revolutionize containment, equipment development, everything. It's a world-shaking breakthrough. Deng Yuqi's voice turned grave. This stays in-house. Shen's ability is now a class, one secret. Feng Qingxiu, Zhang Hu, Zhao Long, Wang Han, Ma Chao. If this leaks, I'm holding you 6 accountable. If headquarters asks, direct them to me. Li Xiang muttered. What if you leak it? Shen Ge had 2 thoughts. First, Deng Yuqi's protectiveness, whether genuine or strategic, earned his respect. She'd resisted probing his secrets, opting for trust. Second, Li Xiang's scientific brilliance had to be stratospheric. No one with that lack of filter survived bureaucracy otherwise. Regardless, thanks to Shen Ge's vision, the department had secured its first zero-casualty supernatural specimen. As technicians packed evidence, Shen Ge enthusiastically assisted, not out of altruism, but to milk the awakened system for points. Host's meticulous search uncovers a nest of juvenile entities. Containment successful. Plus 20 points x3. Bagging pork/beef equals 60 points. Asterisk. Host fearlessly grapples with abyssal horrors barehanded. Plus 20 points x3. Asterisk. Seafood tank duty equals another 60. Asterisk. Host grows reckless, strutting through a monster den unarmed. Plus 50 points x3. Solution. Prancing and slash out of the restaurant entrance like a performance artist. Tang Jinza and his parents stood behind Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan, all 3 wearing knowing smiles, especially the elderly couple, whose eyes gleamed with the unmistakable, approving in-laws look. Shen Ge resisted the urge to facepalm. Are you 3 filming a sitcom? Tang Jinza, delighted to see his usually unflappable friend momentarily speechless, teased. We've been brothers since diapers. Different parents, same bond. And you're hiding a girlfriend from us. After introducing Cheng Shengnan as his colleague to the Tang family, Shen Ge added firmly, Uncle Annie, this is my co-worker, Cheng Shengnan. We understand, Uncle Tang said cheerfully. Understand, Auntie Tang echoed with a nod. Xiao Cheng hello. Uncle Tang beamed, extending a hand. Hello, Auntie Tang chimed in. Their synchronized responses, Uncle leading, Auntie finishing, suggested a understanding that had nothing to do with Shen Ge's explanation. Cheng Shengnan politely greeted them while Tang Jinza eyed Shen Ge. Judging by the vibe, you 2 were heading to eat. Shen Ge nodded. Perfect. We haven't eaten either, and it's been ages since I treated my parents. Joining you isn't too much to ask, right? Tang Jinza waggled his eyebrows. Shen Ge barely stopped himself from pointing out he'd just visited the Tangs last week. But given how much their parents had doted on him since childhood, and the fact that he and Cheng Shengnan weren't dating, he relented. He glanced at Cheng Shengnan, who was already chatting amiably with Annie Tang, and sighed. Fine. Uncle, Annie, what would you like? Whatever Xiao Cheng prefers. Don't mind us, Annie Tang said breezily. As long as you don't blame us for crashing your date. Not at all, Cheng Shengnan replied smoothly. The more the merrier. I'd love to dine with you. Xiao Cheng. Come, let's go. Annie knows all the best spots around here. Just name your craving. Clasping Cheng Shengnan hand, Annie Tang radiated such warmth one might mistake her for the prospective daughter-in-law. Deadpan, Shen Ge muttered, I want dragon meat. The Tang parents ignored him entirely, fussing over Cheng Shengnan as the trio headed across the street. Tang Jinza elbowed Shen Ge. Quit dawdling. After this, you're washing dishes and paying. The 5 settled into a nearby Chinese restaurant. Cheng Shengnan and Annie Tang hit it off instantly, with the latter already inviting them for her famous soup the following week. While Chung Shengnan chatted with the Tangs, Shen Ge pulled Tang Jinza outside. What's the secrecy? Got a scandal? Two-timing? Relax. I won't snitch to your wifey, Tang Jinza said solemnly. With that imagination, you're wasting talent not writing fiction. Shen Ge fished out a small vial labeled internal injury recovery pill, shook one into his palm, and handed the bottle over. What's this? Tang Jinza sniffed it curiously. 10-second rapid healing for non-fatal internal injuries. Effective against most moderate trauma. You serious? If this works, 99% of pharma companies would bankrupt by tomorrow. Skeptical, Tang Jinza examined a pill. Two in there. Since you're still in drug R&D, see if you can reverse engineer the formula. No joke. Where'd you get this? Same source as those things. Supernaturals? Close enough. TCH, world's really going to hell. Shen Ge had yet to use these pills, but system-certified items rarely failed. If Tang Jinza could crack their composition, he considered sharing other recovery items, like the mental apple, once he had spares. Maybe Li Xiang could trace its link to supernatural energy and replicate it, solving his stamina issues. Their conversation halted as the others exited the restaurant. Learning Shen Ge and Chung Shengnan had prior plans, the Tangs bid them farewell, but not without reiterating the soup invitation. Arriving at Xiaohe's apartment complex, Shen Ge scouted the area first. Find anything? Chung Shengnan asked. Nothing. No anomalies. Not even a system alert. Given how promptly it had flagged the restaurant's tainted pork, the issue likely wasn't the system. Recalling Xiaohe's claim that the dog only appeared at night, Shen Ge decided to visit her first and resume the search after dark. Xiaohe answered the door with raccoon-like dark circles, forcing a tired smile. Brother Shen, Manager Chung. Come in. Wasn't sure what fruit you liked, so we got a variety. They placed 2 hefty bags on the coffee table. You shouldn't have. Just visiting would have been enough, Xiaohe protested while pouring tea. Relax. Manager Cheng's loaded, Shen Ge said. Sipping his tea, Shen Ge studied her. You look exhausted. Tell me about it. That incident traumatized me. I removed my bathroom mirror and squat to avoid sink drains now. Xiaohe launched into a cathartic rant, relieved to finally have listeners who didn't dismiss her as delusional. After 30 minutes of venting, Shen Ge summarized, so post-incident insomnia led to your first black dog sighting days later. And no one else in the complex has seen it. Right. Once my best friend stayed over because she was worried. We went for late-night snacks, and I saw it. Hunched by the trash, red eyes staring at me. I pointed, but she saw nothing. Could it be sleep deprivation hallucinations? Chung Shengnan ventured. But how could I hallucinate the same dog in the same spot multiple nights? Xiaohe whimpered. Shen Ge set down his cup. Take us there after dark. Fortunately, the Special Tactics and Strategy Department, STSD, staff were already used to Shen Ge's eccentric behavior. When they saw him acting strangely, they simply ignored him. In the end, the SDSD used sanitation violations as a pretext to confiscate all the restaurant's ingredients, sealing the place shut with official notices. According to Deng Yuqi, the investigation into the Western restaurant would continue. Both the people behind it and the source of their supplies needed to be scrutinized. The so-called regenerative pork was clearly problematic. The fact that it had been safely imported into the country with all the necessary certifications suggested that those involved had not only power and connections, but also some knowledge of the supernatural. At present, the SDSD had no way of handling supernatural entities before they fully manifested, let alone determining whether the meat had been processed before or during the transformation. Only by tracing the supply chain could they uncover the truth. The thought that this might involve internal corruption gave Deng Yuqi a headache. Back at the SDSD, the logistics, medical, and technical teams worked tirelessly to examine the restaurant's customers. Even though the supernatural energy hadn't fully manifested, consuming tainted meat could have severe consequences. No one knew what would happen to those who had ingested it. Since Chung Shengnan hadn't eaten anything from the restaurant, the technical team gave her a quick checkup before letting her wait in the lobby. As she sat scrolling through her phone, footsteps approached. A figure stopped in front of her, and Shen Ge's teasing voice rang out. Hey, beautiful. Want to grab some late-night snacks? Sure. What are we having? Cheng Shengnan looked up. Nearby, the three musketeers, busy processing documents for the restaurant's customers, saw Shen Ge return and were about to greet him when they noticed him walking straight toward a gorgeous woman and boldly inviting her out. And she agreed without hesitation. Disappointed, the trio sighed in unison. The world really does favor the good-looking, men and women alike. Sigh. Just as they were lamenting their fates, Deng Yuqi appeared behind them without warning and remarked dryly, You three idiots. It's obvious they know each other. Ah, Chief, you're back. Chief, you scared us. You walked so quietly. Yeah, we nearly had a heart attack. The three immediately straightened up and began reporting the test results. So far, most customers showed no abnormalities. Those with physical issues might have had pre-existing conditions, but the majority of affected individuals were longtime patrons of the restaurant. As they spoke, Shen Ge walked over. Chief, my friend didn't eat anything from that place and has already been checked. Can she leave now? Go ahead, Deng Yuqi nodded. Cheng Shengnan was practically a regular at this point. This was the third supernatural incident she'd been dragged into since meeting Shen Ge. His ability to attract trouble was truly impressive. I'll see her home, Shen Ge said, turning back toward Cheng Shengnan. Deng Yuqi called after him. Please go straight home afterward. No more wandering around. I don't want to deal with another supernatural incident before we've even wrapped up this one. No promises. To avoid another supernatural encounter, Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan chose a nearby barbecue joint. Over skewers and beer, they chatted about work, revisions for old clients, design ideas, company updates. When the topic turned to colleagues, Cheng Shengnan suddenly asked, Has Xiaohe contacted you recently? No. What? Shen Ge replied. Last week, when she came to resign, I told her the company was relocating and asked if she wanted to stay. She seemed off, exhausted, dark circles like she hadn't slept in days. She said ever since that incident, she keeps dreaming about those monsters. She mentioned seeing a huge dog wreathed in black smoke lurking near her apartment's dumpsters a few times. Now she's too scared to go out at night. I told her to talk to you, and she agreed. But it doesn't seem like she ever did. A dog? Black smoke? Shen Ge frowned. Although he had been trapped with Cheng Shengnan during the supernatural incident, she'd never actually seen the entity. If she was seeing black smoke, that meant the dog had fully manifested, at least a rank 1 supernatural entity. Do you have her number? Shen Ge asked. Cheng Shengnan nodded, pulling out her phone and handing it to him. Shen Ge dialed immediately. The call connected quickly. Hello, Manager Cheng? Xiaohe. Who is this? Shen Ge. Oh, Brother Shen. Why are you using Manager Cheng's phone? Are you two together? Yeah, grabbing a bite. Manager Cheng mentioned you haven't been sleeping well. Said you've been seeing a dog surrounded by black smoke? MHM. Just 2 nights ago, I saw it digging through the trash. It looked so terrifying, I just ran. The next day, I told the property manager, but the security footage showed nothing. Shen Ge pressed for details, the dog's appearance, when it showed up. Based on Xiaohe's description, it was likely a rank 1 entity. But what puzzled him was that no one else in the apartment complex had seen it. After reassuring her, Shen Ge, who happened to have the next day off, arranged to visit Xiaohe and investigate the ghost dog. Hanging up, he handed the phone back. When are you going tomorrow? Cheng Shengnan asked. Around noon. I'll come with you. I've been meaning to check on her anyway, and I'm free tomorrow. You handle the supernatural stuff. I'll keep her company. Won't get in your way. Works for me. They agreed to meet at Tianchuan Plaza the next day. After seeing Cheng Shengnan into a cab, Shen Ge headed home. Midnight. Lying in bed, Shen Ge opened the log. January 20th, 2028. The organization believes you must infiltrate the enemy's supernatural division to uncover how many of their agents are embedded within our ranks. This is no small matter. A detailed plan is required. The captured woman is key to initiating this operation. However, Since you've rejected their offers twice, a direct approach would raise too many red flags. Thus, the higher-ups have decided to craft a script for you. Weekly mission. In this apocalyptic world overrun by supernatural entities, you must quickly increase your rank to unlock more system functions. Rank up mission. Kill at least one rank. 3 supernatural entity. Rewards. 500 system points. 3x random E-grade recovery items. 10% free attribute points. Rank promotion to Tier 2. A rank up mission? Shen Ge hadn't expected the jump from Tier 1 to Tier 2 to require a mission. Finding a rank 3 entity wouldn't be easy. Previously, he'd assumed the 4-year gap between the system's timeline and the present meant that future rank 6 or rank 7 entities would currently be rank 3 or rank 5. But the emergence of Formless shattered that theory. Moreover, based on Li Xiang's research, that supernatural entities grew faster by consuming others. It was clear that current entities didn't directly correlate with future ranks. It was survival of the fittest. The more they consumed, the faster they evolved. But supernatural entities weren't exactly common yet. Feeding 1 to rank 3 would take considerable effort, making such entities far rarer than expected. For now, though, the priority was dealing with the suspected rank 1 ghost dog. It'd be a good chance to test Silence compatibility with Formless, as well as explore the operational limits of Formless domain. The next day, Shen Ge stuffed his satchel with gear. Since he'd already briefed Deng Yuqi, he avoided overly conspicuous weapons like miniguns or AK-47s. But low-key equipment, a cleaver, a pistol, was fair game. Arriving at the meeting spot, he found Cheng Shengnan already waiting on a bench, scrolling through her phone. She wore a sleek black dress today, her poised demeanor accentuated by wire-rimmed glasses that added an air of quiet intellect. Waiting for someone beautiful? Shen Ge teased as he approached. She looked up. MHM. You're 13 minutes late. Company policy deducts 130. Asterisk. How about I bribe you with a 200 yuan lunch to let slide? Asterisk. After a moment of faux contemplation, she nodded. Deal. As they headed toward a nearby restaurant, a familiar voice called out from behind. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder you turned down Mom's famous soup today. You got a date. Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan waited at Xiao He's house until almost 7 p.m. After ordering takeout and finishing their meal, it was just past 8 when the sky darkened completely. Xiao He lived in an old residential complex where the streetlights used energy-saving bulbs, leaving the entire area dim and shadowy. Right outside the complex stood a large shopping mall with a spacious, brightly lit plaza. Elderly residents and parents often gathered there to dance or take their children for walks, which meant the complex itself was nearly deserted at night, giving it an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. Xiao He led Shen Ge to the courtyard downstairs, pointing to a garbage room about 10 meters ahead. She told him that the black dog had appeared near the garbage room during her previous encounters. The three of them waited from 8 to 8:30 p.m., but nothing showed up. Shen Ge suggested, "Why don't you two head back first? I'll keep watch here." "It's fine. We can chat anywhere," Cheng Shengnan replied. Just as Xiao He was about to say something, her eyes widened in shock. She screamed, pointing toward the garbage room. It's here. It's by the trash bin." Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan turned to look, but both frowned. There was nothing by the garbage room. Warning: Host has entered the territory of a Tier 1 aberration and has been detected. The aberration is of the same tier as the host. As long as the host doesn't do anything reckless, a fight should be manageable. Good luck. The system actually cheer me on? Shen Ge was stunned. Since the system had awakened, this was the first time it hadn't told him to run, but instead encouraged him to fight. Was the sun rising from the west today? Stay here or go upstairs. I'll check it out. Shen Ge pulled out his aberration gloves, put them on, and gripped his pistol, loading it before cautiously approaching the garbage room. After a few steps, he activated silent mode, but even when he was just 3 meters away, he still saw nothing. Looking closer, he noticed a faint, shadowy silhouette in the darkness of the garbage room. Is it an invisible type, like formless? He quickly dismissed the thought. Based on his experience and the Special Response Division's research data, aberrations with special abilities usually meant they had developed an aberration domain, which would make them at least Tier 2, not Tier 1. Wait, aberration domain? A possibility occurred to him. He circled around to the back of the garbage room, avoiding Chung Shangnan and Xiao He's line of sight, then activated Silent plus Formless simultaneously. Shen Ge could maintain both abilities for 133 seconds, enough time to investigate the garbage room thoroughly. The moment he stepped inside, he clearly saw a dog-shaped shadow coalescing from black mist near a green trash bin. Just as I thought, as Shen Ge had suspected, this aberration was only Tier 1, but had a pseudo-domain ability. However, unlike typical aberration domains that could pull other beings inside to kill and consume them, this one seemed to only affect itself. In other words, this was an aberration in the process of mutating. The black aberration energy had condensed into a massive red-eyed dog, standing at least 2 meters tall when upright. Yet it remained crouched on the ground, motionless, staring straight at Shen Ge. It can still see me even when I'm invisible? Shen Ge frowned. But considering it was a dog, its sense of smell was likely sharp enough to detect a human presence. Without hesitation, Shen Ge aimed at the shadowy dog's head and fired. The silenced bullet shot out, only to pass straight through the dog's skull as if it were smoke, embedding itself in the wall behind. Gore! The black dog seemed to have locked onto Shen Ge's position. A low, guttural growl rumbled from its throat before it suddenly lunged at him. Shen Ge dodged swiftly to the side, firing several more shots, but each bullet phased harmlessly through the dog's body. Smoke! Why did it feel like the dog's body was made of aberration energy? Shen Ge holstered his gun and lunged forward, using a grappling technique to seize the dog by the back of its neck. But his hand closed on empty air. The moment his fingers touched the dog's neck, its form dissipated into smoke, slipping through his grip. Since he was wearing the unrelenting aberration gloves, this meant the dog wasn't the true body. Where's the real one? Shen Ge scanned the surroundings, but found nothing suspicious, except for the lower half of the shadowy dog, which seemed to blend into the darkness of the garbage room. He pulled out a flashlight and shone it at the dog. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the black mist trailing down to the base of the trash bin. Shen Ge kicked the bin aside. Beneath it was nothing but a dense swirl of black fog. Grah! The black dog snarled and lunged again. Though Shen Ge knew it was just an energy construct, he sidestepped out of caution. Then, he deactivated Formless plus Silent to conserve mental energy. The moment he did, the shadowy dog vanished from sight. Formless and Silent were both self-targeting abilities. They affected the user. Immobilize, on the other hand, was an external targeting ability that restrained an opponent. By activating Formless and Silent, Shen Ge had essentially entered a pseudo-aberration domain state, allowing him to perceive the black dog, which was also in a similar state. Once he deactivated the abilities, he could no longer see it. Now, shining his flashlight where the black mist had been, he spotted a tiny black puppy, no bigger than 2 palms, lying motionless. But this puppy was already undergoing mutation. Most of its body had rotted away, with eerie black mist drifting around it. Shen Ge cautiously approached, nudging the puppy with his foot. It seemed dead, but when he crouched down for a closer look, he saw its decaying flesh twitching slightly, as if slowly regenerating. Recalling the aberration cat incident, a possibility struck him. He found 2 sticks, used them to pick up the puppy's body, and carried it over to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, take a look. Have you seen this dog before? Shen Ge asked. Xiaohe shrank behind Chung Shangnan nervously, then peered at the corpse. Her eyes widened in shock. Ah, it's Xiao Meidan. You know it? She nodded. Yeah, it was a stray around here. Some kids in the complex used to bully it. I chased them off a few times and even fed it near this garbage room. A while ago, it disappeared. I thought someone had adopted it, but just as I thought. Shen Ge remembered what Deng Yuqi and Li Xiang had mentioned. Aberration energy could amplify biological functions and negative emotions. The aberration cat had mutated after being tortured by that delinquent. This puppy must have been abused to death by those kids, its negative emotions magnified, and was now in the midst of mutation. As for why Xiao, he could see it, perhaps because she had helped it before, creating some kind of strange connection between them. Shen Ge wasn't sure if his theory was correct, but he confirmed one thing. The system had indeed evolved after absorbing Formless. Before, he couldn't detect such faint aberration energy during early-stage mutations. Now, not only did the system issue warnings, but he could also visually spot aberration energy in its initial stages. As Li Xiang had said, Shen Ge's ability to see premutation and ongoing mutation aberrations was a game-changer for a world plagued by these horrors. The reason anomalies escalate into disasters lies primarily in their bizarre, unpredictable abilities and their near-indestructible nature. However, Shen Ge's ability to see anomalies mid-mutation means the Special Countermeasures Division, SCD, can contain them in advance. Whether it's preventing disasters caused by mutation or keeping them contained until they fully mutate, then using them to craft anomalous energy equipment to combat other anomalies. This would be a massive breakthrough in anomaly operations. Of course, relying on Shen Ge alone to handle global mutations would be like trying to put out a wildfire with a cup of water. But if this method could fully arm the Rome City SCD, the nation's counter-anomaly capabilities could far surpass those of other countries. Cell Tier 1. Anomalous Corpse. Reward: 200 system points. 200 system points, enough for 2 draws. Roughly equivalent to 2 boxes of instant noodles. The draws could wait. Right now, Shen Ge was more interested in testing whether Li Xiang had the skills to develop new anomalous energy equipment. And, of course, securing usage rights for the SCD's Tier-4 Anomaly, unforgotten. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge chose not to sell. Instead, he pulled a plastic bag from his satchel and stuffed the still mutating black dog corpse inside. Get some rest when you get back. At this rate, you won't even need makeup for Halloween, he remarked. Shen Ge, was little charcoal killed by those brats? Xiao, he asked hesitantly. Most likely, Shen Ge replied. According to SCD researchers, anomalous energy amplifies negative emotions exponentially. Most anomalies start mutating right before death. Even though little charcoal was killed cruelly, it still remembered your kindness. So the mutation was slower. I thought about taking it home, but I work late every day and wouldn't have time to care for it. If I had, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Xiao, he bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Cheng Shengnan hugged her, murmuring words of comfort. Stay with her for a bit. I need to take this back to HQ. It's still mutating. If we don't act fast, it might trigger another anomaly incident, Shen Ge said. Got it. Go ahead, Cheng Shengnan nodded. Leaving the neighborhood, Shen Ge hailed a cab back to the SCD. It was almost 10 p.m., but the lights in the director's office were still on. Shen Ge headed straight there and knocked. Delivery. Come in. Deng Yuqi looked up as Shen Ge entered, raising an eyebrow. Isn't today your day off? Since when does someone who takes 7 days off a week show up at HQ voluntarily? Oh, just delivering takeout and showing off this little treasure. Shen Ge lifted the plastic bag, now emitting faint wisps of black smoke. Deng Yuqi's expression darkened instantly. You, fresh, still mutating. Shen Ge stepped closer, pulling the bag open to proudly display the anomaly inside. You, right now, take that thing straight to the tech division for containment. Deng Yuqi was on the verge of losing it. Who in their right mind carried around a mutating anomaly like it was nothing? Did he not care if it finished mutating and decided to take a bite out of him? Forget it, I'll go with you. Move. She grabbed Shen Ge's arm and dragged him out, already calling the tech division's night shift to prepare for containment. One call led to another, and soon off-duty personnel were being summoned back to handle the anomaly Shen Ge had brought in. Deng Yuqi massaged her temples, standing beside him. So, you went to visit an old colleague and happened to bring back an anomaly? The girl who was trapped with Director Chung last time, Shen Ge briefly explained Xiao He's situation. Only then did Deng Yuqi recall that aside from Cheng Shengnan, there had been another victim in that incident. Since her statement hadn't raised any red flags, the details had slipped her mind. She could see the anomaly mid-mutation, too. Deng Yuqi immediately honed in on the key detail. Shen Ge nodded, which makes me think anomalous energy might be the physical manifestation of fear. The dog still remembered Xiaohe's kindness, so the mutations slowed down. As Deng Yuqi mulled this over, Li Xiang chimed in. He's right. Research supports that. I've been compiling reports from branch divisions on anomaly mutations, and fear is consistently the trigger for animal mutations. About 103 reports note that animals facing death experience a surge in fear hormones before mutating. Anomalous energy amplifies human negativity, with fear being the dominant emotion. That's why human test subjects exposed to anomalous energy often die from bile duct spasms, flooding their digestive tracts with dark bile vomit. Death usually comes from suffocation or sudden cardiac arrest. Ironically, the easiest ways to go. Worst cases involve bodily mutations or being consumed by anomalies, which is why those human experiments. Deng Yuqi shot a glance at Shen Ge, who was listening with keen interest, and cut Li Xiang off. Enough. I've read those reports. No need to repeat them. But I haven't, Shen Ge said. Ignoring him, Deng Yuqi turned back to Li Xiang. So you also believe anomaly mutations are tied to fear? Based on current data, yes, Li Xiang confirmed. Then what about the hair in my company's water tank? Wasn't that the anomaly? Shen Ge asked. Li Xiang shook his head. I analyzed your footage. Don't forget the tank was full of dead rats. I suspect the hair wasn't the anomaly, the rats were. So far, we haven't recorded any non-animal anomalies. Shen Ge had already guessed as much, but was baiting Li Xiang into revealing more about the experiments. Oh, what other animals have been documented? Shen Ge pressed. Li Xiang launched into another explanation. Deng Yuqi saw right through Shen Ge's tactic, but let it slide, as long as human experimentation wasn't brought up. Soon, the containment plan for the black dog was finalized. Since it was still mutating, it was placed in the underground containment facility for observation. Its anomalous energy exhibited mimicry abilities, with illusions capable of minor attacks. Li Xiang extracted several vials of its energy for research. Shen Ge followed Li Xiang into the lab, where anomalous energy canisters were stored. Picking up a Type A canister, he toyed with it idly. Careful, don't drop it, Li Xiang warned before turning back to his work. Seizing the moment, Shen Ge suddenly raised the canister and took a deep inhale. Li Xiang was busy sorting the containers of supernatural energy and didn't notice Shen Ge's little maneuver. However, Shen Ge's act of inhaling from one of the containers was caught on surveillance. Not that he cared. After taking a quick sniff, he made a disgusted face, screwed the lid back on, and placed it back where it belonged. Then he wandered around the lab, touching this and examining that, looking every bit the curious newcomer. Every now and then, he'd pick up some piece of equipment and ask Li Xiang about it. In truth, Shen Ge wasn't as calm as he appeared. His earlier fight with the Hellhound had drained his mental energy, and it still hadn't fully recovered. But that single whiff from the supernatural energy container, it drained 5% of the container's energy and restored exactly 5% of his mental reserves. Just as he'd suspected, mental energy was supernatural energy. He could use supernatural energy to activate his abilities, yet the Special Tactics Division's equipment couldn't detect any supernatural energy in his body. That alone spoke volumes. Soon enough, the surveillance team reported Shen Ge's strange behavior to Deng Yuqi, and the dutiful director stormed in to reprimand him. Shen Ge, are you insane? Supernatural energy isn't something humans should mess with. If you got a death wish, just say so, and I'll put me in human trials. Shen Ge cut in, his face lighting up like he'd just been offered a treat. Deng Yuqi choked on her next words. Li Xiang glanced between Shen Ge and the fuming Deng Yuqi, baffled. What did I miss? He inhaled from a supernatural energy container. Deng Yuqi snapped. Li Xiang just shrugged. Oh, that's not a big deal. I've tried it before. As long as you don't make a habit of it, it won't cause any physical deterioration. Deng Yuqi struggled for a response before finally growling. You two are forbidden from hanging out together from now on. Not like it was the first time she'd said that. Neither of them took it seriously. By the time Shen Ge wrapped up the Hellhound case and left the Special Tactics Division, it was almost 11 p.m. He headed home, took a shower, and made himself a bowl of instant noodles. Staring at the towering pile of instant noodle cups in his kitchen, he wondered how long it'd take him to finish them all. 431 system points. Might as well try my luck with a draw. He booted up his computer, scrolled through a playlist of gacha soundtracks, and finally settled on Can I get something rare? Prize draw in progress. Ding! The flashing selection will gradually slow down before finally landing on weapons and equipment. Single pull for the win. First try and I already got weapons. Today's my lucky day. Congratulations, host. You have obtained PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher X1, rocket rounds X3. Yay! RPG. The prize was something, all right. Still a good start, though he wasn't sure where to store it, under the bed. Maybe one wrong move, and he'd wake up with a literal bang. No stopping now. Time to ride the momentum. 3 more draws left. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 416 Hong Kong dollars X1, magazines X3. My bed's running out of space. At this rate, he could open a Los Santos-style arms dealership. 2 more tries. Can I get a supernatural weapon this time? Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Instant Noodles X1 box. Last attempt. System Daddy, love me one more time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Frag Grenades X3. Damn it, this stingy bastard won't give me a break. Shen Ge wanted to yank the system out of his body and beat it senseless. Was it hoarding the good stuff for its dowry or something? Ugh, what was I even expecting? He sighed, spent 30 minutes in front of the mirror rebuilding his shattered morale, and finally shook off the frustration. After all, this was just business as usual with the system. Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in a world overrun by the supernatural. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. With today's bonus, Shen Ge had saved up 10% unallocated points, which he immediately dumped into mental energy. At 210% mental energy, he was nearing the reserves of a Tier 2 supernatural entity. No wonder the system had triggered a rating assessment. January 21st, 2028. The Special Tactics Division begins investigating the woman's background, uncovering that she bypassed Japan entirely. She's a member of a mercenary group called Bloom. Their target? The Tier 6 supernatural entity sealed in Quanlong Mountain Base. Not long ago, Japan purchased the latest supernatural energy equipment blueprints from the U.S. at a steep price. The Special Tactics Division wants those blueprints, but doesn't want to pay. So, the mission to infiltrate and steal them falls on you. First, though, you need to figure out, why has this woman targeted you twice? What do you have that they want? Well, damn. They want the goods, but don't want to pay. So they're sending me to rob the enemy? The division plays dirty, huh? Reading the log, Shen Ge couldn't help but think reality was stranger than fiction. Still, he was curious. Since he'd activated the system early, his present should already be diverging from this so-called future. Was this future even his? Maybe it was a parallel timeline where the system activated 4 years later? Or was there no parallel timeline at all? Maybe the system was just projecting a scenario where it activated in 4 years, using the log function to simulate it. Shen Ge rubbed his temples. Every time he dug into the system or supernatural phenomena, it led to more questions. Thinking about it too much just gave him a headache. Screw it. He flopped onto his bed. Future problems can wait for future me. The next morning, Shen Ge arrived early at the operations department and found the training field unusually packed. Feng Qingxiu was leading a group, all gathered around a middle-aged man in a wheelchair. Shen Ge stopped Wang Han, who was jogging laps, and asked, "Old Wang, who's that? Haven't seen him before." Wang Han paused, stretching as he explained, Oh, that's Section Chief Chun. He was at HQ for training when you joined. Our department has 4 elite agents, and he's the best of them. The only recorded Tier-4 supernatural incident in the country. He's the one who resolved it. Pity about his legs, though. Had to switch to desk duty after that. Oh, right. He asked about you earlier. Go say hello. Got it. Shen Ge nodded. His first thought? So this is the owner of the mobility scooter. As Shen Ge approached, Section Chief Chun, who had been speaking with Feng Qingxiu, suddenly stopped mid-conversation. Without turning, he spun his wheelchair to face Shen Ge. Morning, everyone. You must be Section Chief Chun. I'm Shen Ge, the new recruit. Heard a lot about you. Pleasure to meet you. Shen Ge greeted him politely. Chen's expression darkened. In one swift motion, he flicked out a telescopic baton and swung it straight at Shen Ge's neck. So you're the little punk eating in my car, huh? Section Chief Chun snorted coldly. Though seated in a wheelchair, his hands moved with startling speed. Just as the telescopic baton was about to strike Shen Ge's throat, the young man calmly took half a step back, tilting his head slightly to create a 3-inch gap. What looked like a narrow dodge was, in fact, a move executed with precise timing and distance. Chen raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. Ha ha, not bad. Calm and composed, essential qualities for an elite investigator. Sharp eyes, too, judging distance at glance. But your combat experience is lacking, kid. Always leave yourself more margin. 3 inches isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun pressed a mechanism on the baton. With his shing, a 4-inch blade, about 12 centimeters, sprang from its tip, 2 centimeters longer than the gap Shen Ge had created. Had Chun pressed the attack, Shun's throat would have been sliced open. Thank you for the advice, Section Chief Chun, Shen Ge replied respectfully. Chen nodded. I can tell Instructor Feng's been training you hard, but you've spent too much time behind a desk. No exercise, let alone combat skills. Had you enlisted young and built good habits, you'd be even stronger now. Training is about persistence. Don't slack off. That said, Feng's basics are decent, but his special combat skills? Well, let's just say he couldn't last 10 moves against me back then. Now he barely manages a few dozen. Starting tomorrow, you'll train with me instead. Feng Qingxiu, the top combat instructor of the operations division, didn't take offense. Scratching the back of his head like an overgrown fool, he chuckled awkwardly. Anyone familiar with Feng's skills knew just how formidable Chun was, even in a wheelchair. Shen Ge couldn't help but marvel inwardly. No wonder Chen's the first and only man in the country to resolve a Tier-4 paranormal incident. Quit standing around. Back to training. Shen Ge stays. The rest of you move. Chen barked. Yes, sir. Under Feng's direction, the group resumed their drills. Come, Xiao Shun. Walk with me. Let's talk. Chun pressed a button on his electric wheelchair, turning it toward the track encircling the training field. Of course. Shen Ge fell into step beside him. You know, Xiao Shun, back during the war, my grandfather's generation built our Great Wall with flesh and blood, securing our peace with their lives. We thought the future would only get brighter, people thriving, the nation prospering. Then these damn paranormal entities crawled out of some dark corner. Chun sighed, patting his knee in frustration. Our generation failed to stop their spread. Now you youngsters have to pick up the fight. Don't say that, Section Chief Chun, Shen Ge said. It's because of your efforts that we've had stability. The director mentioned paranormal incidents emerged years ago. Without you, people would already live in fear of them. Huh. Years of work, and we still don't even know where these things come from. Lazy? Incompetent? Take your pick. Hell, in 5 years, from HQ to branch offices, I've only resolved 6 cases. You? Not even 2 weeks in, and you're about to surpass me. Youth truly is formidable. Chen laughed. Please, I've only dealt with small fry, barely mutated entities. How could I compare to you? Shen Ge demurred. Chen gave him a sidelong glance, eyebrow raised. You mocking me? By that logic, all I've fought are shrimp, crabs, and hell, 1 tadpole. Right. Forgot paranormals are mutated animals. Shen Ge flushed, but Chen just laughed heartily. Huh. Speak your mind, kid. I'm not some petty tyrant. Anyway, I checked your file and talked with Xiao Qi. What's your deal? How'd you stumble into so many incidents in a month? Xiao Qi, Deng Yuqi? Shen Ge was surprised. First, Chen's casual reference implied Deng wasn't just his superior, but also a protege. Second, if they were that close, why hadn't she mentioned his ability to detect paranormal energy? Was this her way of deferring to him? By Xiao Qi, you mean the director? Shen Ge asked. Yeah, Chen chuckled. That girl's my apprentice, sharp as a tack. Shot up the ranks like a rocket, flew right past me. Still, she looks out for this old cripple. Brought me to the branch office despite my legs. Apprentice? Shen Ge had never seen Deng in action. His only impression came from Hua Yu's story about her bike-riding antics. But if Chun trained her, she must be skilled. Did the director not mention, I could detect trace paranormal energy? Shen Ge ventured. She didn't wait. You can see it? As in premutation entities? Chen's eyes widened. For a second, Shen Ge thought he might leap from his wheelchair. According to Li Xiang, if a detector reads 1, I can spot it with my naked eye, Shen Ge confirmed. Incredible. You've been risking your life to stop incidents early because you can see the energy. With eyes like yours, China's blessed. The world's blessed. Chen grabbed Shen Ge's hands, trembling with excitement. No need for the dramatics. I'm just in it for the rewards. Before Shen Ge could deflect, Chen declared, I won't let talent like yours go to waste. I'll teach you everything I know. Make you China's greatest investigator. Oh no, I've reviewed your training regimen, Chen added. Starting today, triple the workload, and I'll personally oversee your combat drills. Sir, please, have mercy. Evening. Shen Ge was helped to the cafeteria by Wang Han and Ma Chao, his hands trembling so badly he couldn't even hold chopsticks. For the first time, he experienced the joy of eating straight from the plate with his face. The sheer brutality of today's training far surpassed his first day in the department. Back then, his exhaustion had been due to sudden high-intensity exercise after years of inactivity. But now, after half a month of continuous training, he was in an even worse state, proof of just how grueling the regimen had become. The real kicker? As they were leaving, Section Chief Chun had looked almost disappointed, as if Shen Ge still had the energy to run another 10 laps. Never mind that he was already sprawled on the ground, completely spent. Wang Han, watching Shen Ge wash his plate with his face, chuckled. You're doing all right, Lao Shun. They say Instructor Feng was trained by Section Chief Chen back in the day. Back then, guys were so wrecked they had to lie in bed gnawing on steamed buns for dinner. Some even needed 4 drips. You know how Instructor Feng got his nickname Devil Muscle Man? It was from Section Chief Chen's training. Ma Chao added, though he hadn't experienced Chen's era firsthand, the legends were infamous. Absolute devil, Shen Ge muttered, utterly lifeless. There was no way he was going home tonight. After dinner, Wang Han and Ma Chao hauled him back to the dorm. The thought of enduring this every day made Shen Ge want to never move a muscle again. He collapsed onto the bed and passed out. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in this world overrun by anomalies. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. Unconsciously, midnight had passed. Hearing the systems chime in his mind, Shen Ge sat up and began his daily ritual of catching up on the logs. January 22nd, 2028. After the organization was absorbed into the Special Measures Department, SMD, everything, from daily routines to training, had to be restructured according to SMD regulations. Previous resource allocation, field exploration, and collection missions were suspended pending new directives. However, since you had been promoted to field team leader within the organization, you were allowed to form your own exploration squad. The leader submitted your information under this role. After the merger, you became a team leader in the SMD. A team leader? What's different about being a team leader in the SMD? Shen Ge wondered. Currently, the department only had 2 field teams. Team 1, led by instructor Feng Qingxiu, and Team 2, led by Yu Tiexiu. Both Feng and you were instructors and team captains. Aside from having more responsibilities, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about the role. Too exhausted to overthink it, Shen Ge face-planted into his pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Waking up at midnight to read the logs had become as routine as a pre-sleep bathroom trip. The next morning, Section Chief Chun was already waiting in the operations room. The moment Shen Ge arrived, the hellish training resumed, leaving Wang Han and Ma Chao shuddering just from watching. They used to call Feng Qingxiu Devil Muscle Man behind his back, joking that his training was torture. But compared to Chen's regimen, child's play. And so, Shen Ge's new life began. Days spent grinding through brutal training, nights spent reading logs and sleeping. Within half a month, his stats had improved significantly. The only regret? Failing to locate a Tier-4 Anomaly in the first week. It was his first mission failure, costing him a week's survival rewards. The next weekly task didn't appear until the following week. Losing out on 7% free attribute points was a shame, but the lost system points weren't a big deal. Shen Ge. Rating, Tier 1. Base attributes, baseline for a healthy adult male, 100%. Strength, 127%. Agility, 117%. Constitution, 121%. Spirit, 220%. Traits, silent. Motionless. Formless. Abilities. Formless anomaly domain, Type 1. Equipment. Butcher's knife, trait. Unbreakable. Black gloves, trait. Unyielding. Items omitted. System points, 751. Freely distributable points, 6. While the present day, Shen Ge suffered under hell training, the future, Shen Ge wasn't faring much better. After the organization's absorption into the SMD, standards were raised to military levels. Judging from the logs, the future Shen Ge was also undergoing relentless training under an instructor's guidance. The future SMD had uncovered the organization behind the captured woman and was preparing to extract her. That moment would be the future Shen Ge's best chance to infiltrate the enemy. As the linchpin of the operation, he was required to rapidly improve his combat skills, at least to the level of an elite agent. Sigh, it's like this now, and it's like this in the future. Is this the Special Measures Department or the Torture Department? February 7th. Early in the morning, furious banging shook Shen Ge's dorm room door. Bang, bang, bang. Yesterday had been a rare day off. Feng Qingxiu had dragged Team 1 out for drinks, and even Section Chief Chun had downed a few bowls. Still groggy from the hangover, Shen Ge felt like he'd barely closed his eyes when the knocking jolted him awake. He fumbled for his phone under the pillow. 5:21 a.m. Who the hell is it this early? He grumbled, opening the door to find Wang Han and Ma Chao in full gear. Today's supposed to be a day off, Shen Ge groaned, rubbing his temples. Something's happened in Yuzhou, Wang Han said. Headquarters called an emergency meeting at 6 a.m. All elite agents are required to attend. The director sent us to wake you. Yuzhou, what happened? Shen Ge asked. Details are scarce, Wang Han admitted. But from what I heard, Yuzhou tried to cover up an anomaly incident. It spiraled out of control. Now, it's escalated to a Tier-4 event. They can't contain it anymore. So now that they can't handle it, they're begging headquarters for help? Shen Ge scoffed. You'll probably get the full picture at the meeting, Wang Han said. All right, give me a minute. Shen Ge nodded, changing into his training gear before following them to the operations department. Inside, Feng Qingxiu and the others were already geared up. As Hui Yu and other officers arrived, Section Chief Chen motioned for Shen Ge's group to follow him to the video conference room. Before they even entered, they could hear Deng Yuqi roaring into the phone. They didn't want to? Then why the hell did they let it get this bad? What were they doing earlier? Now that they're scared, they're begging for reinforcements? Well, they can beg someone else. I'm not sending my people. Take my damn life if you want. Bunch of useless cowards, embarrassing us in front of the whole world. Don't you dare pull rank on me. If I gave a damn about rank, I wouldn't be in Rome City. And don't give me that we're family crap. Where was this family when they were hoarding anomaly equipment? Now that they're in trouble, suddenly we're family? Deng Yuqi's tirade echoed through the office. Outside, Chun and the others stood awkwardly, unsure whether to enter or not. Slam! She hurled the phone down and barked at the door. Get in here. Chun cleared his throat and led the group inside. This was Shen Ge's first time seeing all of Rome City's department heads gathered in one place. Aside from Chun, Feng Qingxiu, and Xiao Zhang, familiar faces, he didn't recognize half of them. I assume you've all heard by now, Deng Yuqi said coldly. Yu Zhou is dealing with a Tier-4 Anomaly incident. Headquarters has sent footage. We'll discuss the details after you've seen it. The screen displayed footage from the outskirts of the city. A distinctive 33-story building stood half-embedded into a mountainside, as if the mountain had been hollowed out to accommodate its construction, a literal mountain skyscraper. But now, the building was engulfed in an eerie phenomenon. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, giving the illusion that the entire structure was ablaze. Upon closer inspection, however, it wasn't fire at all. The building was shrouded in a dense, swirling black mist of anomaly energy, mimicking the appearance of smoke. The surrounding streets and neighboring buildings had been cordoned off, completely evacuated. Deng Yuqi sat at the head of the conference table, her back to the screen, her expression grim as she stared at her laptop. Assistant Xiao Zhang, standing beside the display, read from the report sent by headquarters. The building consumed by the black mist is a mixed-use complex. The first floor faces Dongyu Street, the largest pet market in Yuzhou. Floors 2 and 3 host various commercial shops, ranging from food stalls to jewelry stores. Floors 4 through 16 are residential commercial hybrids, housing regular tenants alongside businesses like nail salons, spas, and certain adult entertainment establishments. On December 23, 2023, an anomaly incident occurred in the pet market. The Yuzhou branch dispatched an elite agent and 2 tactical teams to handle it. During containment, the anomaly devoured numerous animals, evolving into a Tier-2 anomaly. This is the footage from that operation. As the screen displayed the grotesque creature, Shen Ge couldn't help but comment. Damn, these little freaks keep getting uglier. Especially those red legs. Hui Yu, sitting nearby, added. That's why they're called anomalies. Their mutations are unpredictable. My first anomaly was just a pile of flesh sludge. Couldn't even tell what it originally was. So what was this thing supposed to be? Shen Ge asked. Xiao Zhang answered. According to initial reports, the Yuzhou branch identified it as a poodle, originally bred in France and Central Europe. Shen Ge nodded solemnly. Yeah, I can see the poodle vibes. No, he couldn't. Tap, tap. Deng Yuqi rapped her knuckles on the table, cutting through the chatter. Stick to the report, Xiao Zhang. Don't let him derail you. Yes, ma'am. Xiao Zhang quickly resumed. Asterisk, after the anomaly evolved to Tier-2, containment failed. The Yuzhou team forced it into the underground parking garage and sealed it using anomaly energy equipment. But as they withdrew, the entire building was engulfed by the black mist, cutting off all contact with the outside world. One officer interjected. Was it a spatial anomaly caused by the Tier-2 evolution? No. According to Yuzhou's reports, the black mist first appeared on the 18th floor, then spread upward and downward. Within 17 seconds, it consumed all 33 floors. The branch suspects a high-tier anomaly was already dormant in the building. The fight with the poodle anomaly accidentally awakened it, triggering the black mist. Based on energy readings, this is at least a Tier-4 anomaly. Asterisk. Bang. Section Chief Chun slammed his fist on the table, furious. Those incompetent bastards. A Tier-4 incident could wipe out a whole damn city. They try to cover it up? If this hadn't leaked, would they have waited until Yuzhou was gone before telling us? Different perspectives led to different priorities. Chun wanted swift action to minimize civilian casualties. The higher-ups, however, cared about public stability, avoiding panic at all costs. Standard crisis management, except this wasn't a standard crisis. This was an anomaly event. Delaying containment risked catastrophic escalation. A Tier 1 Anomaly could still be killed with firearms. A Tier 2 could tank rocket fire. And beyond that, unthinkable. Xiao Zhang, nervously swallowing, continued. On December 24th, the branch evacuated residents within a 10-kilometer radius, claiming a gas leak. But disappearances had already begun near the building. By December 27th, they relocated evacuees to a temporary housing project, suppressing the incident. But during New Year's, some civilians tried returning to Dongyu Street. 7 slipped past patrols and vanished. On January 4th, a tactical squad entered the area to search for them. They lost contact shortly after. On January 7th, Yuzhou's second elite agent led a full team, armed with all branch anomaly gear, into the zone. Within 2 hours, 57 personnel went missing. Asterisk. Shen was seething. 60 lives. And they kept hiding it. I ought to strangle those Yuzhou idiots myself. Xiao Zhang pressed on. Compensation and housing silenced most evacuees. The branch chief still didn't report to HQ, instead hiring private anomaly mercenaries. Asterisk. On February 1st, a 13-man merc team entered Dongyu Street. They reached the building. Then their signals vanished instantly. Only then did HQ learn the truth. Deng Yuqi took over, her voice icy. HQ's solution? They want the Southwest 4 branches to handle this, before it becomes an international incident. Globally, Tier 4 anomalies were classified as worse than 8.0 earthquakes. If unresolved, foreign aid might intervene, with no regard for local casualties. Chun snarled. Like hell we'll let those vultures in. They nuked the whole block for containment. Deng Yuqi continued. HQ has secured the perimeter and is scanning the interior. We'll have fresh data soon. But here's the reality. We're next if this spreads. What's our move? The room erupted into debate, splitting into 2 factions. Let HQ clean their own mess. This was only China's second Tier 4 incident. The first had slaughtered 3 of the nation's top 5 agents. Rome City branch was under-equipped, ranking last nationally in resources. HQ's negligence caused this. They should fix it, scout the perimeter. If the anomaly expanded, Rome City would be ground zero. We need intel to prepare, even if we don't enter. But beneath the arguments, fear festered. Everyone remembered the first Tier 4 event, a biotech experiment gone wrong. 3 elite agents, armed to the teeth, had gone in. 2 died. 1 came back crippled. If HQ's best had barely survived, what hope did Rome City skeleton crew have? Deng Yuqi glanced at Shen Ge, expecting input from a rising star. Instead, crunch. Shen Ge was stealthily eating a braised egg, cheeks bulging like a chipmunk. The entire room fell silent, staring. Choking, Shen Ge gulped tea and blurted, totally agree. Bro, you weren't even listening. Deng Yuqi deadpanned. HQ's national conference starts in 2 hours. What's your take? Shen Ge shrugged. We're Yuzhou's neighbors. This'll land on us. So let's extort HQ for all they're worth first. Way to say the quiet part out loud. Genius. But Deng Yuqi's lips curled. When Rome and Yu branches were established, Yuzhou hogged 3 anomaly gears by claiming more elites. Now they want our help. They'll pay for it. Ma'am, you're the director. Don't let him corrupt you. Her stance was clear. No prep, no sacrifice. If HQ refused support, she'd station troops outside the danger zone, retreating mile by mile if the anomaly expanded. Let someone else die. Not my people. Shen Ge was impressed. She wasn't blindly preaching glory in death. Shen looked conflicted but stayed silent. At 8 a.m., the national conference began. As predicted, HQ pushed the crisis onto the Southwest 4 branches, demanding a joint task force. Then, Chief, if you're too senile to do your job, retire. This is your screw-up. Our branches are understaffed and under-equipped, and you expect us to fix it? Do it yourself, or get the hell out. Deng Yuqi's tirade echoed, live across every branch. Even Shen Ge gaped. Damn, boss. No chill. Was she trying to get fired? But the veterans just sighed. Because everyone knew. Deng Yuqi and the HQ chief share surname. Family. Yet they acted like mortal enemies. February 9th, 2028. You arrived at the designated location as agreed. The contact person carrying the anomaly energy equipment entered the special countermeasures department under your cover. Once inside, accomplices lurking outside deliberately caused chaos, throwing the base into disarray. Working from within, you successfully rescued the woman. Her name was Xiaomei. She seemed surprised to see you. After all, you had rejected her advances twice and refused to cooperate. When she learned you had sided with them for a pair of shoes, her demeanor shifted noticeably. Her gaze at you carried a hint of resentment. After the rescue, you returned to Rome City. Through conversations with the contact, you learned that this organization, named Sakura, was after the corpse of a 6th class anomaly stored at the Quanlong Mountain facility. You knew little about this entity, but Xiaomei had gathered substantial intelligence over the years. According to her intel, the 6th class anomaly at Quanlong Mountain possessed an ability suspected to be a signal-blocking anomaly space. Its designated trait was no exit, meaning anything that entered could never leave. This entity had been retrieved at the cost of the lives of Rome City's former Special Countermeasures Director and numerous agents. At this point, Shen Ge, who had been lying in bed reviewing the logs, suddenly sat bolt upright. Blocks all signals? No exit. Could it really be this much of a coincidence? Law continues. The 8th class anomaly domain in Takaguchi City, Japan, was still expanding. If left unchecked, it would soon bring about the sinking of Japan. Desperate, Japanese authorities had learned through various channels that Rome City had contained an anomaly capable of total blockade. Their plan was to harness this ability to create anomaly energy equipment that could isolate Takaguchi City and halt the domain spread. Xiaomei wanted to exploit your status as a special countermeasures agent to help them locate this anomaly's corpse. In return, they promised another piece of anomaly energy equipment. You pointed out that stealing a 6th class anomaly corpse would be difficult, and, as a citizen of China, aiding them would amount to treason. So you'd better make it worth my while. Typical future Shen Ge, still as shameless as ever. However, these logs revealed another critical detail. Was the 6th class anomaly no exit mentioned here the same entity currently wreaking havoc in Chongqing? Though Chongqing's incident was classified as 4th class, anomalies were notoriously hard to destroy. According to Li Xiang's research reports on the anomaly cat and anomaly rat, an anomaly's death was often a dormant state, hence why they were contained, not eliminated. Under the right conditions, they could reactivate. For example, the anomaly brain Unforgotten, currently contained at Rome City's branch, was only 1st class at capture. Yet the system had flagged its evolution into a 4th class entity within 4 years. This implied that no exit, now a 4th class entity in Chongqing, might have been contained by Deng Yuqi and other agents at great cost, only to mutate in a 6th class by 2028. Alternatively, no exit might have already evolved to 6th class during containment. After all, the incident originated in a pet market. Who knew what horrors lurked within that anomaly space? But regardless of its current state, the logs pointed to one inevitable outcome. Deng Yuqi would die. Shen Ge rubbed his temples. If he hadn't activated the system early, would Cheng Shangnian have survived the immobility incident? Or had his interference already altered her fate? Headache-inducing. He collapsed onto his bed, tossing a grenade absently while reviewing all logs since the system's activation on January 3rd. One glaring detail stood out. In the original timeline, where future Shen Ge's organization was absorbed by Rome City's branch, none of the names he now recognized appeared in the logs. Even more telling, when referring to Rome City's director, the system used he, not she. Deng Yuqi's death during the no-exit incident seemed all but certain. Yet, knowing her personality and her recent reactions, Shen Ge wasn't surprised she'd lead a team into that anomaly space. He stashed the grenade away. No use overthinking. If he wanted answers, the fastest way was to visit Dongyu Street. The system would identify the anomaly's traits on the spot. And this no-exit anomaly space? He was very, very interested. Shen Ge arrived at the operations department early and approached Section Chief Chun with a request. "I'd like to take a few days off. For tourism." Tourism. Chen's eyes darkened with barely suppressed fury. "Where exactly?" "Heard Chongqing hot pot tastes different from Rome cities. Thought I'd try it." Shen Ge replied flatly. Chen's anger evaporated, replaced by dawning realization and excitement. Though they'd only worked together for half a month, Chen knew Shen Ge was anything but ordinary. Even Feng Qingxiu, dubbed the Devil's Muscle Man, had grown through Chen's brutal training regimen. Yet Shen Ge, though often carried back to his dorm by Wang Han and Ma Chao after sessions, never once complained. "This pain is nothing. I've seen hell." At the time, Chen had thought it a joke. But after discussing Shen Ge with Deng Yuqi, he realized there was far more to this man. Deng Yuqi's judgment was impeccable. If she had fought to keep him in the department, he was no ordinary recruit. "Granted," Chen said finally. "Take as long as you need. Want a department jet?" "Sure, saves airfare." "Oh, and with things so dangerous these days, mind if I grab some gear?" "Purely for self-defense." "Approved." Chen would have stuffed equipment down his throat if necessary. Armed with Chen's authorization, Shen Ge looted the most advanced combat gear from the armory and a truckload of anomaly energy canisters from the tech division. Hey! Li Xiang chased him out aghast. "Robbing us blind while the director's away." Shen Ge tossed him a mental apple. "You've got free time. Study this." "I'm not Newton. Why would I?" "Wait, anomaly energy?" Li Xiang's detector screeched as black mist curled from the apple. "Since when do fruits mutate?" He sprinted back to the lab, forgetting all about the stolen canisters. After strapping 23 canisters to his body, the maximum without hindering movement, Shen Ge regretfully returned the rest. Then he boarded the department jet to Chongqing. The tense atmosphere was suffocating. Deng Yuqi and the others stood grim-faced before a flatline comms device, its unbroken tone a stark reminder of their failure. 30 minutes ago, elite agents from headquarters, including a veteran from Chen's era, had entered the anomaly space with a full squad. And, predictably, disaster struck. The entire team lost contact within seconds. It was like sending lemmings off a cliff, one after another vanishing, forcing headquarters to declare a Tier 1 combat alert. International anomaly organizations were monitoring the situation closely. If China failed to resolve this, global forces would bypass them and authorize a nuclear strike. Not an ideal scenario. Humanity might end itself before the anomalies got the chance. But with no intel from inside the anomaly space, were the missing agents dead or merely trapped? Options were dwindling. Nuclear weapons were starting to look like the only solution. As the command team debated helplessly, the thrum of helicopter blades cut through the tension. No reinforcements had been announced. Who was this? The squad watched as a fully armed figure disembarked and strode toward them. "Yo, everyone eaten yet?" Shen Ge greeted cheerfully. "Whose lunatic is this?" Deng Yuqi's expression twitched. "Shen Ge, what are you doing here?" "Saving the day." "Hold on." Without hesitation, he walked toward the military blockade. A agent from Guizhou frowned. "He's yours." Deng Yuqi nodded. "A rookie, but Chun endorses his skills. He might have a solution." The others exchanged skeptical glances. If veteran elites had failed, what could a rookie possibly do? Is he seriously just walking in? "Deng, aren't you stopping him?" "The guards are asking if they should intercept." "If Boss Deng isn't worried, why are you?" Shen Ge stopped 3 meters short of the boundary, standing motionless as the system blared. "Warning, host is approaching a 6-class anomaly nest. This area is under anomaly domain suppression. Entry at current capability will result in certain death, no escape, instant annihilation, doom inevitable. Evacuate immediately." The system was really flexing its vocabulary this time. This was bad, but also confirmed a 6-class entity, just like the logs predicted. Ignoring the alerts, Shen Ge unshouldered his cryo device and sprayed the anomaly space's edge. What's he doing? Trying to distort space. Is he actually going in? Suicidal. Deng, control your man. Deng Yuqi remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Whether it was confidence in Shen Ge or sheer resignation, no one could tell. Truthfully, she had no idea what this madman was doing either. But after a month of his antics, her heart had grown resilient. Finally, Shen Ge turned and marched back to the command tent. He slammed his rifle onto the table and dropped into a chair. Judging by your faces, things are dire. More agents lost. No volunteers left. Am I right? A Yunnan agent scowled. Kid, show some respect. Everyone here outranks you. Is acting cool illegal? Point me to the law. Shen Ge shrugged. I'm willing to cross that line right now. Are you? The man shut up. Deng Yuqi leaned in. Did you discover something? Shen Ge nodded. This anomaly energy is different. Unlike the invisible anomaly space at Hexing District, this one seems to block even spatial distortions from other anomalies. My guess? It's a maze. Those agents aren't dead, they're lost. No exit. A labyrinth with no way out. The old minister's face darkened with anger. He slammed the table and barked coldly. Shut your mouth. Deng Yuqi wasn't having any of it. She fired right back. Shut what mouth? Am I wrong? Are you blind or just pretending to be? 60-plus people from the Chongqing branch, plus 13 well-equipped foreign mercenaries. 80 in total. Went into the anomaly space and lost contact immediately. And now you want our Southwest Division 3 to organize another team to go in? If you want us dead, just line us up and shoot us. Why go through all this trouble? After all, this isn't the first time you've made a decision like this. Back then, you knew it was a suicide mission, but you still ordered people to march into the slaughterhouse one after another. Oh, and afterward, they had to take the blame for you too. Huh, for the greater good, for righteousness, sorry, but I don't have that kind of noble consciousness. The other two directors of the Southwest Division watched Deng Yuqi's fiery outburst, itching to chime in, but they lacked her boldness. In fact, within the entire Special Countermeasures Department, Deng Yuqi was the only one who dared speak to the old minister in such a tone. The old minister's face remained stormy. After a long silence, he finally managed. When did I say this was entirely your responsibility? Didn't I already state that headquarters would dispatch elite agents to assist and coordinate with you in resolving this Tier-4 Anomaly incident? If you have any demands, voice them. Headquarters will provide whatever support we can. Oh, then how about handing over 8 or 10 anomaly energy equipment pieces first? Deng Yuqi deadpanned, immediately demanding an exorbitant price. You. The old minister slammed the table again, this time genuinely furious. Do you have any idea how few anomaly energy equipment pieces exist nationwide? Should we just hand them all over to you? The branch will operate under Tier 1 combat readiness. After Captain Yu and Captain Feng depart for Chongqing, Captain Yu and Section Chief Chen will remain here to monitor anomaly incidents in Rong City. Section Chief Chen frowned. You're going to Chongqing yourself? Lin Yin's mission can't afford setbacks. Recalling her would mean wasting 2 years of preparation. I may be the branch director, but I'm also an elite agent. I have the authority to handle anomaly incidents, Deng Yuqi replied. Oh, that'd be perfect. When can we pick them up? If you really give us 10 pieces, I'll personally go into Dongyu Street and settle this mess for you. Deng Yuqi shot back defiantly. You. The old minister was so enraged, he couldn't even form words. Shen Ge glanced at Deng Yuqi in surprise. He didn't understand why she was so worked up over headquarters affairs. It was a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Clearly, there was history here. That said, regarding the issue of anomaly energy equipment, it wasn't entirely fair to accuse headquarters of being stingy or withholding resources in the face of such a major crisis. Before this year, anomaly incidents had been rare, occurring maybe once a year. Take the Rong City branch, for example. It had only been established a few years ago, and before Shen Ge joined, they had only dealt with 6 anomaly incidents in total. Anomaly energy equipment was crafted from the corpses of anomalies. 6 incidents meant, at most, 6 anomaly corpses, some of which were damaged in combat or consumed in research. So, while there might have been 6 corpses, the actual number of successfully crafted equipment pieces was likely fewer. And that wasn't even accounting for enigmatic anomalies like the anomaly brain, which defied all research efforts. As others began chastising Deng Yuqi for her insubordination and lack of respect, she scoffed. When asked who would take the lead in handling this earlier, you all clammed up like mute fish. Funny how talkative you are now. If you want to lecture me on tradition, how about showing some love for the younger generation too? Our Rome City branch is barely a few years old and the weakest among all divisions. Shouldn't you esteemed seniors step up instead? The moment she said this, the seniors who had been criticizing her immediately fell silent. No one wanted to risk being volunteered for the Tier-4 Anomaly mission. Pathetic, Deng Yuqi muttered coldly before sitting back down. Headquarters wanted to dump the Tier-4 Anomaly incident on Southwest Division 3, but the 3 divisions refused to take the bait. Meanwhile, the other branches were too worried about diverting resources from their own territories. Unsurprisingly, the meeting ended without resolution. Finally, the old minister slammed the table and declared that headquarters would dispatch elite agents with anomaly energy equipment to handle the Chongqing incident. The video conference ended, and the meeting room fell into silence. Everyone could sense Deng Yuqi's lingering fury, and no one wanted to provoke her further. After a few minutes, Deng Yuqi spoke. Operations team, draft a reconnaissance plan. Captain Feng, you and you will lead a team to scout the perimeter of Dongyu Street. Stay outside the restricted zone. I want intel on the anomaly space's expansion speed, range, and direction ASAP. Understood. Feng Qingxiu stood and acknowledged the order. Deng Yuqi continued. Xiao Zhang, contact Lin Yin. If her mission hasn't made progress, recall her immediately. Roger. Wait, no. Hold off on recalling Lin Yin for now. Deng Yuqi reconsidered, then addressed the room. You're the director of Rome City branch. If you go, it'll look like our branch has no one else capable. Absolutely not. Section Chief Chun argued, then glanced at Shen Ge, who was leaning on the conference table, idly arranging eggshells into a smiley face. Noticing the stares, Shen Ge looked up and said calmly, why is everyone looking at me? I'm just a rookie. A city-level disaster like this shouldn't fall on a newbie, right? Honestly, Director, unless you're planning to take full responsibility, going there just means playing second fiddle to headquarters agents. From what I know, it's been 5 years since the last Tier-4 incident, back when Rome City branch didn't even exist. Back then, anomaly incidents weren't as frequent as they are now. But the truth is, the increasing frequency hasn't made people take them more seriously. Instead, their success against lower-tier anomalies has made them overconfident. They actually think Southwest Division 3's meager manpower and equipment can casually handle a Tier-4 incident. What a waste of those 80-plus lives. That said, Shen Ge might have misunderstood headquarters' stance. Given the scarcity of anomaly energy equipment, it was clear that before his system awakened, anomaly incidents had been rare. The Special Countermeasures Department, perpetually on standby, simply lacked experience dealing with crises of this scale, especially for a Tier-4 incident capable of wiping out an entire city. The department had only encountered one before, and that was a self-inflicted lab accident. Shen Ge smirked derisively and added, if they truly took this seriously, they'd mobilize elite agents and anomaly energy equipment from every branch nationwide, just like they did for the first anomaly incident. Then maybe fewer lives would be lost. Ultimately, this mess will still land in Southwest Division 3's lap. But let me make this clear, if they want our help, fine. They'd better hand over a list of anomaly energy equipment, at least 3 pieces, plus post-mission rights to the anomaly's corpse. Section Chief Chun said gravely, Xiao Shun, that's not the right attitude. This is an anomaly incident on our soil. The Chongqing branch director might be irresponsible, but we can't afford to be. As elite agents, we have a duty. No problem. I'm not refusing to go. But shouldn't they provide support? The Chongqing branch was established around the same time as ours, and they had more anomaly energy equipment. And now, two elite agents missing in action. They want us to take responsibility, but won't offer resources? Since when does the world work that way? Shen Ge retorted. Still, Section Chief Chun wanted to persuade him further, but Deng Yuqi cut in. She knew Shen Ge well. He wasn't entirely self-serving, but if you wanted him to act, you had to align with his principles. This incident was far more complicated than it appeared. The higher-ups had made a grave misjudgment, hoping to resolve the anomaly incident flawlessly while conserving strength to counter potential interference from the U.S. But in anomaly incidents, there was no such thing as flawless. Deng Yuqi was equally frustrated with headquarters decisions, but politics were beyond her control as a branch director from a remote region. As Shen Ge had said, if headquarters acted decisively, Rome City branch would cooperate fully. But if they tried to dump the problem on them while holding back resources, then they couldn't blame the branch for half-hearted efforts. The meeting ended on a sour note. Shen Ge, however, remained unfazed. Unlike the others, he had eaten his fill during the meeting. And, as soon as Shen Ge finished speaking, the other agents erupted into a flurry of questions, throwing the scene into chaos. Seriously? It can block spatial distortion? How do you know so much? What else do you know? This ghost energy, no one could wrap their heads around it. How could this young man deduce so much about the ghost space at a glance, when even veteran agents had spent days researching it without results? But if what he said was true, then he certainly had the right to act so arrogantly. At that moment, a single thought crossed many minds. Just how capable is Deng Yuqi? First, she recruited a freak like Lin Yin, and now this guy pops up out of nowhere. Many had assumed Deng Yuqi would send Lin Yin to handle this incident. Who would have guessed that, aside from the ace, she had another hidden wild card up her sleeve? The Rong City branch really has some tricks up their sleeves. Just as everyone expected Shen Ge to keep up his arrogant act, chest puffed out, ready to take charge, he instead spoke in a detached tone. Hold off on the other questions for now. I might have a way to resolve this supernatural incident. At the very least, I could find a method to help you establish contact with those trapped inside. But before that, let's talk price. Write down all the ghost energy equipment you can spare, and let me pick 3. Then we'll discuss the rest. The moment these words left his mouth, the command center fell dead silent. Aside from Deng Yuqi, everyone stared at him as if he were insane. Who the hell do you think you are? This arrogant? You're already negotiating payment before even solving the problem? Deng Yuqi frowned. She couldn't quite figure Shen Ge out. He usually adopted an attitude of not my problem, not my concern, only dealing with supernatural incidents when they piqued his interest. She had assumed that to get him to take action willingly, she'd at least have to enter the ghost space herself and bring back critical intel. But now, he had come here on his own. Facing the furious crowd, Shen Ge remained unbothered. After letting them vent their frustrations, he calmly continued. All right, let me break it down for you. Everyone froze. Break it down? Before they could react, Shen Ge really did start calculating. First tallying the cost of training a single soldier, then an elite agent, followed by the expenses from R&D to production for a single piece of ghost energy equipment. Right now, nearly 100 people are trapped in that ghost space. Asking for 3 pieces of ghost energy equipment isn't excessive, is it? Oh, and just to be clear, I'm taking them, not borrowing. Don't think you can ask for them back after the problem's solved. His tone carried unwavering confidence, as though he truly had a solution. While others continued to berate him, Deng Yuqi pondered for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll negotiate with HQ. Seventh Sister, are you serious? You're really going along with your subordinate's madness? He's clearly unhinged. Don't follow him down this path. Yeah, don't pick another fight with the old man over this. Despite their protests, Deng Yuqi remained unmoved. She picked up the phone, contacted HQ, explained the situation, and made the request for 3 pieces of ghost energy equipment. While this 4th-tier supernatural incident had swallowed quite a few ghost energy devices, The truth was that the entire nation didn't have many to begin with, barely over 20, many of which were still in the prototype phase. Ghost energy equipment was like the nuclear weapons of a new era. Due to their unique capabilities, they weren't just invaluable against supernatural threats. They also served as a deterrent against other nations' anti-supernatural organizations. This was precisely why HQ was so intent on conserving resources. This incident was, after all, a localized problem. But if they lost leverage against, say, the U.S., it could escalate into an international crisis. Even the slightest risk of that was something the higher-ups wanted to avoid at all costs. However, Shen Ge had a point. Due to HQ's misjudgment, the repeated failed rescue attempts had already cost the Special Response Department dearly. Aside from the Southwest 3rd Division, no one else was willing to get involved in this mess anytime soon. Shen Ge had chosen the perfect moment to step in. He did have bargaining power. Soon, HQ responded. They agreed to provide Shen Ge with a list of all available ghost energy equipment in the country and let him pick 3. But there was a condition. He had to resolve the supernatural incident first. Otherwise, not only would the equipment be reclaimed, but Rome City Branch would also have to compensate with 2 of their own ghost energy devices. Shen Ge couldn't care less. After all, he planned to bring his ghost gloves and freezing device into the ghost space with him. If he died in there, those 2 pieces of equipment would be lost anyway. If anyone wants them, they're welcome to go in and retrieve them. The reason Shen Ge was so confident in resolving this incident was the log. According to it, Deng Yuqi had eventually succeeded in dealing with no exit, meaning a solution did exist. If she could pull it off, then with his 3 major traits, ghost energy equipment, and ghost domain, there was no way he wouldn't make it out. If I still fail, then there's no point waiting 4 years for the apocalypse. I might as well lie down and die now, save some food in the process. 10 minutes later, Shen Ge received the list from HQ. Scanning the array of ghost energy equipment, his focus was on countering no exit. First, he needed gear that wouldn't hinder his mobility or clash with his existing equipment. Second, since no exit only allowed entry, not escape, he needed something akin to an intangible ghost domain, something that could create an opening, even if he couldn't fully dismantle the barrier. The first item Shen Ge picked was the bulletproof vest he had jokingly referred to as indestructible when extracting the unbreakable trait from the butcher's cleaver. However, this vest wasn't called indestructible. Instead, it was a skin suit crafted from the hide of a self-regenerating supernatural entity. Its trait was rapid healing. When a bullet struck the suit, the resulting hole would quickly close, effectively blocking the projectile. It could stop bullets to an extent. Against high-powered rifles, it struggled, but against handguns or melee weapons, the healing speed was sufficient. The second piece of equipment was a pair of leather shoes, also made from the hide of a low-tier supernatural entity. They enhanced the wearer's jumping ability. An average person might jump 1 meter at best, but with the ghost shoe's energy, clearing 3 to 5 meters was effortless. The third item was a grenade-sized stomach. When thrown, it could expand into a massive maw, swallowing anything from a chicken to a cow whole. It would then secrete a stomach acid-like substance to dissolve its prey. 2 of the 3 items weren't on site and had to be transported from other branches. As a result, it wasn't until evening that Shen Ge finally received them. Meanwhile, the command center had spent the afternoon drafting a new operation plan. Given past experiences, sending in more people would just be a waste. Since Shen Ge had refused a combat team, the Yunnan branch proposed sending 3 technicians with him to attempt setting up a signal tower inside the ghost space. First, to establish contact with the outside. Second, to enable coordination between the trapped elite agents and soldiers. According to Shen Ge, those who had entered earlier weren't dead, just lost. If communication could be established, they might still work together. More hands meant a better chance of breaking the ghost space. Shen Ge had no objections. His target was the 4th-tier supernatural entity, No Exit, on the 18th floor of the Ghost Energy Building, a space that blocked all escape. He had no intention of letting the Special Response Department, or those supernatural mercenaries, get their hands on that ability. While Yunnan provided technicians and equipment, the Guizhou branch wasn't idle either. They brought out their trump card, Ghost Energy Protective Suits. The Special Response Department's standard suits could prevent excessive ghost energy absorption, but Guizhou's version went further. Not only did they shield against ghost energy, they could also absorb and store it, serving as a power source for ghost energy equipment. In other words, they were portable ghost energy canisters. Shen Ge's biggest headache was his limited mental energy reserves, which was why he currently carried 23 ghost energy canisters. With these suits, though their storage capacity was only about 130% of a first-tier supernatural entity's energy, and absorption took nearly 10 hours, this was still a major upgrade. Since this was likely a prolonged operation, with no telling how long they'd be stuck inside, recharging 2 canisters a day was already a significant advantage. Shen Ge immediately took one. After putting it on, he and the 3 technicians emerged from Guizhou's airlifted ghost energy container. He kept shooting Deng Yuqi meaningful glances, urging her to find a way to acquire one of these suits for their branch. Unfortunately, Deng Yuqi couldn't see his expression beneath the helmet. At the edge of the restricted zone, before the eerie spatial anomaly. "Hey!" Deng Yuqi called out to Shen Ge, who was about to enter the anomaly with 3 technicians. Shen Ge turned to look at her. "Come back alive," Deng Yuqi said seriously. Shen Ge replied, "If I come back alive, can I get a month off?" "Fine. Paid leave. Generous." Shen Ge gave her a thumbs up, then walked to the entrance of the anomaly. Before stepping in, he glanced back at Deng Yuqi and added, "If I lose contact after entering, buy me 30 days. If there's no response after that, do whatever you need to. But try not to send more people in before then. No need for extra casualties." The moment Shen Ge said this, the other agents standing behind Deng Yuqi nearly lost their composure. "Bro, have you considered that you might be the one walking into certain doom right now? Where do you even get the confidence to say that about others?" "Come back alive," Deng Yuqi repeated with a nod. Right now, all she could do was trust Shen Ge, trust that he could resolve this level 4 supernatural event. The anomaly they were dealing with was unusual. Unlike typical spatial distortions that required specific methods to breach, this one was more like an open invitation. Easy to enter, impossible to leave. No special preparations were needed. All Shen Ge and the others had to do was step inside. Unlike Shen Ge, the 3 technicians weren't quite as nonchalant, though they were prepared to sacrifice themselves as soldiers. Facing a space that consumed people still unnerved them. Before they could fully brace themselves, Shen Ge strode straight in without hesitation, leaving them no time to hesitate. "Hey!" The 3 technicians hurriedly followed. Given the unpredictable nature of these anomalies, even if they entered together, there was no guarantee they'd end up in the same place. Each technician carried equipment to set up a signal relay station. As expected, the 4 of them appeared in different locations upon entering. A parking lot. Shen Ge swept his rifle-mounted tactical flashlight around, revealing a dark, oppressive underground parking structure. But it wasn't quite a parking lot, more like an emptied-out office building, though the architecture was unlike any normal office. "Hey, Director? Boss, can anyone outside hear me?" Shen Ge tried contacting Deng Yuqi and the others via comms, but there was no response. Next, he attempted to reach the 3 technicians using the special communicator provided by the Dianzhou division. Still nothing. He had expected this outcome. Tap, tap, tap. A faint, rhythmic tapping echoed from ahead. Shen Ge aimed his flashlight down the seemingly endless corridor, but saw nothing. Suddenly, with a mechanical hum, rows of fluorescent lights flickered on overhead, illuminating the parking structure in a sterile white glow. Yet, despite the brightness, the space remained eerily hazy, as if obscured by an unseen fog. Then, for a fleeting moment, Shen Ge glimpsed a towering figure at the far end, so tall its head nearly brushed the ceiling, easily 2 or 3 meters in height. Something that tall, in a place like this? Definitely not human. He checked through his rifle's thermal scope. No heat signatures. When he looked back with his naked eye, the shadow was gone. Rifle at the ready, Shen Ge advanced cautiously. The silence was suffocating, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Further ahead, he noticed deep scratches covering the walls, like tally marks, methodically etched over and over. What is this? A count? Could it be those mercenaries from the ghost hunters? That was his first thought. Mainlanders usually tallied with the character, not random slashes like this. Shen Ge moved on. After walking for nearly half an hour, he found no exit, no branching paths, just an endless stretch of corridor. Then, faint voices reached his ears. One in particular stood out, one of the technicians who had entered with him. He stopped, scanning the area, but saw no one. The voices lingered like whispers right beside him. If he closed his eyes, it was as if they were standing there, talking. Frowning, Shen Ge pressed forward. Suddenly, his vision blurred. For a split second, he saw the three technicians ahead of him. Hey, stop! Click! He raised his rifle and fired a warning shot at the ground near one of them. Stop! Hey! They didn't react, continuing their conversation as they walked. Then, in another disorienting flash, they vanished, as if they had never been there at all. Hallucinations weren't uncommon in these anomalies. But something fell off. Shen Ge had distinctly heard them discussing the signal relay station, meaning the three might have actually regrouped and were attempting their mission. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge stood still, raised his right hand, and aimed his palm at the ceiling. Invisible domain, collapse. The space around him warped, turning translucent. Above, the ceiling cracked like shattering glass. With a leap enhanced by his supernatural gear, the ghost shoes, he vaulted through the collapsing breach into the floor above. Release. Once his domain dissipated, Shen Ge surveyed his new surroundings. The layout was similar to the floor below, but with more twists and turns. An office building? Unlikely. No landlord would design something so unnervingly oppressive. Rifle in hand, he continued exploring, only to loop back to his starting point within half an hour. This floor had more branching paths, but no matter which direction he took, he always ended up where he began. Ahead, a rusted chair sat in the middle of the empty hallway. Shen Ge righted it and took a seat. 3 hours in, and aside from the maze-like corridors, he hadn't encountered a single person, or even a supernatural entity. After a brief pause, he expanded his domain again, shattered the ceiling, and leaped upward, only to find himself back in the original parking structure. The wall covered in tally marks stared back at him. Was this left by someone who kept looping back and marked it each time? Shen Ge counted over 400 slashes. Assuming each loop took hours, this was likely left by one of the earlier teams, possibly the mercenaries. Either way, staying trapped here wasn't an option. If you won't let me out, I'll just have to make my own exit. Shen Ge pulled the pin on a fragmentation grenade and tossed it forward. Boom! The explosion rocked the structure, blasting a chunk out of a nearby pillar. But then, something horrifying happened. Black liquid oozed from the damaged stone. Shen Ge gripped the cleaver unbreakable and slashed down, severing the head of the blood-robed ghoul hound, a grotesque, candle-like mass of melting black magma. But the severed head didn't fall. Instead, thick black blood stretched like sinews from the wound, suspending the head midair in a horrifying, nauseating display. One strike wasn't enough? No problem. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Shen Ge transformed into a butcher, hacking at the ghoul hound's head with relentless fury. Meanwhile, the red ghoul attached to the hound's body sensed danger and lunged at him, its maw gaping wide. While his right hand kept chopping, Shen Ge reached into his pocket with his left and hurled a fist-sized lump of flesh, his pokeball. The ghoul's stomach. The ghoul's stomach swelled midair, swallowing the blood-robed ghoul whole before thudding to the ground, bloated to roughly a meter in diameter. The ghoul thrashed and sighed, distorting the stomach into a spiky sea urchin shape, but it never broke free. As time passed, the stomach shrank from a meter-wide bulge to the size of a basketball. The ghoul was being digested. Meanwhile, under Shen Ge's frenzied, random wind cleaver technique, the ghoul hound's head finally rolled to the ground. Host has successfully slain a Tier 1 ghoul. Reward, 50 system points. 2 ghouls eliminated in under 2 minutes. Fang Mingwei stood frozen in shock. She had already braced herself for a heroic last stand. Facing 2 Tier 1 ghouls in her current state, in this environment, survival was nearly impossible. Her only goal had been to buy time, to let as many survivors escape as possible. And then this man appeared, slaughtering 1 ghoul with a few swings of his cleaver, then devouring the other with his ghoul's stomach. The feeling of being dragged back from the brink of death, of hope surging where none had existed, left her momentarily dazed. By the time she regained her senses, Shen Ge was standing before her. His yellow ghoul energy protective suit was familiar. She'd seen it in research files from the Yunnan branch. The ghoul's stomach was even more recognizable. It belonged to Go Deki, an agent from the capital. Go Deki, true to his name, Dog Virtue, was a cowardly, lazy man who shirked duties and avoided danger at all costs. When news of the Tier-4 ghoul incident in Chongqing broke, he'd immediately taken a month's leave. Fang Mingwei had no idea why such deadweight was kept in the Special Response Division, but as a junior agent, she couldn't openly criticize a senior. Was this man Go Deki? Her gaze shifted to Shen Ge, who nudged the ghoul's stomach with his foot and grumbled, "Hey, can't you digest faster? A measly pound of blood pudding, and you're taking this long? You need some Jinli brand digestive pills or something." Ignoring the bizarre comment, Fang Mingwen noted that his voice, deep and smooth, was nothing like Go Deki's rasp, and he sounded much younger than 40. "Thank you for saving me. Without you, I'd be dead." "Are you from the Yunnan branch?" she asked. "Nope. Rome City branch," Shen Ge replied. Fang Mingwei blinked. "You're Shen Ge." "Huh. You know me." He seemed surprised. Elite agents have access to personnel files for cross-branch coordination. Before this mission, I reviewed the Southwest Division's records. Rome City has 4 agents. I've met the other 3. She'd been impressed when she first read his file. An ordinary civilian with no training, yet he'd resolved multiple ghoul incidents immediately after joining. That wasn't something just anyone could do. And now, after months trapped in this ghoul-infested nightmare, he'd pulled her from the abyss. For the first time, she felt hope. Respect and gratitude welled up in her. "Oh," Shen Ge nodded. "Are you here as backup? How many entered? Any way to communicate? This incident is far more complicated than we thought." "I'm not backup. I'm here to end this incident." "Are you from Chongqing branch or HQ?" "HQ." She didn't see the difference between backup and ending the incident, but answered anyway. Still, his confidence struck her. This wasn't just any ghoul incident, it was Tier 4. Even a legendary old, he wouldn't dare claim he could resolve it so casually. So you're one of the 3 overconfident HQ agents who waltzed in and immediately lost contact 2 days ago." The bluntness stung, but she couldn't deny it. Honesty hurt the most. "From the outside, it's only been 2 days. I've been trapped here for months. Time flows differently here. Some of the earliest Chongqing branch soldiers have been here 3 months, others nearly half a year." Shen Ge frowned. "Makes sense. Explains the buildings that look decades abandoned." "You're not surprised? Why would I be? Ghoul abilities are all over the place. I've seen one that turned half a building invisible. Time distortion's no big deal, just like the hyperbolic time chamber. If I trained here for 10 years, wouldn't I be invincible when I got out?" Fang Mingwei admired his strength and owed him her life, but his train of thought was unique. While others focused on escaping, he pondered grinding for a decade to become OP. Your plan might hit a snag. Accelerated time means most foods rotted. You'd starve before getting strong. I can handle hunger. But forget that. Shouldn't you go shut up the weepers in there? Keep this up, and more ghouls will come. He glanced at the dark room behind her, where muffled sobs echoed, creepier than any ghoul. Fang Mingwei snapped back to reality. The noise had drawn the ghouls earlier. She hurried inside to quiet the survivors. Shen Ge sent her away to deal with the ghoul corpses. Once she was gone, he sold the ghoul hound's remains, then retrieved the ghoul's stomach, now containing only half a bowl of digested blood pudding. Sell Tier 1 Ghoul Corpse. Reward, 200 system points. 2 Tier 1 ghouls slain and sold, another 500 points. His joke about training for 10 years wasn't entirely a joke. If possible, he'd gladly grind here for a decade. A man must endure solitude. Given a chance, everyone could be the sword god of 10 Mile Slope. Agent Shen, what's your next? Wait, where's the ghoul corpse? Fong Mingwei returned after calming the survivors, only to find the bodies gone. Too smelly. Tossed it downstairs. Her eyebrow twitched. That fast. Something fell off, but she let it go. So what's the plan? Find a Tier 4 ghoul, kill it, then go home and take a vacation. His casual tone made it sound like taking out the trash, not a Tier 4 catastrophe. But bringing these people along to hunt a Tier 4 ghoul. Bring them? No, I'm not even bringing you. You just slow me down. She flushed. Harsh, but not entirely wrong. This guy was strong, but his mouth was toxic. Agent Shun, I admit you're strong, but I'm an elite too. I've handled 2 ghoul incidents. I won't hold you back. Really? Then why were you ready to die fighting 2 Tier 1 ghouls? Do you even remember your mission? He had no intention of babysitting. The best way to shake her off was to crush her resolve. Fong Mingwei stiffened. Mission? Enter the ghoul space. Eliminate the Tier 4 ghoul. In the incident. But there are survivors. I can't just abandon them. If you were truly elite, you'd have taught them how to hide, then left to complete the mission. Solve the incident, and they're saved. Not cower here, delaying the inevitable. I wasn't cowering. I was protecting them, she snapped. She could admit her weakness, but she'd fought. How dare he call her coward? To me, hiding here is cowardice. Let's do the math. Say you save 100 people. If the incident isn't resolved, they'll die anyway. If it spreads from Dongyu village to all of Chongqing, how many will die then? Honestly, I heard the screams and got here early. I wasn't going to intervene. My mission isn't rescue. It's ending this. My report won't even mention you. On paper, missing and dead are the same. Your stupid sacrifice reminded me of the brave soldiers in my branch. Killing 2 Tier 1 ghouls wasn't a risk. But if those loudmouths attract more, I'm gone. Fong Mingyue's actions reminded him of Feng Xiuxiu and the soldier who died saving civilians during the invisible ghoul incident. Shen Ge wouldn't throw himself in front of civilians, but he couldn't watch these soldiers die either. Otherwise, he'd have stayed invisible and left. But the survivors' entitlement, acting like the dead soldiers owed them, disgusted him. Whoever wants to save them can go ahead. Not me, but an elite agent abandoning her mission to play hero? Who do you think you are? Is this what the uniform stands for? If you can't do the job, quit. The country's got plenty of people who can. She wanted to argue, but his words struck a nerve. An elite's duty was the mission. But was saving people wrong? Yet part of her knew he was right. Her sacrifice would only delay the inevitable. Until the incident was resolved, more would die. Your call. I'm out. Shen Ge turned and walked away. Wait. She reached out, but words failed her. As his figure vanished downstairs, she sighed and returned to the survivors. Only 6 remained of the original group. Officer Fong. Where's the other officer? Someone asked. Yeah, he killed that monster with a cleaver. He's strong. He can protect us, right? Where'd he go? He left. Left? He's just leaving us. I heard you two arguing. Did you chase him away? You should have begged him to save us. Exactly. You're an officer. Your job is to protect us. Ugh, can't rely on women in times like this. Maybe we should go find him. The group turned on Fong Mingwei, blaming her for driving away their savior. Their words chilled her to the bone. After leaving the decrepit building, Shen Ge maintained his invisible state for a distance, ensuring no stragglers followed him before revealing himself. His conversation with Fong Mingwei had yielded valuable intel, one of the reasons he'd saved her. Having survived in the ghoul space longer than him, she clearly had skills and information. Despite their ideological clash, she'd shared what she knew. Time and space distortions? Shen Ge had already suspected as much. Confirmed by Fong Mingwei, he now understood the situation better. No matter how the ghoul space twisted, its core remained the same, trapping intruders in its labyrinth. And according to Chongqing Branch's intel, their initial target, the quirky little thing, had never been contained. Thus, Shen Ge faced two major challenges: surviving in this resource-starved, warped space. The sheer number of ghouls. Fang Mingyue claimed there were at least hundreds of ghouls here. Given the pet market's population, that wasn't surprising. In short, one Tier 4 ghoul, one Tier 2 ghoul, 100 plus Tier 1 ghouls. And that didn't include those still mutating or evolving. Is the time-space chaos due to multiple overlapping ghoul spaces? If so, the core, no exit, should be at the center. Do I have to fight my way layer by layer? The thought gave him a headache. But rather than avoiding ghouls, Shen Ge saw an opportunity: farming system points. The escalating frequency of ghoul incidents, from once every few years to monthly, now to hundreds in one space, explained why the world had collapsed so quickly in 3 years. As for resources, the system shop, usually underwhelming, now shown as a true apocalypse store. With an infinite supply at his back, Shen Ge could grind here indefinitely if the landlord allowed it. Fang Mingyue's ideals, like Feng Xiuxiu's, made her an unsuitable teammate. Hesitation in this place was fatal. Her refusal to abandon the survivors proved her resolve. Cold as it was, Shen Ge respected that. But he'd only save her once. Her nature guaranteed she'd keep risking herself. Hope you make it out alive. Walking the empty streets, Shen Ge reflected. As a civilian, he wished for more people like her. But as an elite agent, ruthless pragmatism was key. Ghouls didn't grant second chances. A moment's hesitation meant death. Asterisk. Is the surge of low-tier ghouls tied to the Tier 4 no exit? Did its ghoul energy accelerate mutations? Asterisk. Testing the theory was simple. Expose animals to high-tier ghoul energy and observe. He'd relay this to Li Xiang later. Warning. Host is in a zone of Tier 6 ghoul corruption. A high-tier ghoul has locked onto you. Flee immediately. High-tier ghoul? For once, the system was useful. Shen Ge activated Invisible, slowed his pace, and listened. The eerie crimson moon provided no light, only deepening the shadows. 20 meters ahead, a wet gulping sound echoed. Rounding a corner, he froze. Before him stood a ghoul. Asterisk 3-4 meters tall, 6 to 7 meters long asterisk. Its grotesque form unmistakable. That's the cute little thing from a briefing? The Chongqing Branch's Teddy Ghoul had grown into a monster. Teddy? More like Tyson. This was the largest ghoul he'd ever seen. Had it evolved to Tier 3? Nope. Bye. Shen Ge turned and left. His explosives were spent. His options were rifle spray or melee. Neither appealed. Ghoul hounds could smell life, but couldn't see invisible targets. Without visuals, they wouldn't lunge at air. 20 minutes later, the system warned him again. Another one? No, he'd loop back to the same intersection. The massive ghoul hound sat ahead, drooling thick, reeking blood. Its head twitched toward empty space, tracking unseen movements. Shen Ge activated silent and crept closer. Deprived of sound, the hound's reaction slowed. He raised his rifle and fired. Rat-tat-tat. The hound roared, spewing a flood of molten blood. Shen Ge dodged, but the attack confirmed his fears. Against even a potential Tier 3 ghoul, guns were nearly useless. No wonder high-tier ghouls could tank nukes. Thankfully, the system let him harvest traits early. Without it, fighting evolved ghouls would be suicide. No wonder my future self needed a squad wipe to beat Silent. The enraged hound flailed blindly, spewing blood lava in all directions. Shen Ge, long gone, watched from a safe distance. After restoring energy with ghoul cans, 17 left, 1,700% total. He circled back, confirming the area was inescapable. Giving up, he found a derelict building, cleared it, and rested. 12 hours in, exhaustion set in. Pre-mission, he packed light. A few crackers, water, and no food. Time to test his luck. System, don't fail me now. I need instant noodles. First spin. G4 Grenade, X3. Fine. Second spin. Molotov Cocktail, X10. Acceptable. Third spin. M134 minigun plus 1,000 rounds. You have to be kidding me. Fourth spin. Flashbang X3. God damn it. Fifth spin. Ghoul Eye trait. Unseen. A squishy green eyeball, like a cat's but disgustingly moist, plopped into his hand. Seriously? I beg for noodles. You give me this? But how did it work? Unseen implied blindness, yet eyes were for seeing. Experimentally, he stuck it to the wall. Squelch. The eye blinked, swiveled, and locked onto him. The wall itself seemed to watch him. Adhesive activation. Peeling it off, he hesitated, then slapped it onto his arm. Same result. The eye blinked, looked around, and stared. Skin contact required. Gritting his teeth, he pressed it to his forehead. Instantly, darkness. Not just blindness, his entire world vanished. Even the flashlight in his hand became imperceptible. Sigh. Just Tier 2? When Shen Ge heard the system's notification, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had assumed the mutated hound's massive size meant it was already Tier 3, but it turned out it was still in the process of evolving. Should I have waited longer? No, that wouldn't have worked either. Even an assault rifle was useless against it now. If it had fully evolved into a Tier 3 entity, not even a minigun or explosives would have made a difference. At that point, he'd have been truly helpless. Extract. Reward draw in progress. Draw successful. Obtained. Mental Apple X1, F grade. A mental apple? Any draw that landed, this was pure profit. Sell the Tier 2 anomalous corpse? Price, 500 system points. Sell. Between the kill reward and the sale, 600 system points were added to his balance. Shen Ge's total points returned to 3,621, but considering the cost, frag grenades, high explosive charges, 20 Molotov cocktails, the minigun, and its grenade launcher, it all added up to 600 points in expenses. In the end, taking down a Tier 2 anomaly left him breaking even. Still, with the hound dead, this anomalous space should be affected. There's no way we're still trapped here, right? With that thought, Shen Ge gathered his gear and pressed forward. Since he had already walked this stretch 3 or 4 times, he was familiar with the surrounding buildings. When he reached the repeating point again, he continued onward, this time successfully passing through the district and entering a new area. Compared to the previous district, this one hadn't been abandoned as long. If the last area looked like it had been deserted for a decade or two, this one seemed like it had only been empty for less than 10 years. Given the chaotic distortions of space and time here, Shen Ge suspected that time flowed differently in different sections of this place. After walking a bit further, he spotted a faint glow of firelight coming from a 2-story building up ahead. Activating invisibility, he approached the structure. The right side of the building had partially collapsed, as if rammed by a heavy truck, and half the ceiling was gone, leaving it open to the sky like a giant skylight. Inside, 3 figures in dark camouflage sat around a campfire, roasting chunks of meat on a spit. Nearby, in a corner, lay a black uniform from the Special Response Division, next to a corpse so mutilated it was unrecognizable. The 3 by the fire spoke in English. Though Shen Ge couldn't understand them, their tone made it clear they were complaining about something. Mercenaries hired for anomaly suppression. He noted that their combat gear was different from the Special Response Divisions, more advanced and specialized. His gaze shifted between the meat on the spit and the mangled corpse in the corner. His expression darkened as he pulled out an F1 fragmentation grenade, infused it with psychic energy to activate silent mode, and tossed it inside. The grenade rolled into the building without a sound, coming to rest behind the man sitting with his back to the window. Then, boom, the closest man was blown off his feet, killed instantly. The other 2 were caught in the blast to varying degrees, shrapnel piercing one's bulletproof vest, sending blood gushing out. The least injured of the 3, a buzz-cut blonde Caucasian, scrambled up, cursing loudly as he rushed to check on his companions, shouting something while trying to staunch the bleeding. The other one? He died peacefully. The explosion had been so sudden that the blonde man initially thought they'd been ambushed by an anomaly. As he desperately tried first aid on his bleeding comrade, he suddenly felt a cold press against the back of his neck. A figure had materialized out of thin air, holding a gun to his spine. And $% dollar hashtag at. The blonde babbled frantically in English. Shen Ge's English wasn't terrible. He could probably score around 100 on a high school exam. The only issue was that he couldn't actually understand what foreigners were saying. Speak Chinese, Shen Ge growled. The blonde cautiously raised his hands in surrender, struggling to form words in broken Mandarin. Your side's hired help. Mercenary. Friend. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Friend. Despite the mangled delivery, Shen Ge got the gist. The man was desperately insisting they were allies hired by the Special Response Division and begging not to be shot. How many of you came in? Where are the others? Shen Ge demanded. The blonde stammered out an answer after a long pause. The details matched the intel from the Chongqing branch. A team of 13 mercenaries, 2 anti-anomaly specialists, and 11 veteran soldiers. But just like the Special Response Division operatives, they had all been separated upon entering the anomalous space. Worse, they had been trapped here far longer than Feng Mingwei, some for months. Strangest of all, though all 13 had entered at the same time, some had only been inside for a month, while others had been stuck for half a year. Yet more proof that time moved differently in different zones of this place. These 3 had met up a month ago. After escaping what seemed like an office building, they'd been stranded in this district ever since. Shen Ge deliberately asked if they'd encountered any other Special Response Division agents. The blonde hesitated, then tried to dodge the question with his broken Chinese. We know Seer people, but many die in anomaly hands, he mumbled. Shen Ge sneered, grabbing the blonde by the collar and dragging him over to the mutilated corpse in the corner. He shoved the man's face toward it. Go on, tell me, do your American anomalies prefer using knives and forks? Do they slice their food into neat little pieces before eating? I can explain. The blonde's Mandarin suddenly improved under sheer terror, afraid any delay would earn him a bullet. Click! The sound of the gun slide racking was his only reply. The man screamed. What choice did we have? Trapped here for months, no food, no water. We had to survive. Don't forget, we're only in this mess because we came to help you. Don't kill me. I know things about this space. I can help you escape. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Ge fired, but not to kill. The shot struck the blonde's wrists and ankles, crippling him. He then stripped the mercenaries of their gear. Though after being trapped so long, they had little ammo left, let any grenades or other throwables. You madman, madman, kill me. Just kill me. The blonde, now more afraid of living in agony than dying, recalled how they had kept their victims alive to preserve freshness. The thought of suffering the same fate made him beg for death. As the man hurled curses, Shen Ge knelt beside him, drawing a combat knife and yanking out his tongue. I know a doctor. Whenever patients annoyed him, he'd cut out their tongues. I've seen it enough times. I'm sure I remember how it's done. Don't worry, it won't hurt much. The blonde's eyes filled with despair as the black blade came closer. A second later, searing pain erupted as his tongue was severed. Blood gushed into his nostrils and down his throat. Shen Ge stood, wiping the knife clean before grabbing the blonde by the ankle and dragging him out into the street. As long as the man was still alive, he could serve as bait for other anomalies. Dragging the blonde young man out onto the street, Shen Ge returned to the old building, picked up the Special Response Division uniform by the wall, and draped it over the unrecognizable corpse before setting it ablaze. He moved the bodies of the 3 mercenaries onto the street, arranging them neatly in a row, because family should stick together. The one who had been blown apart took some extra effort to reassemble. After arranging the bodies, Shen Ge used the bonfire the mercenaries had lit to set the surrounding houses on fire, instantly illuminating the pitch-black street. Arson was something Shen Ge was quite skilled at. Not only could he control the intensity of the flames, but he could also direct their spread. He set fire to the opposite street while hiding in an old building not far from the 3 corpses. The fire across the street grew fiercer, its glow lighting up half the sky. The blond young man whose tongue Shen Ge had cut out didn't last long before bleeding to death, while the one who had been injured by the explosion was still clinging to life. After waiting about 20 minutes, Shen Ge heard the familiar sound of voracious chewing. Then, from the shadows in the distance, a black creature over a meter long emerged. Its form was so distorted it was hard to tell whether it had once been a dog, a cat, or some other mutated creature. As this creature stepped forward, the firelight revealed another figure, this one a head taller, with a black body and glowing green eyes. The two creatures approached the three corpses in the middle of the street and pounced on them, devouring them ravenously. The critically injured mercenary screamed in despair, but the only response was the creature's relentless chewing. The torture, akin to being flayed alive, shattered his will in an instant. In his final moments, he finally understood the look in the eyes of the soldiers they had brutally murdered days before. While the two creatures feasted, Shen Ge, armed with a butcher's knife and cloaked in invisibility plus silence, crept up behind the first creature. Since the creatures were already occupied with their meal, their limited intelligence meant they paid little attention to Shen Ge's presence. Gripping the knife with both hands, Shen Ge mustered all his strength and swung at the taller creature's neck. With a thunk, the blade sank halfway in, blood gushing out. Planting his foot on the creature's back, Shen Ge yanked the knife free and struck again. Through his battles over the past 2 days, Shen Ge had discovered that even though a first-tier creature could be easily killed with firearms, specialized equipment was far more effective. For example, the mutated cat they had faced earlier, despite the full firepower of an entire squad led by Feng Chengxiu, plus 2 rocket launchers, had only been completely destroyed after an extended barrage. But with Shen Ge's current strength, if he could immobilize the creature, it would take no more than 3 to 5 slashes to sever its head. This wasn't an exaggeration. Earlier, when he had rescued Feng Mingwei in the old building, he had decapitated another creature in just a few strokes, confirming this theory. This time, 3 slashes later, the green-eyed creature's head hung by a thread. Just one more strike would finish it. But then, something unexpected happened. The creature, its head nearly severed, suddenly sprouted half-meter-long bone spikes from its back like a porcupine. Shen Ge was too close. One of the spikes impaled him through the waist. Agony shot through his body, twisting his face into a grimace. Gritting his teeth, he mustered every ounce of strength for one final slash, completely severing the creature's head. Host has successfully killed a first-tier creature. Reward: 50 system points. Sell first-tier creature corpse. Price: 200 system points. Creatures had regenerative abilities, and Shen Ge didn't want this one reattaching its head while he dealt with the other. He immediately chose to sell it. A flash of white light later, the green-eyed creature's corpse vanished. Shen Ge retreated, putting distance between himself and the remaining black first-tier creature. Then he took out a creature eye and hurled it at the creature's back. With a splat, the eye stuck to it. Gurgle! Gurgle! The black creature immediately hunched into an attack stance, but the creature I had robbed it of its vision. It swayed its head left and right, trying to locate its target by smell. With the creature temporarily disabled, Shen Ge dropped his invisibility but maintained silence as he backed away. He took out an internal injury healing pill and swallowed it, then tore open a healing bandage and applied it to his wound. A cooling sensation spread through his abdomen, numbing the pain. The area around his waist felt icy inside, but warm where the bandage was applied. 10 seconds later, Shen Ge peeled off the bandage. The thumb-sized puncture wound had completely healed. Not even a scar remained. As Tang Jinze had said before, if medical supplies like this were ever made public, they would send shockwaves through the entire pharmaceutical industry, revolutionizing global medicine. Unfortunately, Tang Jinze's research into the internal injury healing pill had hit a dead end. It was like something from another world, impossible to replicate with current technology. With his injuries healed, Shen Ge circled behind the black creature and swung his butcher's knife at its neck. 1 slash, 2 slashes. The creature let out a terrifying screech but without vision, thanks to the creature eye, and with Shen Ge's silence, masking his movements, it couldn't track him by smell alone. Half a minute later, its head hit the ground. Host has successfully killed a first-tier creature. Reward, 50 system points. Sell first-tier creature corpse. Price, 200 system points. Shen Ge's system points once again surpassed 4,000, 4,121 to be exact. That was enough for over 40 draws, which could replenish his ammunition and supplies. But now that he knew specialized equipment was more effective against creatures than firearms, he was more interested in stocking up on gear. Still, with the fire raging across the street, what he really wanted was for the system to cough up a box of instant noodles and some water so he could enjoy a hot meal. The fire spread further, its glow illuminating the area. Shen Ge inhaled from his creature energy canister and used the light to continue exploring deeper into the district. After nearly 6 hours, he encountered the same looping phenomenon as before. No matter how far he walked, he always ended up back where he started. Based on current intel, this creature incident was shaping up to be a long-term operation. There was no point exhausting himself with relentless exploration. So Shen Ge found a rundown shop to rest in, a noodle joint, judging by the remnants. Unfortunately, the mercenaries had already ransacked the place. There wasn't a scrap of edible food left, not even anything rotten. After sitting for a while, Shen Ge decided it was time for another round of draws. Conditions might be rough, but the gacha ritual had to go on. Dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun. Shen Ge hummed his own gacha theme music as he initiated a 10 draw. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations. You've obtained an F-grade recovery item, Mental Apple X1. Kang Shui Fu Instant Noodles X1 boxed. F1 Fragmentation Grenade. Demolition Grenade X3. Timed Explosive X1. Free Attribute Points 3%. Free Attribute Points 2%. Bottled Water X1 18.9L. Colt M 2000 Pistol X1. Magazines X4. Black Elephant Instant Noodles X1 boxed. Finally, it's here. Not only had he scored 2 different types of instant noodles, but also a whole jug of water. Hunger wouldn't be a problem for a while. And that wasn't all. The Mental Apple and Timed Explosive were especially welcome additions. Shen Ge tore open a packet of King Shui Fu braised beef noodles, boiled some water, poured it straight into the bag, and enjoyed a steaming meal. System, my dude, you finally came through. Between slurps, Shen Ge checked the time on his armored suit's wrist computer. Over 30 hours had passed since he entered this space, yet he hadn't received the system's daily survival notification or any rewards. If the system's time matched the outside world's, that meant less than a day had passed out there. While this dashed his hopes of farming daily survival rewards, it also meant the Special Response Division wouldn't be sending in reinforcements anytime soon, just as he and Deng Yuqi had agreed. Shen Ge devoured 3 packs of noodles, then stashed the remaining supplies before heading out with his newly acquired explosives to continue scouting the area. Based on prior experience, the key to escaping this pocket dimension was finding and killing the creature sustaining it. He hadn't expected the search to take long. He was wrong. For whole days passed. The fire he'd started had reduced the opposite block to ruins, creating a stark contrast with the area he was in. After 4 days of scouring every possible location, Shen Ge had found neither an exit nor any creatures, not even a first-tier one. Something was clearly off. Then, as he sifted through the charred remains of the ruined district for clues, the system's long-absent voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on surviving another day in a world overrun by creatures. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. 6 days in this space, but only 1 day outside. Shen Ge allocated the 6% to his mental energy, bringing it to 241%, edging closer to the threshold for a second-tier creature's energy levels. Recalling Fang Mingyue's and the mercenaries' accounts, Shen Ge compared their time discrepancies. His own time dilation seemed less severe than theirs. Fong Mingwei had spent nearly a month and a half inside after entering for just 2 days. Clearly, the distortion varied by zone. His current area's time moved slower than the previous one, but knowing this didn't help much. Without a way to break the cycle, he'd end up trapped like the mercenaries. Shen Ge munched on his noodles. The 2 boxes had held 48 packets total. At 6 or 7 a day, he was down to his last dozen. Water was running low, too. Between cooking and drinking, it hadn't lasted. He sighed. In the past, he'd scoffed at drawing instant noodles and water. Now, he craved nothing more. Just as he debated whether to risk another 10 draw, a faint noise came from the shop's rolled-up shutter door. Someone was here. Shen Ge tossed the empty noodle bag aside, grabbed his assault rifle, and rushed to the right corner. Pressing against the wall, he raised the gun and peered through the thermal scope toward the entrance. The intruder was just as cautious, hugging the wall in a tactical stance. The darkness obscured their features, but remembering the mercenaries, Shen Ge decided to strike first. The stranger clearly hadn't expected Shen Ge's sudden assault. In the blink of an eye, they were on the ground, the rifle but smashing into their skull repeatedly until they lost consciousness. Shen Ge hadn't killed them outright. He wanted information, and live bait was useful for luring creatures. But when he shone his tactical light on their face, he recognized them. Fong Mingwei, the support agent from headquarters. Well, damn. Shen Ge stared at the blood oozing from her forehead. This was a genuine case of friendly fire. She might have been naive and weak, but she was still an ally. Cold-blooded murder wasn't his style. After bandaging her wound, Shen Ge dragged her inside, trickled some water into her mouth, and waited for her to wake. A long while later, Fong Mingwei groaned, clutching her throbbing head as she came to. Blinking at Shen Ge, she murmured, "Agent." "Shen, what are you doing here?" Shen Ge asked. Wincing, she replied, "I was scavenging for food. Smelled instant noodles and came to check for survivors. Didn't expect it to be you. Still looking for survivors? What happened to the others? All dead." Fong Mingwei's expression darkened. Shen Ge's bluntness bordered on callousness, as if he were mocking their deaths. Gurgle. A stomach growl shattered the awkward silence and made Fong Mingwei flush with embarrassment. The aroma of noodles hung thick in the air. Her gaze darted to the steaming bag on the table and the half-empty water jug. She swallowed hard, her stomach betraying her again. "They're alive, but we ran out of food and water long before you arrived yesterday. The soldiers sent to scavenge never came back, so I left them sheltering in place while I searched." "Wait, yesterday? I've been here almost 5 days. So in your timeline, I just left." Shen Ge asked. "You've been here 5 days?" Fong Mingwei wasn't surprised. She'd met other survivors who described similar time discrepancies. Her eyes kept drifting to the noodles. The bag was still warm, broth pooling at the bottom. Had he not finished it? "Did you find these noodles here?" she asked, licking her lips. "Something like that. Are there more?" Shen Ge walked behind the counter where he'd hidden the supplies and pulled out a few packets. "Hungry? I'll spare one. What flavor?" Fong Mingwei's heart ached. While her group had been reduced to chewing leather, Shen Ge was living the instant noodle dream. Life wasn't fair. I get to choose." Shen Ge gave her a strange look. What kind of question was that? Had he knocked a few screws loose? Spicy or mild, he sighed. "Mild. Old duck soup or mushroom chicken?" Fong Mingwei's face reddened. After a long pause, she whispered, "So can I have both?" "Yep, definitely concussed." Shen Ge almost laughed. What he didn't know was that Fong Mingwei had been giving most of her finds to the survivors, going days without eating. Only in the apocalypse did one truly appreciate the luxury of instant noodle freedom. No wonder post-apocalyptic stories always revolved around trading food for people or weapons. Dear, seeing her pitiful state, Shen Ge couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Thank you. Thank you." Her gratitude was even more fervent than when he'd saved her from the creature. She tore into the mushroom chicken packet, poured hot water straight from the kettle, and started eating before the noodles had even softened. If not for Shen Ge's presence, she might have licked the bag clean. He expected her to devour the second packet, but instead, She tucked the old duck soup one away. Shen Ge frowned. You're not planning to take that back to the others, are you? Silence. How many are left? 7. Shen Ge nudged a box out from under the counter and pulled out 7 more packets. Eat that one. Take these. Oh, really? You do that? After their earlier clash over ideals, Fang Mingwei had come to understand Shen Ge's pragmatism. In this resource-starved hellscape, she couldn't demand he part with life-saving supplies for strangers. First, while she could hold her own beliefs, she couldn't force them onto Shen Ge. Second, she acknowledged his point. He stood a real chance of resolving this incident. His life was more valuable than hers or the survivors. So she didn't push for more, accepting what he offered with gratitude. Perhaps it was this lack of entitlement that softened Shen Ge's stance. He still had 3,131 system points. Unless the system screwed him over, more noodles were possible. Besides, even after giving her 7, he still had 6 left. Rationed, they'd last a few more days. Go ahead, he sighed. Overwhelmed, Fang Mingwei devoured the second packet. One bag wasn't nearly enough, but thinking of the starving survivors, she'd been willing to save one. Now, with 7 more, she eagerly prepared another, savoring every bite before slumping back in her chair, satisfied. I knew an elite agent couldn't be heartless. You're actually pretty decent, she said. Shen Ge hadn't expected their rocky first impression to be smoothed over by a few packets of instant noodles. Don't flatter me. That's all you're getting. Same with the water. Half goes to you. And this is a loan. You're paying me back after we get out. You saved my life. I'll never forget it. From now on, if you ever need anything, just ask. I won't hesitate. Not even for a second, she vowed. Shen Ge was now certain he'd scrambled her brains. But if she was offering help, he wasn't about to refuse free labor. Actually, no need to wait. I've got a job for you right now. Come here, let's discuss it in depth. Fang Mingwei. Discuss how in depth? Inside the command tent, every person wore a deep frown, their faces shadowed with worry. The atmosphere was even more suffocating than in previous days, thick with tension. It had been nearly 2 days with no word from Shen Ge. None of the 3 technicians sent in with signal equipment had succeeded in establishing contact. On the table lay the latest signal device developed by Dianzhou, its display showing a flat, unbroken line, a death line devoid of even the slightest fluctuation. The drawn-out beeps of the device hammered at everyone's nerves, each tone amplifying the oppressive weight in the air. The lack of feedback was bad enough, but worse still was the fact that the expansion of the anomalous zone showed no signs of stopping. In just 2 days, it had spread another 100 meters, its speed increasing compared to before. According to updates from headquarters, if no progress was made in resolving this anomaly within a week, they would consider using missile strikes as a last resort. If that worked, great. If not, nuclear options would be put on the table. Meanwhile, the ever-meddlesome Americans, having learned of this Level 4 anomaly through their mercenary channels, had been closely monitoring the situation. The Special Strategies Department had followed several leads, and the intelligence they uncovered left higher-ups stunned. Many muttered that the Americans had lost their minds. If this Level 4 anomaly in Yuzhou risked exposing the existence of anomalies to the public, the Americans were prepared to suppress it with nuclear force. In their eyes, nuclear accidents and leaks were old news, something people could rationalize. But if the world learned that anomalies existed, that humanity was not the sole dominant species on Earth, and that creatures that fed on humans and other life forms had appeared out of nowhere, the resulting panic and chaos would be uncontrollable. Humanity had a long history of descending into madness when gripped by fear. The Americans might have the audacity to drop a bomb, but would the Chinese really retaliate with global nuclear war? No. Those with a broader perspective, concerned for humanity's survival, would likely do everything possible to help the Americans cover up the incident. Deng Yuqi saw things differently. In the past, human conflicts had been small-scale. No matter how fierce, they were manageable. But now, there were anomalies that fed on humans. Earth had no planet-shattering superhumans like in movies and novels, only flesh and blood soldiers and advanced weaponry. But as conventional weapons grew increasingly ineffective against anomalies, to the point where a rocket launcher did less damage than a steel pipe enhanced with anomalous energy, kinetic and nuclear weapons became humanity's last resort. Some insisted that using nukes was unrealistic, but they failed to grasp how often fear drove people to unthinkable extremes. The core issue was this: no one outside the anomalous zone knew what was happening inside. Were the people who entered still alive? Would a missile strike obliterate the anomaly, or would it destabilize the zone, accelerating its spread? Or worse, release whatever was inside? This uncertainty was the true horror. It seemed kinetic and nuclear weapons were the only options left. Seventh Sister, you were so confident in your new recruit, but look, still no news. With the higher-ups pressuring us, if they really push through with kinetic strikes, everyone inside will die, whether by the anomaly's hands or the missiles, sighed an agent from Dianzhou. Deng Yuqi was equally frustrated. She wanted nothing more than to storm the capital, drag out the bureaucrats, and slap some sense into them. Did they think the agents weren't trying to resolve this? If they didn't care, why would they be stationed in this godforsaken place instead of staying safe at their branches? The Americans love to talk big, but I don't believe they dare cross borders with nukes. Come on, do they think we're just sitting around? Exactly. Their threats are just noise. I'm no political expert, but nukes aren't something you just throw around. Look at the Russians. They've been fighting nonstop, but even they haven't used nukes. It's not that simple. Speaking of which, did you see the recent reports? Rumor has it a massive level 3 anomaly, something like an elephant, appeared on the Russian front. It crushed tanks like toys, tanked a few missiles, and only went down after both sides stopped fighting each other and teamed up against it. Honestly, maybe it's good if the truth about anomalies gets out. Humans are strange. We fight among ourselves until a common enemy appears. Maybe anomalies will unite us. That's not the point. If a level 3 can withstand missiles, what happens if they approve kinetic strikes on a level 4? If the missiles don't kill it and only wipe out our people, who'd ever enter an anomalous zone again? Right? We risk our lives inside, and they just write us off. Enough. This is all speculation. Let's drop the politics and focus on solving the anomaly. As the debate continued, most agreed to ignore the higher-ups' pressure and concentrate on the anomaly itself. But Deng Yuqi's concern was Shen Ge's safety. She refused to let her subordinate become a sacrificial pawn. If they betrayed her trust, she'd retreat to Rong City and let the world burn for all she cared. Just then, Feng Qingxiu rushed into the tent. Report: Director Li from Tech Division has captured new satellite images of the anomalous zone. Many in the tent recognized Li Xiang's name, the youngest biology PhD in the country, poached by Deng Yuqi for the Rong City branch before headquarters could recruit him. His recent research on anomalies had yielded more progress than years of headquarters efforts. Every time HQ tried to reclaim him, Deng Yuqi blocked them. Everyone who'd worked at HQ knew her reputation. Steal her people, and she'd tear the roof off. Patch it through. Deng Yuqi opened her laptop and connected with Li Xiang. Soon, new images appeared. Li Xiang had sent comparative satellite photos with annotations. Compared to pre-entry images, the zone's expansion speed hasn't slowed, but its direction has shifted. Initially, it spread concentrically from Dongyu Village. After Agent Shun entered, expansion slowed noticeably in 2 directions. Earlier satellite images were heavily distorted. My analysis suggests at least 6 overlapping spatial layers, like merging 6 landscape photos digitally. Thus, I infer this zone contains 6 or more spatial anomalies. After deconstructing and reconstructing the images, then cross-referencing with AI-generated maps, I found Dongyu Village divided into 6 sectors, arranged like tree rings, largest at the center, radiating outward. In short, the level 4 anomaly created this zone, and the others layered their own spaces atop it, causing the current distortion. After Agent Shun entered, distortion decreased. Current analysis shows only 3 sectors remain, meaning he's neutralized 3 spatial anomalies. If this continues, he'll soon reach the center. If he succeeds, this incident may be resolved. That's my assessment. Li Xiang's report hit the tent like a bombshell. 6 anomalies. 6 spatial anomalies at once. No wonder previous teams had vanished. A level 4 plus, at least 5 level 2 plus anomalies was unprecedented in recorded history. But what truly shocked them was that their ordinary-looking rookie had taken down 3 in 2 days. That was the real anomaly here. A female agent from Guizhou, once Deng Yuqi's trainee and now a devoted admirer, gulped. 3 level 2s in 2 days? Seventh sister, what do you keep finding these monsters? The deputy director of Dianzhou branch, a balding, bespectacled man, gasped. Xiao Qi, first you dug up Linine, who tears level 2s apart barehanded. And now this guy? Are you trying to make the rest of us look bad? Who is he? Some super soldier from HQ's scrap Black Ops program. That was shut down ages ago. His file said he was just an office worker, the fangirl added. The deputy director frowned. First university students, now office workers? Since when are they spawning monsters? Agent Shen is terrifying. Shame we didn't have time to talk when he arrived. 2 days, 3 level 2s. Even ignoring the previous level 4 incident, that's got to be a department record. If he takes down the level 4, he'll be the department's top agent. No question. Amid the praise, Deng Yuqi remained calm. But Li Xiang's report lifted a weight off her shoulders. Shen Ge was alive, making progress. The Dianzhou deputy director spoke up. Xiao Qi, since it's your man making headway, why not report to HQ? If they know there's hope, they might hold off on kinetic strikes. Deng Yuqi paused, then addressed the room. The southwest branches have always worked as one. Today, I ask you to keep Shen Ge's role quiet. If this resolves, the report will credit a joint Southwest task force. Silence fell. Why share the glory? The deputy director adjusted his glasses. You're worried the Americans will target him if his name gets out? Deng Yuqi nodded. That's why I told the old man we needed 3 anomaly energy devices for an elite team. Laughter followed. Who'd complain about free credit? Don't worry. Your secret's safe with us. Just introduce us afterward. We'll celebrate with drinks. Southwest folk don't back down from a toast. With morale restored, Deng Yuqi turned to Li Xiang. Draft a report on the satellite data. Omit Shen Ge. Say the elite team made progress. Focus on the spatial analysis and halted expansion. As the screen displayed the zone's shrinking distortion, 3 rings now crossed out. Hope surged. If Shen Ge kept this up, the level 4 might fall soon. Meanwhile, the very agent they pinned their hopes on was inside a dimly lit shop, eating instant noodles and telling a female agent to take her clothes off. In the dimly lit noodle shop, the crossed beams of 2 flashlights provided just enough light to see. At the center of the room, Fong Mingyue stood half undressed, her face flushed with rage, eyes burning like fire. Bastard! Animal! She flung her discarded clothes onto the table, then snatched up the fresh set Shen Ge had prepared for her, cursing under her breath as she dressed. Given her disciplined upbringing, her insults were more frustrated than vulgar. All dead. The words hissed through her clenched teeth, her fury palpable. Shen Ge slurped his instant noodles and nodded. All dead. One got chewed up by an anomaly, one got blown up by me, and the last one, well, bled out. He had recounted the mercenaries' atrocities, including the mutilated body of the Special Strategies Department soldier, and advised Fong Mingyue to wear the mercenaries' gear and keep her face covered. Disguising herself would lower their guard if she encountered any survivors, giving her the first strike advantage. 13 had entered the zone, and only 3 were confirmed dead. With 2 agents still unaccounted for, both armed with anomaly energy equipment, caution was necessary. Shen Ge didn't want someone like Fong Mingyue trusting these butchers, only to end up like that corpse. These subhuman scum, preying on their own kind to survive. Hope they rot from prion disease. Fong Mingyue spat, yanking on the oversized mercenary jacket. Shen Ge drained the noodle broth, tossed the empty pack, and headed to the shop's entrance. From beneath a wrecked car, he hauled out a crate of gear, spoils from the mercenaries, though ammunition was scarce. Grab what you need. Fong Mingyue adjusted her gear. The outfit dwarfed her frame, but with a gas mask, she'd pass a glance. TCH. These animals had top-tier kit, she muttered. After delivering noodles to the survivors, Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue regrouped. Their deep exchange had covered two key points: her combat skills and her anomaly energy gear. Fong Mingyue owned two pieces. Bone-clad staff, crafted from anomaly remains. Its tip could morph into a cage harder than steel. Hide bracer, made from anomaly skin. It inflated with energy to absorb impacts and self-repair. A former reconnaissance specialist, she'd bagged 2 level 1 anomaly solo. Shen Ge had spent days dissecting the zone structure. His theory? The level 4 anomaly's massive zone housed nested subspaces from lesser anomalies, fracturing time and space. To escape, they'd need to eliminate the anchors, like the Teddy anomaly he'd already destroyed. Yet despite scouring the area, he'd found no trace of other anomalies. Hence, his new plan hinged on Fong Mingyue and the survivors. He'd omitted one detail, though: human nature's darkest flaw. Apocalypse. Uncertainty. A shelter. A group. Limited supplies. Any dystopian novel spelled out the inevitable. After distributing noodles, Fong Mingyue urged the survivors to stay put. Then, she and Shen Ge set off to hunt the next anomaly. Shen Ge had initially focused on the Torch District, assuming the Teddy's death had cleared its subspace. But he'd overlooked a possibility: other anomalies could overlap here too. Fong Mingyue's tracking skills proved vital. Oddly, after hours of searching, they found neither anomalies nor residual energy. Shen Ge's gut warned this silence meant one thing: something had consumed them all. A level 2, or worse, a level 3, was brewing. Level 1s were manageable. His cleaver could carve through them like melons. But higher tiers? Riskier. After circling back to their starting point, Fong Mingyue sighed. Trapped again. Guess even anomaly zones obey Earth's curvature. Her joke carried the weight of despair. Don't give up. At least we've confirmed a level 2's here. Kill it, and the zone collapses, Shen Ge said. Fong Mingyue blinked. His tone made slaying a level 2 sound like ordering takeout. Could be level 3, she muttered. Don't jinx it. A scream ripped through the night. Fong Mingyue bolted toward the source. The survivors. Damn it. I told them not to leave. Shen Ge exhaled. Test human nature, and it always fails. Had they stayed hidden, they'd be safe. Instead, they'd chosen the classic dystopian arc, fighting over scraps, drawing the lurking predator's attention. What puzzled him was where the anomaly had hidden. Even Fong Mingyue's sharp eyes had missed it. Rounding the corner, they froze. Under the blood-hued moonlight, a tentacled horror, part squid, part nightmare, loomed over the street, its lower half still wedged in a sewer grate. Its arms coiled around dismembered limbs, slurping them into a gaping maw. Damn, buddy, your dad a Cthulhu cultist? Shen Ge quipped. Now he understood why searches came up empty. It lived underground. Warning: host locked by level 2 anomaly. Current stats insufficient for engagement. Recommend immediate retreat. Insufficient. That meant winnable. Game on. As Shen Ge sized up the beast, Fong Mingyue acted. She hurled a flashbang at its face, then dove behind cover. The blast lit the street like noon. The creature recoiled, tentacles shielding its eyes. One arm retracted from the building, clutching survivors. A squeeze. Pop. Blood rained down. A middle-aged man, drenched in gore, trembled in another tentacle's grip. Regret etched his face. Half a pack of noodles hadn't sated his hunger. His greed had doomed them all. Fong Mingyue fired a grapple gun, launching herself airborne. Her staff's cage snapped toward the anomaly's head as she swung past, hacking at a tentacle with a combat knife. Thunk! The blade barely pierced the rubbery flesh. A second tentacle lashed out, coiling around her waist. Schlick! A cleaver flashed, severing the limb. Fong Mingyue crashed to the pavement, gasping. The blade embedded itself in the concrete beside her, quivering. Shen Ge offered a hand. Okay. Why, yeah, that knife. She'd never seen steel slice anomalies like butter. Ex-butcher. Gotta carry the tools of the trade. Butcher? His file said designer. Before she could ask, Shen Ge snatched her grapple gun. Wait, that's not how you... He fired it directly at the monster's face. Thwack! The grappling hook shot straight into one of the demonic squid's tentacles, which it had raised to shield its face. Fang Mingyue's expression changed drastically. She was about to yell at Shen Ge to drop the grappling gun when the creature moved first. With a flick of its tentacle, it whipped the rope upward, sending Shen Ge flying through the air. Woohoo liftoff! Shen Ge, far from panicking, sounded exhilarated, as if he were in the middle of an extreme sport. This guy's insane. That was the only thought left in Fang Mingyue's mind. But she couldn't just stand by and watch him throw his life away. Judging his likely landing spot, she sprinted ahead to intercept him. Just as she was about to activate the inflatable airbag from her demonic leather arm guard to cushion his fall, she suddenly realized her arm guard was gone. Where's my demonic leather arm guard? Meanwhile, Shen Ge, hurtling toward an old building, raised his right arm. Whoosh! A massive airbag burst forth, bouncing him off the wall and straight toward the back of the demonic squid's head. With a downward slash of his butcher's cleaver, he split its skull open. Squelch! Black blood gushed out as the blade carved a deep line down the creature's head. My arm guard. When did he owe? That moment. Fang Mingyue was stunned. Then it hit her when Shen Ge had pulled her up earlier. His hand had brushed against her arm. She'd assumed it was accidental, especially since her attention had been on the squid. Who'd have thought he'd pickpocket her in the middle of a life-or-death fight? Landing smoothly, Shen Ge leapt again, propelled by his demonic leather boots several meters into the air. Strangely, the demonic squid seemed blind to him, its remaining tentacles flailing wildly. Unfazed, Shen Ge unleashed a flurry of haphazard slashes, his so-called chaotic wind cleaver technique. Every time the blade met a tentacle, blood sprayed, and the severed limb dropped to the ground, twitching like a lizard's discarded tail. The sight of a dozen writhing tentacles was downright eerie. Fang Mingyue couldn't understand why the creature ignored Shen Ge, but her concern for him outweighed her confusion. Shen Tan, how can I help? She shouted, watching him dart around like a madman. Between swings, he called back, stay back. The blood's saturated with corrupted energy. Without a protective suit, it could affect you. Touched, Fang Mingyue felt a pang of guilt. He's risking his life, yet still thinks of my safety. I misjudged him, she thought. He acts cold, but he's always the first to face the monsters. How could I ever doubt him? Resolved not to be a burden, she scanned the area for survivors, only to find a gruesome scene. Blood, organs, and limbs litter the ground. Even if she tried, she couldn't have pieced together 7 whole bodies. Why, she lamented. If only they'd listened to Shen Tan and stayed inside. Shen Ge, meanwhile, was still hacking away. He wasn't refusing Fang Mingyue's help out of pride. Her 2 demonic energy artifacts were already in use, one forming the skeletal cage trapping the squid's head, the other on his arm. With nothing left to defend herself, she'd be as vulnerable as the dead civilians. Besides, the squid was already weakened. Over half its tentacles were gone, and Shen Ge had a plan to reclaim the demonic eye stuck to its forehead. Earlier, during his first flight, he'd slapped the demonic eye's unseen effect onto the creature, blinding it. Without sight, it could only rely on its tentacles' sense of touch, but flesh was no match for his indestructible cleaver. Shen Tan, it's regenerating, Fang Mingyue warned from behind a wall. The severed tentacles weren't dying. Instead, they twitched like lizard tails, reattaching the moment they touched the squid's body. Great! An endless supply of limbs. Shen Ge's gaze dropped to the sewer, where half the squid's body still lurked. What's in sewers? Besides mermaids? Methane. Kids loved tossing firecrackers into manholes for a reason. The resulting explosions could launch a manhole cover, and anyone standing on it sky high. Shen Ge had 3 frag grenades, 1 F, 1 fragmentation grenade, and a high-yield timed explosive. If this sewer had methane, Even a small spark would do the trick. He fired the grappling hook again, this time aiming for the skeletal cage. Wrapping the rope around a nearby pole, he anchored the squid in place. Then he lunged for the sewer, dodging tentacles, and hurled a grenade inside before flipping backward onto a rooftop. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the squid. The methane chain reaction sent shockwaves rippling through the street, the ground heaving like waves. As flames consumed the creature, Shen Ge seized the moment. Leaping down, he tossed a second grenade, this time straight into the folds of its exposed brain. Kaboom! The squid collapsed, but the inferno forced Shen Ge back. Only when the flames died down did he charge in again. Chop! Chop! Hack! Slash! Watching from afar, Feng Mingyue became absolutely convinced Shen Ge had been a butcher in a past life. No one wielded a cleaver with such brutal precision without years of practice. Amid the carnage, Shen Ge retrieved the demonic eye and reduced the squid's head to paste. Host's brilliance and bravery have slain a Tier-2 demonic entity single-handedly. Reward: 100 system points. Random F-grade supply X1. Extract reward. No. Sell Tier-2 corpse for 500 points. Sell. Plus 600 points. A tidy profit, considering he'd only used 2 grenades. Demonic artifacts really are OP, he mused, shaking blood off his cleaver. The blade gleamed, spotless. Even Ye Renwang would have called it a peerless weapon. Feng Mingyue, blocked by the flames, only saw Shen Ge emerge from the inferno, cleaver in hand. "Shintan, you actually killed it?" she stammered, awestruck. "Yep." His tone was as casual as if he'd just finished a meal. Shintan, truly a legend. But the survivors, none made it. Feng Mingyue sighed. If only I trusted Shintan more, maybe. Her guilt deepened. Dozens had dwindled to 7, and now 0. Compared to him, I'm worthless. Right then, she vowed to learn from him, to grow stronger, until she deserved to stand in the shadow of his greatness. Shen Ge eyed her warily. Why is she looking at me like that? Does she think I groped her earlier? Honestly, Feng Mingyue was all skin and bones, not exactly pleasant to touch. If she'd misinterpreted, that'd be one hell of a misunderstanding. About earlier, I can explain. No need, she said solemnly. In emergencies, anything goes. If you like it, keep the arm guard. Shen Ge, why would I want your arm? I have 2. From now on, whatever you need, just ask. I'll follow you anywhere. To learn. Learn what? Anything you teach. What positions could I? Never mind. He shook his head. Asterisk. The barrier should be gone now. I'm heading for the next zone, and that Tier-4's tower. You coming? Asterisk. I'll follow you, she declared. You're right. Saving a few won't matter if the core threat remains. Better to end this nightmare at its source. Shen Ge patted her shoulder, pleased. Glad you understand. Thanks to your guidance. I'll never doubt you again. What guidance? Whatever makes her happy. As they moved on, Feng Mingyue hung on his every word, dissecting even his jokes for hidden wisdom. Shintan, the energy readings are clean. The next zone should be past that corner. Shen Ge nodded, bemused. Did that fall scramble her brain? She was treating him like a war hero now. Ding! Congratulations on surviving another day in this hellscape. Reward: plus 1% free attribute points, plus 10 system points. The notification meant 8 days had passed inside the barrier, 48 hours outside. Shen Ge worried about the outside world. If no one heard from him, they might send more fodder, or worse, nuke the place. Director Deng would buy him time, but even she had limits. And with foreign powers like PLAY0UND breathing down their necks. How long can she hold out? Worse, the Tier-4's tower was nowhere in sight. If they couldn't even find the core, how could they destroy it? Feng Mingyue noticed his frown. Shintan, did you sense something? Just thinking, he deflected. Asterisk, the quiet's suspicious. You mentioned hundreds of demons before. Where'd they go? If they were eaten, we might be facing another Tier-4 soon. Asterisk, her eyes widened. Of course. While I was shocked by the numbers, Shintan was analyzing the bigger picture. The latest reports confirm demons evolve by cannibalism, she said. if one absorbed hundreds. Do you have a plan? A plan? Hell no. 1 tier. 4 was bad enough. 2. Unless they killed each other. Wait. Dongyu Village had long been nicknamed Cliffside Village, a name earned from its houses clinging to the mountainside. But the once lush Dongyu Mountain now resembled the aftermath of a wildfire, its slopes reduced to charred husks, shrouded in thick black mist. The village's tallest building, a sprawling complex, was half buried in the mountain. Now, it was engulfed in that same mist, as if a storm cloud had swallowed the hillside. This was no ordinary fog. It was corrupted energy, the very foundation of this twisted space. The hallucinations, the looping streets, the ghosts blocking the path, all of it stemmed from this malignant force. And at its heart, something far worse lurked. Inside a supermarket across from the corrupted building, 4 men in camouflage gear sat around a table, scavenged food spread before them. They were the last survivors of the 13 anti-demon mercenaries sent in, 2 demon-hunting agents and 2 elite soldiers. This was their 3rd zone within the distorted space. The first had been an underground parking garage, where 2 of them regrouped. The second, a nightmarish district where they'd fought a Tier 2 demonic entity for days before finally killing it. Now, they'd reached the core, the domain of the Tier 4 entity, the unseen. Trapped here for over a month, though time crawled slower in this zone, they'd survived on expired but still edible supermarket goods. Then, a week ago, their fragile equilibrium shattered. An old man and a blonde kid had barged in, with a dozen civilians in tow. In a place where every mouthful of food mattered, this was a death sentence. Worse, the old man was terrifyingly strong and hated mercenaries. Every encounter ended in bloodshed. Now, with one agent missing an arm and another's demonic weapon destroyed, the mercenaries were holed up in the supermarket, plotting. Captain William, that old bastard's hunting us like rabid dogs. We need a plan, growled the hulking bald man. William, a blond, square-jawed brute who'd lost his right arm, winced as blood seeped through his bandages. They've got civilians. Target them, and the old man's hands are tied. He shot a glare at the wiry man beside him. And beast, control your dick. If you hadn't tried raping those women, we wouldn't be in this mess. $1 billion waits if we get out alive. Buy all the whores you want then. Sorry, Cap. Just needed to blow off steam. Beast muttered. William scoffed. In this hellscape, everyone coped differently. Beast fucked. Cannon here blew shit up, literally. They keep trying to enter the corrupted building, Beast said. Let's ambush them when they leave the civvies outside. William nodded. Cannon. How many explosives left? The bald man grinned. 7. Enough to flip this street inside out. Meanwhile, outside, the old man, Elder He, one of the capital's most seasoned demon hunters, led his ragtag group through the ruins. His mission wasn't to slay the Tier 4 entity, a fool's errand, but to rescue missing agents. Yet after weeks of searching, he'd only found his male disciple, Luo Chengwang, and a handful of civilians. His other disciple, Fang Mingyue, was still missing. Damn it. We're back on Bailing Street, a civilian whined. We were just at Siwu Crossing. Shut your traps. Luo Chengwang snapped. The blonde, spiky-haired young man had zero patience for complaints. Next winter gets left as Demon Chow. Elder He suddenly halted. Something's wrong. His bone, cane tapped the ground. Chengwang, take the civilians into that hardware store. I'll scout ahead. Let me come. That's an order. As Luo Chengwang herded the group toward the store, a civilian spotted a half-open canned lunch meat on a cardboard box. Food. He lunged greedily, ignoring the wire beneath it. Wait. Boom. The man vaporized. The soldier behind him flew backward, shrapnel shredding his legs. Screams erupted as gunfire rained from nearby buildings, targeting only the civilians. Limbs shattered, blood sprayed. The mercenaries weren't killing them. They were baiting Elder He. Elder He slammed his cane down. Black light pulsed, erecting bone walls that tanked bullets like tank armor. Chengwang, find them. Luo Chengwang donned his demonic vision goggles, flesh-clad lenses that revealed energy traces. Two ahead, six shop left, fifth right. Second floor. And two behind, Elder he growled. They herded us into a kill zone. But the mercenaries had learned. As Elder he advanced, they retreated, keeping distance. Behind them, the wounded civilian screams clawed at his resolve. He couldn't save them. Not without dropping the bone wall. Not without dooming everyone. Crash. A body smashed through a second-floor window. William hurled into the street like a rag doll. Captain. Whoosh. A rocket streaked from the shattered window. Yeah, RPG time, a voice cheered. Can't kill demons? Fine, I'll settle for humans. Boom. The explosion catapulted Beast through a wall. Then, a blur of yellow dropped onto William. A gun pressed his skull. Bang. No monologue. No hesitation. Just a dead mercenary captain. Elder he stared. Who the hell is that? Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue entered the district and quickly spotted the eerie energy building fused with the mountain. Just as they were debating whether to explore the surrounding area first or head straight for the building, a sudden explosion rang out, followed by bursts of gunfire. Following the sound, the two arrived at the scene. Fong Mingyue immediately recognized the bone wall, trapping the people in the middle of the street. It was the effect of the eerie bone staff and eerie energy equipment wielded by Old He. Investigator Shun, it's Old He. My teacher is trapped. We have to help them. Fong Mingyue blurted out, about to charge forward, only to be yanked back by Shen Ge. Shen Ge said calmly, don't rush. Right now, that bone wall can block bullets. Ordinary firearms won't be able to harm your teacher. But if you charge out there in the flesh, you'll end up like those people lying on the ground. First, analyze the bullet trajectories to locate the hidden shooters. If we can take them out, Oldie's crisis will naturally be resolved. As expected of Investigator Shun, calm and composed in the face of danger, immediately identifying the crux of the problem. Ugh, my emotions got the better of me. I almost made such a basic mistake and nearly became a burden again. Fortunately, Shen Ge didn't possess any mind-reading abilities at the moment. Otherwise, he'd surely think Fong Mingyue's brain had either been knocked silly by him or that she was trying to set him up with excessive praise. It's such a simple logic. How did you manage to overthink it so much? Are you just going to keep spiraling into delusional admiration? Investigator Shun is absolutely right. From now on, I'll remain calm in any situation and never repeat such a basic mistake. Fong Mingyue vowed solemnly. Lesson? What did I lecture you? Shen Ge was speechless. He had pulled her back partly to stop her from rushing to her death, but also because if she died, it would expose him, forcing him to waste more mental energy activating his invisibility to escape. Though lacking in combat experience, Fong Mingyue's professional scouting skills were undeniable. Within just 2 minutes of observation, even without the aid of eerie vision goggles, she successfully pinpointed the positions of all 4 mercenaries. Truth be told, Oldie was genuinely exhausted. The 2 students accompanying him this time were both problem children. Fong Mingyue had the skills, but no real combat experience. Calling her a naive sweetheart would be too generous. It was more like she'd been overly sheltered. If not for the need to pad her resume for a promotion, her family would never have allowed her to take such risks. The real issue was that even after sneaking her way to the front lines, her family had only intended for her to stay at the command camp. Who'd have thought this reckless girl would actually charge straight into danger? After being separated from Old He, Fong Mingyue realized just how lacking she was in real combat experience. Multiple times she had teetered on the edge of despair. Shen Ge's appearance, however, was complicated. While to him, it had only been a few days inside the eerie space. To Fong Mingyue, it had been months. Spending months trapped in an apocalyptic world surrounded by horrors, yet managing to stay sane, albeit slightly unhinged, was already a stroke of luck. So, setting aside whether Shen Ge had actually damaged Fong Mingyue's brain with his earlier knock, those 2 packs of instant noodles in her eyes were no longer just instant noodles. To her, they symbolized hope. As for the other problem child, Luo Chengwang, he was the real deal. A slacker during his military service, He was here purely for resume padding. No skills, no real ability. Some might wonder how a slacker could exist in a life-or-death organization like the Special Response Division. But the reality was, high-risk environments like this were perfect for resume building. Like the character in Snow Leopard, these types of people were infuriating, yet there was nothing you could do about them. I'll handle the two at the front of the street. You try to get close to the two at the rear who are doing control shots. Go if you can, but if it's too dangerous, wait for me to return, Shen Ge instructed. Fang Mingyue's heart swelled with admiration. Investigator Shen is taking on the most dangerous task himself, risking his life, yet still worrying about my safety and telling me to do only what I can manage. No, if I want to walk the same path as him, how can I shrink back from such a minor danger? Investigator Shen, rest assured, I will complete the mission. Fang Mingyue stood ramrod straight, her voice brimming with fervor, as if she were about to embark on a heroic sacrifice. Go. Safety first, Shen Ge reminded. I just need to get away from this girl whose brain has clearly short-circuited before she drags my IQ down with her. Yes. Fang Mingyue circled around to the back of the street, scaling the outer wall to the rooftops. Her agile figure moved like a shadow, performing parkour across the roofs, clearly planning to attack from above. Watching her disappear, Shen Ge sighed. This girl might be brain damaged, but her scouting skills and physical prowess are impressive. She must have trained hard back in the capital. Too bad, all that training fried her brain. Shen Ge slipped into the shadow of a nearby shop, activating his invisibility before sneaking toward the shooter on the second floor. William, one of the mercenaries, had lost an arm to Old He earlier, leaving him to fire one-handed with his rifle propped on the windowsill. However, since they had already critically wounded one soldier and immobilized another, leaving only Old He and Luo Chengwang trapped behind the bone wall, he wasn't worried about counterfire. William gleefully pulled the trigger, spraying bullets at the civilians near the bone wall, venting his fury. The grudge of a severed arm could only be settled with Old He's death. Damn, this guy's a workaholic, still shooting with one hand. Just as William was getting into the rhythm, a mocking voice materialized out of thin air behind him. William spun around in alarm, only to feel a cold sensation before his remaining arm was severed. Bang! The pain of losing his last arm seared through his nerves, but before he could even scream, an invisible force slammed into his chest, sending him flying out the second-floor window. Compared to chopping up horrors, this cleaver works even better on people. For the first time, Shen Ge found cold weapons more satisfying than firearms. To conserve mental energy, Shen Ge let his invisibility drop, glancing at the rocket launcher left by the window. He hoisted it up, loaded a round, and took aim at the opposite building. That RPG might not kill horrors, but it'll sure kill humans. Whoosh! The rocket streaked across the street, blasting the other mercenary clear off the building. At such close range, even Jesus wouldn't have survived. Shen Ge looked down at William, who was still twitching on the ground. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the window, planted a foot on the man's chest, and fired 2 bullets into his skull. Even if they needed hostages to lure horrors, there were plenty of wounded civilians and the 2 remaining mercenaries at the other end of the street. No need to spare someone who'd seen his invisibility. Just as Shen Ge was about to head toward the rear to deal with the last 2 mercenaries, another explosion rocked the street. Gunfire followed, and Fang Mingyue swiftly eliminated the remaining 2, her efficiency nearly matching Shen Ge's. Girl, you could have at least left one alive to bait horrors. Shen Ge glanced at the flaming second floor, unsure if the RPG victim was still breathing. Teacher, with the mercenaries dealt with, Fang Mingyue rushed toward the bone wall. Hearing her voice, Old He's face lit up with joy. He dispelled the barrier and exclaimed, Mingyue, you're alive, thank goodness. Mingyue. Luo Chengwang was even more ecstatic, rushing forward to embrace her, only for Fang Mingyue to brush past him, her eyes shining as she looked ahead. Investigator Shen. She hurried toward Shen Ge. Luo Chengwang froze in awkward humiliation, turning to see a man in a yellow hazmat suit approaching. Qing Wang, check on Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li's injuries, then assist the other wounded. Old He ordered, his expression grave as he surveyed the groaning civilians. Yes, teacher. Luo Qingwang had no choice but to comply. Fang Mingwei and Shen Ge also joined the rescue efforts. Oldie warned that the nearby shops might still contain bombs planted by the mercenaries, so Fang Mingwei began sweeping the area, disarming traps at 2 storefronts before moving the wounded inside. Soldier Xiao Zhang, too close to the initial blast, had succumbed to his injuries. Xiao Li, shot by William while checking on him, had taken bullets to both arms and legs. Fang Mingwei dug out the bullets, but he was out of commission for now. Of the civilians, only 5 had managed to take cover behind Old He during the chaos. The rest were in no better shape than Xiao Li, filling the shop with agonized moans. Watching Fang Mingwei introduce Shen Ge to Old He with starry-eyed admiration, Luo Qingwang burned with resentment. The groans behind him only stoked his anger. Hey, if you keep wailing like that, you'll lure horrors here, and then we'll all be food, he snapped. But, officer, it hurts, a woman sobbed. Luo Qingwang scowled. Then grit your teeth. If horrors show up, we're all dead. The woman bit down on her sleeve, muffling her cries. She was terrified of attracting horrors. After all, they were far worse than bullets. Investigator Shun, despite your youth, you've single-handedly slain multiple Tier 2 horrors. Truly exceptional. Your future is limitless. Mingwei, you must learn well from him. Oldie said earnestly. Shen Ge smiled modestly. Our generation simply lacks heroes like you and Section Chief Chen. If you were 30 years younger, there'd be no need for juniors like us. Back in Rome City's Special Response Division, Section Chief Chen often spoke of your legendary deeds. After some mutual flattery, the conversation turned serious. Oldie shared his plans and discoveries from his time in the eerie space. Their theories about the distorted space-time aligned, though Oldie had gathered more specifics, having eliminated several horrors himself. Li Xiang's satellite images only captured changes after Shen Ge's arrival. In truth, there had been more than just 6 distorted spaces. He had cleared one, and the mercenaries had destroyed another. Li Xiang, assuming these shifts were due to Shen Ge, had credited him entirely. Both men then discussed the vanishing hordes of horrors and whether a new Tier 4 horror might emerge. Was their plan to pit 2 Tier 4 horrors against each other feasible? As a veteran of the early Use Horrors Against Horrors initiative, Oldie explained that while the idea had been considered, the limited number of horrors back then made testing difficult. Controlling one horror to fight another was fraught with risks. If it backfired, the agents would face 2 horrors at once. Thus, the Special Response Division had opted to instead harvest fallen horrors for equipment. After hearing Shen Ge's proposal, He mused, combined with Director Li's research, your plan does seem viable. Tier 4 horrors are terrifyingly powerful. Taking one on with just us would be near impossible. But if we can make them fight, we might just have a chance. Fang Mingwen nodded eagerly. Based on my observations, when horrors go too long without consuming living beings, they turn on each other. I believe they experience something like hunger, though living prey is more enticing due to the eerie energy they emit. The others agreed. It was like choosing between nutritious meals and delicious junk food. The latter was always more tempting. You wouldn't. You'd hide, like you always do in training, making excuses at the first sign of hardship. Investigator Shun is like the bright moon in the night sky, guiding me with his pure, selfless actions, inspiring me to become a better agent. To insult him is to insult me. Is this a love confession? Why? Mingwei, what kind of brainwashing potion did he feed you? Meanwhile, Shen Ge had only 2 thoughts. This girl is trying to get me killed with all this praise. Yep, her brain is definitely broken. Oldie stroked his beard. From what I've seen, the second horror is likely hidden on Donya Mountain. Compared to the unknown dangers of the eerie energy building, the open terrain there is easier to scout. If we want to pit horrors against each other, we first need to find both. I suggest we leave the civilians here, with Mingyue and Chengwang guarding them, while Investigator Shen and I search the mountain. Teacher, I can also. Fong Mingyue immediately protested being left behind. Shen Ge cut in. Oldie's plan is sound, but to make two horrors fight, knowing just one's location isn't enough. We can't afford to waste time searching for the second after finding the first. Also, while the civilians matter, resolving the source of this incident is the priority. Most are severely injured. How long can they last? 3 days? 5? We're out of time. My suggestion, Old He, take Fong and Luo to Dongyu Mountain. Luo Chengwang snorted. Oh, so we all go up the mountain, and you stay here to protect the civilians? Ha! Smooth move. Keeping the safe job for yourself while sending us into danger. No wonder you've survived this long. The idiot seemed to have forgotten that without Shen Ge, he and Old He would still be pinned down in the street. Shen Ge ignored him, about to continue, when Fong Mingyue slammed the table, her voice sharp with outrage. Shut up. You don't understand Investigator Shen at all. He always charges headfirst into danger, fighting on the front lines. Your words are an insult. If I had to guess, Investigator Shen plans to go alone to the Eerie Energy Building to hunt the original Tier-4 horror. He's sending us to the mountain, where there's only a chance of a high-tier horror, while he heads straight into certain peril. You, who skimps on training, could never comprehend the ambition of someone like him, who excels yet still strives harder. Stop judging his towering presence with your pathetic perspective. You're unworthy. Luo Chengwang's casual jab had somehow triggered a full-on verbal assault from the girl he adored, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. What the hell happened while I was gone? How has Mingyue been brainwashed by this utterly average-looking guy? No, this can't be. My Mingyue. I can't just hand her over like this. Mingyue, that's not what I meant. Let me explain. Luo Chengwang pleaded. Fong Mingyue scoffed. Investigator Shen is as great a man as teacher in my eyes. It's because of heroes like him, who shoulder the weight of the world, that we're even alive to have this conversation. You have no idea what he's sacrificed these past few days to resolve this incident. Would you share your last scraps of food and water without hesitation after days of starvation? Would you rush back without rest upon hearing civilians were in danger, risking your life to buy them time? Would you hunt down mercenaries who ate our comrades in this nightmare world, just to avenge them? Shen Ge was genuinely baffled at this point, seriously wondering if Fong Mingyue had been dropped on her head by that eerie squid. Her brain must have short-circuited for good. Is she talking about me? Sure, my handsomeness is universally acknowledged, but being flawless inside and out? That's a bit much. Something was off. Very off. Is she still hung up on me, supposedly groping her earlier? Is this some elaborate setup, praising me to the skies just so she can knock me down the moment I slip up? TCH, that scheming? Zhang Wuji's mother was right. Shen Ge resolved to stay wary of this woman. Clearly, naive sweethearts only existed in dramas. Real women's cunning was directly proportional to their looks. Oldie watched Fong Mingyue berate Luo Chengwang like a scolded child and couldn't help but pity the guy. He stepped in to mediate. Mingyue, Chengwang is a hem. Let's discuss this later. If you want to lecture him, do it after we leave the eerie space. For now, let's hear Investigator Shen's plan. He had intended to defend Luo Chengwang, but the moment Fong Mingyue fixed him with that intense stare, the same one she used during their tactical debates back at headquarters, he broke into a cold sweat. This girl was sharp, diligent, and relentlessly thorough. She'd once spent months dissecting the use horrors against horrors strategy with him, debating for hours on end until his throat was parched. Worse, she backed every argument with airtight logic, even veering into theories about the origins of horrors. I'm just an old man who kills horrors. What do I know about their cosmic birth? Now, seeing that familiar look, Oldie immediately retreated. Chengwang, you dug this hole yourself. Lie in it. Sit properly. Straighten up. Show some discipline while Investigator Shen outlines the strategy. Fong Mingyue snapped. her tone carrying the unshakable authority of an elder sister scolding a misbehaving sibling. Luo Chengwang instinctively straightened his posture, shooting her a cautious glance before turning to Shen Ge. Lady, you're making this awkward." Shen Ge was at a loss. His original plan had been to convince old He to abandon the civilians and take Fong Mingyue and Luo Chengwang up the mountain. If they found a high-tier horror, great. If not, well, the mountain was saturated with eerie energy. There'd probably be horrors around. He didn't expect them to clear the entire mountain, but if they could keep a few horrors occupied while he scouted the central zone, that'd work too. Even with old He's intel, Shen Ge preferred to verify things himself before venturing into the eerie energy building. But now, thanks to Fong Mingyue's excessive praise, his timeline had been accelerated, making it seem like he was about to charge headfirst into a solo battle with a Tier 4 horror. Cough. Shen Ge cleared his throat, adopting a solemn expression. With a veteran like old He leading the way, the trip to Dongyu Mountain, while dangerous, shouldn't be life-threatening. The primary objective is reconnaissance, locating the potential second high-tier horror and marking its position. I do intend to enter the eerie energy building, but only after further scouting the perimeter. There are still details I need to confirm. Once inside, if I pinpoint the Tier 4 horror's location, I'll attempt to lure it out, preferably toward the mountain to trigger a clash between horrors. If that fails, I'll rely on you to draw the mountain horrors down into the building. Though given the building's dense black mist, its overwhelming eerie energy might deter lower-tier horrors. Pulling this off won't be easy. His explanation gave everyone a clear understanding of the plan, especially Fong Mingyue, who shot Luo Chengwang a look that screamed, "See? Investigator Shen is willingly heading into the most dangerous zone." Her expression practically added, "Your resolve isn't worth his pinky finger." However, the trio's clarity varied. Old He, while approving of the plan, didn't want Shen Ge taking unnecessary risks, nor was he willing to wholly abandon the civilians. He proposed that Fong Mingyue assist Shen Ge with perimeter scouting, given her expertise, then return to protect the civilians while Shen Ge entered the building. Dongyu Mountain would be left to him and Luo Chengwang, unable to dissuade old He's insistence, or Fong Mingyue's eager, "I can do this. Let me help." Shen Ge reluctantly agreed. With Fong Mingyue's aid, the scouting process was drastically shortened, confirming Shen Ge's suspicions. Horrors, it seemed, were bullies at heart. The building's overwhelming eerie energy had scared off not just Tier 1 horrors, but even Tier 2s. Shen Ge theorized that the Tier 4 horror's presence had driven weaker horrors to flee toward Dongyu Mountain, explaining why Fong Mingyue had witnessed a night parade of horrors a month ago, but now only encountered the occasional Tier 2. With old He's intel verified, Shen Ge prepared to proceed with his original plan, infiltrating the building to locate the Tier 4 horror. "Investigator Shen, let me come with you. I may not be strong enough to help directly, but if the Tier 4 horror proves too much, I can act as bait, buying you time to escape." Fong Mingyue pleaded. "No, remember old He's orders. While dealing with horrors is critical, these civilians matter too. Stay here and protect them. Better keep you at a distance. Who knows if you'll suicide tackle the horror and take me with you." So Investigator Shen was only pretending to be cold-hearted earlier to keep me from danger. Like all true heroes, he prioritizes the people's safety above all. Fong Mingyue bit her lip, eyes blazing with determination. "Investigator Shen, I swear I'll fulfill my mission." Shen Ge patted her shoulders solemnly. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. If things go south, run. No pointless sacrifices. Live to fight another day. Understood. Fong Mingyue nodded fervently, her expression that of a martyr ready to embrace death. "Whatever, as long as you're happy." With a final nod, Shen Ge turned and strode into the black mist-shrouded building without hesitation. His resolute figure, fearlessly stepping into danger, was seared into Fong Mingyue's heart. The moment Shen Ge entered the building, he found himself back in the underground parking lot. Only now, It was eerier and far more expansive. Warning: host has entered the lair of a Tier 6 horror. This area is enveloped by an eerie domain. At the host's current strength, survival is impossible. Certain death awaits. Flee immediately. Here we go. The system's alert confirmed he'd stepped into the unyielding's nest. The certain death warning drove home the stakes. Though 4 years had only pushed the unyielding from Tier 4 to Tier 6, each tier's gap was oceanic in scale. And this time, he was facing the real deal, a genuine Tier 4 horror. For the first time, even the unflappable Shen Ge felt a prickle of nerves. He pulled out a can of Yellow Bull energy drink and chugged it. Calm first, think later. According to records, this had once been a pet market. Yet now, there wasn't a single animal, cage, or even a speck of dust in sight. The emptiness was unnerving. Shen Ge advanced cautiously, scanning every inch, including above and below, ready to activate his invisible eerie domain at the first sign of danger. With 10 canisters of eerie energy and 3 mind apples in reserve, mental stamina wasn't a concern. After an hour of walking, the surroundings remained unchanged, creating an illusion of stagnation. But Shen Ge's sharp eyes caught subtle shifts in the pillars, confirming he was moving forward. It was just that the path behind him kept vanishing. Shrugging, he pressed on. 2 hours later, the pitch-black void gave way to an eerie crimson glow ahead. What is this? A horror rave? Shen Ge halted, setting down the black suitcase he'd borrowed from a luggage shop. Inside were the mercenaries' weapons. Though William's eerie energy gear was busted, Shen Ge had kept it. Maybe Li Xiang could fix it later. He hadn't found beast gear on his corpse, but the remaining mercs had plenty of guns and explosives to loot. Since the building was deadlier than the mountain, Shen Ge had packed heavier firepower. Fang Mingwei had even lent him her eerie hide bracer, keeping only the eerie bone staff for herself. He pulled a grenade from the case, yanked the pin, and lobbed it into the darkness ahead, testing the waters. Boom! The explosion shattered part of the floor and a nearby pillar, but no horrors emerged. Unlike last time, the rubble didn't even bleed black. Guess I'm not inside its stomach this time. His first entry into the eerie space had likely dumped him straight into the unyielding's gut before his antics got him spat out. This time, the lack of digestive traits ruled out the horror merging with the building itself. System, quit playing dead. Give me another warning or something. Pushing the suitcase ahead with one hand and gripping his rifle with the other, Shen Ge advanced toward the crimson glow. The pulsing red light flickered like a malfunctioning strobe, accompanied by an unsettling drip-drip sound. With only one path forward, Shen Ge pressed on. Thankfully, his youthful insomnia had led to many late nights watching The Grudge and The Eye. This ambience was practically nostalgic. The wheels of his suitcase clacked ominously in the void as he hummed a tune, marching ahead. Suddenly, the red light shifted. Green now flooded the space ahead, revealing a room bathed in sickly emerald light. What's next? A disco ball. Your lighting isn't just atmospheric, it's downright funereal. At the room's entrance, Shen Ge paused, sweeping his flashlight inside. Instead of a light source, the glow came from clusters of green eggs lining the floor. Radiation eggs? He stepped closer, holding his suit's sensor near one. The eerie energy readings spiked. These are horrors. Grabbing a metal rod, he tapped an egg. The clang echoed like struck steel. Damn, these are hard. Abandoning any thought of frying them, he retreated to the doorway and lobbed another grenade. Boom! Dust cleared to reveal the egg. Unscathed, save for a smudge of dirt. You've got to be kidding me. Switching to his cleaver of slaughter, Shen Ge whacked the egg. Not even a scratch. The blade that had felled Tier 2 horrors was useless here. Crack! A sound from across the room. Another egg split open, and out crawled a rotting green turtle. The stench hit like a truck, making Shen Ge gag on his energy drink. At least he didn't crossbreed with Cthulhu. He raised his rifle, but before he could fire, the turtle's head shot forward like a piston, its neck stretching at highway speeds. Holy, nitro-boosted turtle! Shen Ge opened fire, bullets peppering the horror. 3 meters away, the turtle's fist-sized head suddenly ballooned tenfold, its rotting maw gaping wide, and lunged for his throat. A massive inflatable air cushion suddenly appeared between Shen Ge and the monstrous turtle, launching the creature backward with a loud bang. Fangming Yue's gear really comes in handy, Shen Ge muttered, retracting the abnormal skin arm guard and eyeing the overturned turtle nearby. Gripping his cleaver, he strode forward. Planting a foot on the turtle's shell, Shen Ge swung the cleaver down, only for the creature to retract its head at the last moment. Clang! The blade struck the shell with a metallic ring, as if hitting solid steel. Despite effortlessly slicing through Tier-2 abnormal creatures before, the cleaver couldn't pierce the eggshell-like armor. Interesting, Shen Ge smirked. If he brought the shell back, maybe Li Xiang could craft an unbreakable bulletproof vest out of it. With a swift kick, he sent the turtle flying, then hurled a capture ball at it. The abnormal stomach enveloped the creature, bulging and distorting as the turtle struggled inside. According to reports from the capital, the abnormal stomach had a 100% success rate against severely injured Tier-1 abnormal creatures. Crack! Another turtle hatched nearby. Luckily, a Tier-1 posed little threat to Shen Ge. With the abnormal skin arm guard, the creature couldn't even get close. But 10 minutes later, as the fourth turtle emerged, the pressure mounted. Shen Ge retreated to the doorway, using the terrain to bottleneck their advance. Host has successfully slain a Tier-1 abnormal. Reward: 50 system points. Sell Tier-1 abnormal corpse. Price: 200 system points. 5 minutes later, the system announced the first turtle's digestion. The stomach spat out an empty shell. Seizing the chance, Shen Ge retrieved the stomach, grabbed the shell, and lobbed a grenade and a Molotov into the room, igniting the remaining turtles and eggs. For the next 2 hours, he fought off 7 turtles, selling 4 for 1,000 points and keeping 3 shells. With the creatures dealt with, Shen Ge searched the room for exits, puzzled by the presence of abnormal eggs. Were they mutated by energy or bred by other abnormal creatures? If the latter, the implications were dire. Reproduction meant exponential growth. If an ocean-dwelling creature laid thousands of eggs, the world could fall in months. Shaking his head, Shen Ge forced himself to focus. Overthinking wouldn't help. After scouring the room and finding no exit, he returned to the red-lit zone, equally barren. The space felt like a fog of war in a game. Paths vanished behind him as he moved forward. Ding! Congratulations on surviving another day in this abnormal-infested world. Reward: 1% free attribute points, 10 system points. 3 days had passed outside. Inside, time moved slower. He had to hurry. The latest logs revealed little. His future self, colluding with Sakura, had failed to steal a Tier-6 abnormal corpse from Quanlong Mountain Base. Now he was caught in a spy versus spy game. The Special Response Division sent him to infiltrate Sakura, while Sakura sent him back to the division. With no leads on the unyielding, Shen Ge resorted to his original plan, collapsing the space. Focusing on the red-lit zone, he activated his invisible abnormal domain. Crack! The ceiling shattered like glass. Leaping through with a boost from his abnormal leather shoes, he landed in a new area. A hallway. His flashlight revealed a narrow, endless corridor. No doors, no end in sight. Running for minutes, or was it hours, yielded no progress. The unchanging scenery was worse than the parking lot below. At least there, he had landmarks. Only the sound of his suitcase wheels echoed in the darkness. He Lao, Luo Chengwang, and a rescued soldier from Chongqing's Special Response Division trekked through the muddy trails. A wall of black fog blocked their path, thick with energy, rivaling the levels in the abnormal building. An elite abnormal must be inside, He Lao said. Chengwang, use your goggles. Luo Chengwang adjusted his energy vision goggles. I see something, a giant chicken. The shadow stirred, lifting its head. It's watching us, but not attacking. He Lao frowned. Let's move higher. If it's truly high rank, we'll wait for Shen Ge's signal. Luo Qingwang scoffed. What signal? Comms are dead here. Ignoring him, He Lao pressed on. The fog thickened until even the 5-meter-tall chicken vanished. Then thud, 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 footsteps. Everywhere. We're surrounded, He Lao said grimly, gripping his bone staff. Luo Qingwang panicked. What now? Dig a hole and hide? He Lao's voice was steel. The bone wall can shield us. If we survive the first wave, they might leave or turn on each other. And if we don't survive, then prepare to die here. He Lao raised his bone staff, and white skeletal structures erupted from the ground, forming walls around the three of them before sealing overhead into a protective dome. Through the staff, He Lao could observe their surroundings, but the thick fog and the dim red moon made visibility nearly impossible. Even their flashlights barely pierced the darkness. Prepare for combat. The heavy footsteps drew closer, numbering in the dozens. He Lao's heart sank, memories of the 100 abnormal nightmare resurfacing. As the creatures approached, the black fog thickened, swallowing the landscape whole. The world seemed to dissolve into the encroaching darkness. Then silence. The footsteps stopped just meters away, replaced by wet, guttural swallowing sounds. The creatures were circling, waiting. They're here, He Lao whispered. Luo Qingwang and the Chongqing soldier froze, barely daring to breathe. Outside, mere inches away, an army of abnormal creatures lurked. He Lao held his breath, maintaining the bone wall with one hand while using his flashlight to peer through a gap. Black fog. Shadows. Something noticed the light and shuffled closer. He Lao snapped the beam off, but not before confirming the threat. Experience was his greatest weapon. High-tier abnormal creatures possessed terrifying traits, freezing, combustion, even reality-bending rules. But all of them, regardless of rank, retained instinct from their original forms. And instincts meant weaknesses. The good news? The creatures outside were common animals: dogs, cats, pigs, cattle. The bad news? There were many of them. A grotesque menagerie. A monstrous pig and a twisted hound rammed the bone wall, but the structure, forged from the spine of a near Tier 3 abnormal, held firm. Luo Qingwang, however, wasn't as steady. His hands trembled. What if they break through? He Lao didn't answer. Stupid questions didn't deserve responses. Then, silence again. The creatures stopped attacking, but they didn't leave. Why? Luo Qingwang dared to peek outside, and locked eyes with a pair of glowing crimson orbs. He barely stifled a scream. This was his second abnormal encounter, and it was 100 times worse. Regret gnawed at him. He never should have come. Meanwhile, the Chongqing soldier pointed at the bone wall. Look, the fog's seeping in. Black tendrils of energy slithered through the gaps, carrying the creatures with them. Distorted faces pressed against the skeletal barrier, twisted bovine skulls, grotesque swine snouts, mangled goat visages, as if trying to phase through. Then, a half-shattered black sheep's head forced its way inside, jagged maw snapping at the soldier. Don't shoot! He Lao yanked the man aside and swung his staff. Thud! The blow landed on the creature's exposed brain, only to sink in like sponge, the force harmlessly absorbed. He Lao switched tactics, shoving the monstrosity back, but more heads breached the wall. Dozens of nightmarish faces sprouted from the bone dome, gnashing, drooling, watching. Then, glorp, a wet, tearing sound. One of the cow heads was yanked backward, followed by the sound of chewing. Then another, and another. He Lao flicked his flashlight back on. Outside, a 5-meter-tall shadow loomed. The same creature they'd seen earlier. The abnormal chicken. It had returned, and it was eating the other abnormal creatures. Had it spared them earlier, just to use them as bait? Fall back. He Lao urged the bone wall to retreat as the chicken devoured its prey, including its own offspring. Luo Qingwang nearly collapsed. It ate its children. The chicken's crimson gaze locked onto them. One wrong move, and they'd be next. Then, wait, He Lao froze. The chicken had stopped. It simply watched. Every time they retreated a step, its head tilted, tracking them. Does it have intelligence? He Lao frowned. Chickens weren't smart. An abnormal one developing a mind was terrifying. The beast's massive head loomed closer, jaws parting. Run! Hilao dropped the dome and thrust a new bone wall upward, wedging it into the chicken's mouth. Luo Chengwang scrambled away. The soldier emptied his rifle into the creature's eyes. Thup, thup, thup. Bullets sank into flesh harmlessly. Then, teacher, look. Luo Chengwang pointed into the distance. Hilao turned. The abnormal building, half submerged in Dongyu Mountain, was engulfed in flames. The entire structure burned like a beacon. That was Shen Ge's signal, and it was impossible to miss. Trapped in the endless corridor, Shen Ge gave up on walking. If the space wouldn't let him out, he'd force his way through. He sat down and summoned the system. 10 spins. Ding, ding, ding. Reward: Frag Grenade X3. Reward: 6 nuclear eggs, a box of coconut milk. Reward: Molotov Cocktail X10. Shen Ge stared at the coconut milk. What kind of knockoff brand is this? Still, he got what he needed: grenades, Molotovs, even a rocket launcher. His suitcase couldn't fit everything, so he ditched spare weapons and got to work, planting explosives at every pillar, lining the halls with firebombs. Then, boom! A rocket ignited the chain reaction. The red-lit floor became an inferno. Fire spread to the turtle hatching room. The ceiling collapsed. Shen Ge timed it perfectly, activating his invisible domain to collapse upward, leaping to the next floor with his abnormal leather shoes. Then he repeated the process. And again. And again. Can't escape? Bird all down. Arson wasn't just a skill for Shen Ge. It was an art. Wind direction, heat control, escape routes. He even cooked instant noodles mid-firestorm. The abnormal resistant suit didn't just protect him. It made him a better pyromaniac. 18 floors later, the entire building trembled. The flames revealed something strange, patterns emerging in the burning walls and ceilings. Hexagonal, like turtle shells. The ceiling and floor were covered in tortoise shell-like patterns, making it feel as though they were trapped between the shells of a giant turtle. But if the shell was here, where was the turtle's head? As the fire on the 18th floor grew fiercer, Shen Ge had no choice but to retreat. He prepared to use the collapse ability of his invisible ghost domain to descend to the next floor. Invisible ghost domain. Collapse. Just like before, Shen Ge activated his invisible ghost domain. Strangely, this time, the surroundings didn't instantly turn transparent. Instead, visible ripples distorted the air. This was a scene Shen Ge knew all too well. It was exactly what had happened the first time he used stillness to warp space within the ghost car's domain. Clearly, Shen Ge was now at the center of the unyielding ghost spatial domain. His ghost domain hadn't taken effect, but had instead clashed with the unyielding space, creating a distortion. If Shen Ge continued expanding his invisible ghost domain, he might still be able to tear open space. However, the mental energy consumption was extremely high. Even after allocating all his recent free attribute points to mental energy, Shen Ge only had 253% left. With a consumption rate of 50% per second, he could sustain it for just 5 seconds. At the moment, Shen Ge had 7 ghost energy canisters and 8 spirit apples left. Combined, they still wouldn't be enough to outlast this Tier-4 supernatural entity. Calculating the mental energy expenditure, Shen Ge stopped the invisible ghost domain after 3 seconds, just as collapse tore a basketball-sized hole in the ceiling. The moment he deactivated the domain, he hurled a timed explosive into the hole. As the invisible ghost domain faded, the opening rapidly closed, trapping the explosive within the ceiling. Shen Ge immediately turned and sprinted away from the flames, pressing the detonator in his hand. A deafening boom shook the entire floor. The explosion blasted open a massive gap in the ceiling, revealing not broken concrete, but pulsing, bloody flesh bubbling with dark liquid. As the gap widened, a turtle's head, at least 5 meters in diameter, emerged from above. Half of its skull was pitch black, rotting flesh, while the other half writhed with squirming black insects. The stench of decay was overpowering, enough to make anyone's stomach churn. The moment the colossal ghost turtle descended, it locked onto Shen Ge's presence. Its head split vertically, transforming into a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, and lunged straight for him. With its mouth wide open, it'd be rude not to feed it something. As Shen Ge ran, he tossed in flashbangs, grenades, fragmentation mines, anything throwable, directly into the creature's maw. Then, using collapse, he tore another hole in the ceiling and leaped through. Boom! Amid the thunderous explosions, the ghost turtle smashed through the ceiling, its head bursting through the floor below, still chasing Shen Ge relentlessly. Shen Ge repeated the tactic, using collapse to open gaps and ascend floor by floor, the turtle's head snapping at his heels the entire way. Hey, big guy, are you a turtle or a snake? Can your neck stretch infinitely? How many laps are we going to run before it gets tangled? Shen Ge cursed as he fled. But after observing its movements across multiple floors, he realized the turtle's head wasn't physically extending. It was emerging from the ceiling of each floor, as if fused with the building itself. You took it till the 18th floor to show up? You're one stubborn bastard. Shen Ge sucked down a ghost energy canister while hurling explosives, even firing a rocket launcher at one point. By the time he reached the 24th floor, his black suitcase was empty except for 3 tortoise shells. The fire, which had started on the lower floors, now raged uncontrollably. In a building like this, once a fire took hold, extinguishing it was nearly impossible. From the outside, the flames pierced through the thick black fog, engulfing most of the structure in a towering inferno. Down on the street, Feng Mingyue watched anxiously, but she remembered Shen Ge's orders. Seeing the fire spreading toward the surrounding area, she immediately began evacuating the wounded with Soldier Shaoli. The dark red moon still hung in the sky, but night had turned to day, a gloomy, oppressive daylight that made it hard to breathe. Stop crying. We're not dead yet. Investigator Shen is still up there fighting for us, risking his life. And here you are, wailing like it's the end. If you won't save yourselves, then just wait to die. Feng Mingyue snapped, irritated by the survivor's despair. But despite her harsh words, her hands never stopped moving. She and Shaoli carried the severely injured out first, then returned for the others. Their strength alone wasn't enough, but soon, lightly wounded survivors joined in. A woman sobbed, "Investigator, don't be mad. We've never seen anything like this. We're just scared. But with warriors like you protecting us, we're not afraid anymore. Tell us what to do, and we'll do it." That's right, Investigator Fong. We were unharmed under Old He's protection. We've got strength. Just give the orders, and we'll carry whoever needs carrying, a man declared. I can help too. I may be old, but I've still got the strength for farm work. Lifting people is nothing. Let's work together. Let's survive. Survive. One by one, those who've been unharmed or only lightly injured stepped forward. Together, they helped Feng Mingyue and Shaoli evacuate the wounded. Watching them, Feng Mingyue felt a surge of emotion. She wasn't afraid of sacrifice or supernatural horrors, only of her efforts going unappreciated. Now, she knew it was all worth it. In the distance, the ghost energy building burned fiercer than ever. No one knew what Shen Ge had done to set an entire skyscraper ablaze in mere minutes. Just as Feng Mingyue was guiding civilians to safety, she noticed the black fog shrouding the building begin to dissipate. Near the top, part of the structure seemed to turn transparent, revealing the hillside behind it. Then, a figure shot out from the transparent section, soaring through the air before inflating like a balloon and crashing into the hillside. Ghost skin arm guards. Investigator Shen. He made it out. But Feng Mingyue's relief lasted less than 2 seconds before a thunderous crash echoed. The building's outer wall exploded outward as a monstrous, decaying turtle head burst through, its maw, lined with fangs and spewing black fog, lunging toward the hillside. It bit off half the mountainside in a single chomp. The terrifying turtle's head seemed fused with the building, as if the skyscraper itself was its shell. As the head moved, the entire structure uprooted itself, crawling toward Dongyu Mountain. A Tier-4 supernatural entity. Fang Mingyue's eyes widened in shock. She'd never seen anything so massive, so horrifying. An entire building turned into a monster. An investigator Shen had been fighting this thing alone. Charlie, take over here. I'm going to help Investigator Shen on the mountain. Evacuate the villagers. Fang Mingyue called. Investigator Fang, we'll go with you. Officer Fang, take us. We can help. We've got guns. I'm not a great shot, but I've learned how to use one. The unharmed villagers and some lightly wounded ones grabbed the leftover pistols and submachine gun Shen Ge had discarded and ran after her. No, the injured still need you here. If we don't come back, remember what old he taught you. Avoid the supernatural entities and survive. Fang Mingyue said firmly. Officer Fang. Investigator. Without another word, Fang Mingyue fired a grappling hook at a second-floor window across the street, then scaled the building to take a shortcut toward Dongyu Mountain. Officer Fang, come back alive. When we get out of this hellhole, I'll slaughter 2 hens for you, a villager shouted after her. Meanwhile, Shen Ge had wreaked havoc inside the building, setting it ablaze and turning into a one-man demolition crew. While explosives couldn't harm the Tier-4 unyielding, he'd confirmed that it was indeed fused with the structure. Like the Monkey King wreaking havoc inside Princess Ironfan's stomach, it might not be deadly, but it was infuriating. Having thoroughly enraged the ghost turtle, Shen Ge seized the chance to escape using his invisible ghost domain. Thankfully, Fang Mingyue's ghost skin arm guards cushioned his fall. Otherwise, a drop from that height would have crippled him, if not killed him outright. Now, with the unyielding ghost turtle fully awakened and fixated on him, Shen Ge led it on a chase through the mountains, relying on his ghost leather boots' agility to stay ahead. He could have used invisible plus soundless to shake it off, but he feared the creature would just retreat into its shell. Luring it out again would be far harder. The mountain was still crawling with low-tier supernatural entities. At one point, Shen Ge even encountered a crimson Tier-2 entity, but before he could act, the ghost turtle swallowed it whole. As he raced downhill, Shen Ge took shortcuts, leaping over U-shaped bends without hesitation. With his ghost leather boots and ghost skin arm guards, injuries weren't a concern. Then, in the distance, he spotted a dense black fog and the sound of gunfire. Moments later, he recognized a familiar figure ahead. Luo Chengwang, Investigator Shen? What are you doing here? Luo Chengwang gaped as Shen Ge landed in front of him. Wasn't this guy supposed to be investigating the Tier-4 entity in the ghost energy building? Had he just set a fire and hid? Before Luo Chengwang could ask, Shen Ge cut in. Where's old he? Did you find the high-tier entity on the mountain? Of course we did. What about you? Weren't you investigating the Tier-4 entity in the skyscraper? Did you find it? Luo Chengwang shot back. Yep. Shen Ge slung an arm around Luo Chengwang's shoulders, turning him toward the mountain. He pointed at the monstrous turtle head, now the size of a dragon's, and grinned. Meet our new friend, a Tier-4 supernatural entity. Rare sight, huh? Quite the unique looker, don't you think? Luo Chengwang's legs gave out. If not for Shen Ge's grip, he'd have face-planted. That's. His tongue tied in terror. Shen Ge crouched beside him. So, where's the high-tier entity you found? I'll keep this big guy busy. You go lure yours over. Lure it over? How? Why don't you do it? Luo Chengwang snapped. That thing was at least Tier-3 or Tier-4, and it had wings. Even if it couldn't fly, its legs were thicker than his entire body. No way he could outrun it. Any details? What's its original form? Shen Ge pressed. Probably a chicken, Luo Chengwang stammered. One word off, and it could be a whole different creature. But if it's a chicken, it might be interested in these giant bugs. Hurry up and lure it here, it's closing in. Me? I have to do it. Luo Chengwang's face paled. Either you lure it, or go tell old he. But move fast. You're a man. Show some backbone. Don't you want stories to tell back at the department? Think of the people you admire. You can do this. Shen Ge hauled him up and shoved him toward the road before darting off. His final words floated back. Use whatever you've got. Sing the chicken god's anthem for all I care. Chicken god's anthem. Luo Qingwang nearly choked. This guy was definitely a hater. But with the Tier 4 entity now lured out, every second counted. Luo Qingwang was terrified, but he was still a supernatural investigator. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward where the ghost chicken had been. No matter what, he had to tell old he. Shen Ge had succeeded. This was their only chance to pit the two entities against each other. Old he and the Chongqing branch soldiers were still holding off the ghost chicken. While killing it was near impossible, Old he's ghost bone staff was effective at restraining it. Just as he was planning where to lead it next, Luo Qingwang came stumbling back, gasping for breath. Qingwang, why'd you return? Oldie barked. Teacher, investigator, Shen. He lured the Tier 4 entity out of the skyscraper. It's on a mountain now. He wants us to bring the ghost chicken there. Really? Oldie's face lit up. He hadn't expected Shen Ge to actually pull it off. This level of skill was beyond even his own. If only the Special Investigations Department had more talents like Investigator Shen, he thought. Our generation could retire in peace. But such experts were rare. With two in the Rong City branch alone, maybe one could be persuaded to relocate to the capital. The word lure might sound simple, but actually guiding the ghost turtle through the mountains was fraught with challenges. The ghost turtle's body, fused with the skyscraper, crawled over the mountaintop, kicking up clouds of dust. Its grotesque, rotting head stretched dozens of meters long, shrouded in thick black fog. Wherever it passed, ancient trees as thick as barrels were instantly flattened, their splintering echoes ringing through the forest. The building-sized shell crushed the mountainside, sending a dust storm barreling toward Shen Ge. The air reeked of charred debris and the turtle's decay, so overpowering that even Shen Ge's iron will was nearly shattered. He was on the verge of vomiting. Thankfully, his ghost leather boots provided unmatched mobility, which was exactly why he'd chosen them without hesitation. Though his ghost stomach and ghost skin armor were rarely used, their materials actually came from a higher Tier 2 supernatural entity than the boots. This proved a crucial point. For functional ghost energy equipment, higher tier didn't always mean better. It depended on the situation. Shen Ge moved fast, but the dust storm kicked up by the turtle's massive form was closing in. Seizing an opportunity, he leaped onto the creature's head, using his ghost glove's unyielding grip to cling to two chunks of rotting flesh. The stench was like being buried in a pile of plague-ridden pigs, so while it felt like his skull might crack open and his brain melt. Even the ghost energy protective suit can't block this. How is it so foul? Shen Ge grimaced. At this rate, he'd die from the smell before the turtle killed him. Worse, the rot was crawling with squirming black worms. Anyone with trypophobia would have dropped dead on the spot. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, Shen Ge weighed his options. Fall, get crushed, or swallowed whole. Stay, endure maggots and stench so potent it made his grad school days feel like a vacation. Glurk! Suddenly, a guttural swallowing noise, mixed with something eerily like a rooster's crow, echoed from afar. Through the haze, Shen Ge spotted a rolling mass of black fog charging toward them. A 6 to 7 meter tall, fog-wreathed ghost chicken was barreling forward, chasing Luo Qingwang, who sprinted for his life. Originally, Luo Qingwang had planned to retreat after delivering his message to old he. But whether due to prolonged combat or sheer bad luck, the ghost chicken had fixated on old he and the Chongqing branch soldiers, pecking at them relentlessly. Though experienced, old he was in his 60s. His stamina faltered quickly. Luo Qingwang couldn't just watch his men die. Snatching an assault rifle and grenade from a soldier, he grappled onto the chicken's back, blasted a small hole with gunfire, lobbed in the grenade, and bolted. Boom! The explosion was about as effective as a firecracker tossed at an elephant. Minimal damage, maximum insult. Now, the ghost chicken's wrath was laser-focused on Luo Qingwang. It screeched and gave chase, its beak snapping at his heels as he fled downhill. Investigator Shen, help! Luo Qingwang wailed. But Shen Ge was busy not dying. Just as the chicken's maw loomed over Luo Qingwang, a figure swung through the trees like a wraith. Fong Mingwei. As she zipped overhead, her ghost bone staff morphed into a skeletal cage, snatching Luo Chengwang off the ground milliseconds before the chicken strike. Though Fong Mingyue's training surpassed most soldiers, holding the grapple line with one hand and controlling the cage with the other pushed her to her limits. Gritting her teeth, she strained until the staff slipped from her grasp. The cage tumbled downhill, Luo Chengwang inside, crashing through branches and rocks until he was battered and dazed. Fong Mingyue swung back, anchored her grapple to a tree, and hauled the cage to a stop. Blood streaked her palms from the friction, but she ignored the pain, freeing Luo Chengwang with a grimace. "Are you okay?" Luo Chengwang's heart ached at her shredded hands. "She risked herself for me?" He reached for them, ready to play the gallant protector, only for Fong Mingyue to briskly bandage her wounds with torn cloth and demand. Investigator Shen lured out the Tier-4 entity. "I saw him fall into the mountains. Have you seen him? Where is he?" Luo Chengwang's romantic fantasy shattered like glass. Of course she'd ask about him first. "Well, why are you alone?" "Where's Old He?" she pressed. "Old He's on the other side of the mountain." Investigator Shun's keeping the ghost turtle busy. "He told me to lure the chicken toward it so they'd fight. And you didn't lead it there yet?" Fong Mingyue snatched her staff and grappled away without another word. "Hey!" Luo Chengwang's sprained ankle left him hobbling, forced to watch her vanish into the dust storm. Meanwhile, Fong Mingyue soared back toward the chaos. Spotting the ghost chicken, she swung overhead and lobbed 2 grenades straight into its crimson eyes. Glurk! Blinded and enraged, the chicken pursued her, its shark-like maw shearing through trees with every snap. Fong Mingyue agilely led it into the dust storm, but visibility was zero. She couldn't find Shen Ge. "Investigator Shun, I brought the chicken," she shouted into the haze. No response. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Ge had already spotted the chicken's fog. Pressing his rifle into the turtle's rotting flesh, he unloaded a barrage of bullets, drawing its attention. Warning: Host has attracted a Tier-3 supernatural entity. Current attributes are insufficient for combat. Flee immediately. Only Tier-3? Shen Ge frowned. Against the Tier-4 unyielding, a Tier-3 might not last long. If the chicken loses and gets eaten, could the turtle evolve to Tier-5? No time to dwell. Swatting maggots off his suit, Shen Ge braced to assist the chicken. Unlike lower-tier entities that fled from the turtle's aura, the ghost chicken's eyes glowed brighter at the stench of rot. It flapped featherless wings and lunged, its beak splitting into jagged halves to clamp onto the turtle's neck. The turtle retaliated instantly, its own head bifurcating into a monstrous maw that bit clean through the chicken's wing and a chunk of its torso. The 2 titans rolled downhill, flattening half the village. Had Fong Mingyue not evacuated the civilians earlier, the ground would have been littered with pancakes, human-flavored. Shen Ge knew the chicken stood no chance alone. If it died, the turtle would absorb its energy, escalating the disaster. Pitting ghosts against ghosts sounds easy, but finding 2 high-tier entities in one place is nearly impossible. With no time to strategize, Shen Ge scaled the turtle's head using his gloves. As the chicken's beak hurtled toward him, he leaped straight into the turtle's gaping throat. Inside, the chicken's fangs pierced the turtle's hide, their tips visibly protruding through the flesh. The turtle roared, retracting its neck into its shell to shake free, then counterattacked, tearing off more of the chicken's body. Clutching rotting meat with his gloves, Shen Ge dodged a falling hunk of chicken flesh that nearly dragged him into the stomach. He wedged himself into a crevice, catching his breath. "System, it's your time to shine. No fancy gear, just give me Molotovs and explosives." His only hope was the system's general store. With 2,651 points left, he gambled on a 10x draw. White flashes, mostly weapons. 2 crates of Molotovs. 6 grenades. 1 fragmentation grenade. 2 submachine guns. 1 high-yield, timed explosive. Shen Ge crammed the haul into a meat pocket. Outside, the battling behemoths leveled the village. Blind to the chaos, he lobbed explosives wildly. Grenades that'd normally shred tanks were mere firecrackers in the turtle's gullet. But the Molotovs worked. Flames licked the throat, making the flesh contract defensively. Shen Ge's suit, saturated with ghost energy 100%, now filtered air to keep him alive. The turtle and chicken wrestled savagely, their collision reducing the village to rubble. The chicken was missing half its body, while the turtle had lost chunks of flesh, both digesting each other's energy. Yet the turtle was winning. Shen Ge burned through his arsenal, then drew another 10x batch, including an RPG. 3 rockets later, he dumped 10% of his free points into mental energy, drew his cleaver, and hacked at the turtle's throat like a deranged butcher. Chopping through a neck thicker than a high-rise wasn't about skill. It was sheer endurance. Shen Ge carved deeper, chugging energy cans, unleashing collapse to ravage the turtle from within. This was the only way. If the turtle lived, everything was for nothing. Energy depleted, he ripped off his mask, devoured ghost apples, and pressed on. The deeper he went, the more the rot clung like quicksand, forcing him to rely on his gloves to pull free. Time blurred. His mind and body neared collapse. Like a parasite, he slashed through meat, tunneled forward, and slashed again. Then, his cleaver punctured a pulsing membrane, sending him tumbling into a vast chamber. Before him, in a hellscape of rotting flesh, a giant black heart hung, suspended. Half decomposed, yet beating fiercely. Adrenaline surged. Shen Ge staggered toward it, cleaver raised. Report. Wang Hama burst into the command tent, trembling with excitement. Chief, he did it. Shen Ge actually did it. The ghost energy fog over Dongyu village is dispersing. The ghost domain is collapsing. Deng Yuqi and the others sprinted outside, staring at the horizon. The village, once swallowed by impenetrable fog, now shone under clearing skies. The ghost domain was vanishing. He'd done it. He'd created a miracle. The black fog gradually dissipated. The temporary command camp was only a few miles away from Dongyu village. Deng Yuqi and the others quickly took out their tactical binoculars to survey the area. With the anomalous fog gone, Dongyu village was now unrecognizable. Large sections had been reduced to ruins, with only broken walls and debris remaining where buildings once stood. The anomalous energy building had also vanished. A massive chunk of Dongyu Mountain was missing, as if the building had been carved out. The forest, whether lush or withered, looked as though it had been flattened by a giant steamroller, leaving only scattered branches and dead leaves on the ground. At the center of the village stood a towering pile of rubble resembling a garbage heap, what remained of the anomalous energy building after its fusion with the no-exit anomaly. Feng Qingxiu, Deng Yuqi called out. Feng Qingxiu, Wang Han, Ma Chao, Zhang Hu, and Zhao Long quickly stepped forward. Take your teams and conduct a thorough search of Dongyu village. Find Shen Ge at all costs. Deng Yuqi ordered while dialing Shen Ge's number on her phone. With the anomalous space gone, the interference-blocking signals had also disappeared. If Shen Ge had his phone, the call should go through. As Deng Yuqi issued her orders, teams from other branches were also mobilizing to search for survivors in Dongyu village. 10 minutes later, one team found soldier Xiao Li and the evacuated survivors near the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, those who had been on Dongyu Mountain returned to the command camp. Director Deng, Fong Mingwei rushed into the command center and hurried over to Deng Yuqi. The last thing I saw was Shen jumping into the no-exit anomaly's mouth. That anomaly was a fourth-stage entity fused with the anomalous energy building. That mountain of rubble in the center of the village is the building. We need to send people in for search and rescue immediately. Deng Yuqi's heart clenched. If a building collapsed, there might still be gaps for survivors to hide in. But if it had been shattered into rubble and piled into a mountain, it was practically a burial. If Shen Ge was buried under that rubble, his chances of survival were slim. Deng Yuqi immediately grabbed her radio, redirecting all teams in Dongyu Village to the rubble mountain. At the same time, she called headquarters, requesting immediate reinforcements from nearby military districts and municipal bureaus. They would dig through that mountain in the shortest time possible. Alive or dead, they would find Shen Ge. The mood in the command camp plummeted at the thought of Shen Ge possibly buried under the rubble. Fang Mingwei had rushed down from the mountain to report the situation, knowing that charging into the rubble alone wouldn't help Shen Ge. It would only waste precious rescue time. Now that she had relayed the information, she prepared to join the remaining soldiers in heading to Dongyu Village. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, 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 dang. Suddenly, the iconic opening theme of the Little Knife Society, often associated with the Monkey King's grand entrances, blared outside the command tent. While everyone inside was still frantically coordinating search efforts for Shen Ge, he appeared at the entrance, a speaker slung over his shoulder and pulling a black suitcase behind him. "Hey, everyone, miss me?" Shen Ge asked with a grin. Silence. The entire tent froze. After all the worry and fear over his disappearance, here he was, strolling back on his own. Shen Ge, Investigator Shen, Deng Yuqi, Fang Mingwei, Li Xiang, and others, whether they knew him or not, immediately rushed over, surrounding him. Shen Ge pushed the black suitcase toward Li Xiang. "Here, some local specialties for the department." Then he turned to Deng Yuqi. "Director, my paid leave still stands, right?" Deng Yuqi was overjoyed to see him safe, but his first words nearly made her laugh in exasperation. "I'll think about it." Then switch it to sick leave. Before he could finish, Shen Ge suddenly collapsed toward Deng Yuqi and Fang Mingwei. The two barely caught him in time. After dealing with the no-exit anomaly, Shen Ge's energy and stamina were completely drained. Though his major injuries had been treated with special bandages and bruise ointment, he still had over a dozen wounds. He had pushed himself to the limit just to make it back to camp. Even on the verge of passing out, he had held on, determined to collapse in style, preferably onto something soft. Shen Ge, Investigator Shen. Deng Yuqi, Li Xiang, and Fang Mingwei steadied him, only to find their hands wet. Blood had soaked through his tactical suit from multiple tears in his protective gear. Though his critical wounds had been treated, the rest were still bleeding. "Get him to medical." "Where are the doctors?" "Call the medics." "What are you all standing around for?" "Take him straight to the hospital." Chaos erupted once again in the command camp. When Shen Ge woke up, days had passed. He was back in Rong City, admitted to a VIP ward at Rongxi Hospital with a dedicated nurse attending to him. With the Special Investigations Department and Deng Yuqi handling the aftermath in Dongyu Village, he, as a mere foot soldier, had no responsibilities. The department had turned the ruins upside down, searching for the corpse of the fourth stage, no-exit anomaly. After days of work, less than a tenth of the rubble mountain had been cleared. Fully processing it would take months. Based on testimonies from Old He, Fang Mingwei, and others, the rubble mountain was the fourth stage anomaly. Higher-ups had ordered that not a single brick be overlooked. They would find a corpse containing fourth stage anomalous energy. But no one knew that after destroying the anomaly's heart and killing it, Shen Ge had immediately ordered the system to devour it. He had considered circling to the other side of the village to devour the third stage, anomalous chicken, corpse as well, but his energy was too depleted. With no guarantee that hostile mercenaries might still be lurking, he had to choose between spending 30 minutes searching for the corpse or 10 minutes returning to camp. He chose the latter. Besides, thanks to the 3 rules he had established before entering the anomalous space, the anomalous chickens' remains fell under the Rong City branch's jurisdiction. On the way back to Rong City, Li Xiang opened the black suitcase Shen Ge had given him and nearly blurted out, "Godfather." Inside, alongside some damaged anomalous gear, were 3 anomalous turtle shells and various body parts. Brains, eyeballs, hands, feet, you name it. Now, this is what you call a true comrade and employee. Even in mortal danger, he had thought of bringing back resources for the department. A third-stage anomalous chicken was impressive enough, but he had even managed to sneak out the no-exit anomaly's remains. Exactly. After Li Xiang reported the suitcase's contents to Deng Yuqi, both assumed Shen Ge had secretly retrieved the no-exit anomaly's corpse. With the fourth stage anomaly confirmed as a turtle by Old He and Feng Mingwei, plus the 3 anomalous turtle shells, the connection was obvious. Deng Yuqi ordered Li Xiang to keep it quiet. These materials will be taken back to the Rome City branch for discreet research. No need to report it to higher-ups. After all, the Rome City branch was underfunded and under-resourced, with only 2 pieces of anomalous gear to its name. After such a major operation, a little under-the-table development was justified. And just like that, while unconscious, Shen Ge had unknowingly maxed out his favor with Deng Yuqi, Li Xiang, and the entire Rome City branch. Shen Ge lay in his hospital bed, snacking on a mountain of fruit brought by his comrades, while reviewing his system panel. Host has slain a 6-stage anomaly, trait, no exit. The anomaly's corpse can be sold or devoured by the system to extract its trait. Anomaly, trait, no exit, value, 20,000 system points. Devouring the anomaly will extract its trait. Though only 1 stage apart, the 6-stage anomaly was worth less than half of a 7th stage. Clearly, progression grew exponentially harder at higher levels. But after realizing the issues with the system's shop, Shen Ge had lost much of his interest in random draws. Aside from gambling for trait gear, everything else could be obtained in the real world. Firearms and ammunition might have been hard to acquire before, but with his Special Investigations Department status, getting Deng Yuqi to secure him a minigun for operations wouldn't be an issue. There was no telling whether spending thousands of points would yield trait gear. Worse, the system lacked storage. Any resources drawn would just go to waste. So when the prompt appeared, Shen Ge chose to devour the anomaly without hesitation. A 6-stage anomaly meant another anomaly zone ability. Devouring successful. Trait, no exit, extracted. The trait will be adapted into a more suitable form for fusion. Host Attribute panel has been updated. When this notification appeared, the massive turtle's body collapsed. Its fusion with the anomalous energy building unraveled, reducing the entire structure to rubble. At the last second, Shen Ge devoured one final mental apple and used the formless anomaly zone's collapse effect to escape. No exit. The user can expend mental energy to lock any door, window, or enclosed space. Unless the user dispels the effect or the energy depletes, conventional methods cannot open the sealed area. Living beings will be trapped inside. Note, the user can allocate 1% to % of their mental energy. Higher allocations decrease the chance of forced entry and prolong the effect's duration. No exit anomaly zone, type 1. When activated, the anomaly zone creates a signal-blocking space that traps living beings. If the user centers the zone on themselves, it will move with them. Cost, 50% mental energy per second. Additional effect, terrain within the anomaly zone can be altered. Note, upgrading the trait can expand the zone's range, reduce energy costs, and unlock Type 2. Shen Ge had expected the system's version of the trait to differ from the original, but he was still disappointed. This feels even lamer than Formless. At least Formless had invisibility. This, just breaking locks? What's the point? Still, he had to test it. The Formless description had also seemed underwhelming, yet its terrain-altering collapse ability had been invaluable. Without it, he wouldn't have escaped the anomalous spaces, located the turtle's core, or survived the building's collapse. Maybe no exit had hidden uses? With that thought, Shen Ge turned to the nurse, scrolling on her phone by the door. "Excuse me, I'm a bit hungry. Could you give me some kanji?" "Of course, Mr. Shen. I'll be right back." The nurse stood, heading for the door, unaware that Shen Ge had raised a hand toward it. He had allocated his recent daily reward points to mental energy, bringing his max to 261%. When he activated No Exit, the room's layout subtly shifted. Doors, windows, and walls gained faint outlines. He could target any of them, or the entire room, with mental energy. For this test, he allocated just 11% to the door. 11% appeared over its outline. Huh, why won't it open? The nurse jiggled the handle, hearing metallic clicks, but the door stayed shut. Broken lock, Shen Ge asked innocently. The nurse nodded. Seems like it. Don't worry, I'll call the front desk. She phoned for assistance. Soon, voices came from outside. We can't open it from here either. Try the keys, must be jammed. Shaolin, keep the patient calm. We'll call a locksmith. Got it. The nurse returned to Shen Ge, gently reassuring him while seizing the chance to chat. Shen Ge half listened, watching the door's 11% tick down by 1% per minute. Every attempt to force it, whether from inside or outside, sped up the drain. Soon a locksmith arrived. The rate accelerated further, yet the lock remained intact, leaving the man baffled. Where'd you get this lock? It's insane. As the counter neared zero, Shen Ge added another 10%. The locksmith, pride wounded, asked to break the lock. Even after hammering, the door held firm. Only the counter dropped faster. Shen Ge's eyes lit up. If no exit could use mental energy to alter an object's durability, then continuously infusing energy into a door would make it bulletproof, even artillery-proof. This isn't no exit. It's an impenetrable fortress. Thanks to Shen Ge's constant energy infusion, the locksmith outside, despite 30 years of experience, couldn't crack the lock. Frustrated, he grabbed a fire axe and hacked at the door. Bang! The axe struck the wooden door beside the lock, instantly draining 1% of the mental energy. Yet the door remained unscathed, not even a dent. The locksmith was stunned. Hearing the commotion outside, Shen Ge confirmed his suspicions. With a flick of his wrist, he dispersed the mental energy, reinforcing the door. Bang! The locksmith swung again. This time, the axe cleaved straight through. This proved that no exit, when fueled by mental energy, could significantly bolster an object's defenses. It reminded Shen Ge of the anomalous energy building, where even breaching the floors and ceilings required high-explosive bombs. He had long suspected that mental energy and anomalous energy were one and the same. Now, seeing his abilities replicate the effects of the no-exit anomaly's domain, he wasn't surprised. So what if the system was an anomaly? Stop using it? Anomalous gear was crafted from anomaly corpses anyway. For all he knew, the system itself might be derived from one. Besides, without the system and its traits, resolving this fourth stage anomaly event would have been exponentially harder, if not outright impossible. According to the logs, in a timeline where he never awakened the system, Deng Yuqi and a team of investigators had to sacrifice themselves just to contain no exit. As Shen Ge pondered this, the locksmith finally succeeded, not through skill but brute force. Examining the mangled lock, the man frowned. Strange, this lock works fine. Look at locks and unlocks. So what? The locksmith was baffled. No one dwelled on it, chalking it up to a jammed mechanism. The locksmith was asked to repair and replace the lock. When the nurse returned with the kanji, she found Shen Ge gone, only to spot him at the front desk, inquiring about discharge procedures. Mr. Shen, you still need several tests. I strongly advise. Shen Ge cut her off. Rongshi Hospital's beds are in high demand. I'm fine now, so I won't hog one. Since my department handled my admission, just bill them. Someone from my unit will settle the paperwork later. The receptionist blinked. That's allowed? The nurse hurried over. And Mr. Shen, you're discharging yourself? But your injuries, shouldn't you get checked again? No need. Is this my kanji? Thanks. I don't have my phone, but someone from my department will pay you back. Shen Ge took the kanji with a smile and strode toward the exit. Wait, Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. Seeing they couldn't stop him, the two rushed to report to the head nurse, who then contacted the hospital director and the Special Investigations Department. Both women were stunned by the urgency. Who is this patient? The receptionist whispered. You were off last week, so you missed it. It was insane. You know how hard it is to get a bed here, right? Even general wards require appointments, let alone VIP suites. But at 11 p.m., the head nurse got a call from the director, saying a patient was being transferred from Yuzhou. Then the deputy director personally negotiated with Mr. Zhao. Can you believe it? To vacate a VIP suite. They deep cleaned, sterilized, replaced everything. I thought a head of state was checking in. And then, the nurse gasped. At 1 a.m., I heard cars pulling up. Every specialist, even those on leave, showed up, along with the director and deputies, all waiting in the lobby. Half an hour later, a squad of armed soldiers marched in, escorting an unconscious patient straight to the VIP ward. Every expert in the hospital collaborated on his treatment. Seriously, what kind of person gets that kind of treatment at his age? How would I know? I thought you had the scoop. You've been his nurse for a week. Didn't you ask? I chickened out. You make me nervous. But I did sneak some photos, with his permission. The nurse proudly showed off her phone, displaying a selfie with Shen Ge, who had flashed a peace sign. He seems down to earth. Doesn't act like some big shot. Since when do officials have to act high and mighty? Their chatter meandered from Shen Ge to the armed soldiers, the hospital brass, and finally to weekend plans. To them, Shen Ge belonged to a different world. Yet this otherworldly figure was now squatting roadside, slurping kanji and pondering how to get home. His phone had been left at the department when he'd strapped on an extra anomalous canister. With no ride-hailing app, he had to flag a cab. Tossing the empty kanji cup, Shen Ge spotted a taxi and waved it down. Tianchuan Plaza, Special Cases Investigation Division, he said, giving the department's public alias. Got it. The driver launched into small talk. Shen Ge's hospitalization, Rongshi Hospital's reputation, satellite launches. Do all cabbies have this gift of gab? Shen Ge mused. At the department, Shen Ge said, wait here a minute. I forgot my phone. Need to grab cash. Sure thing. You work here? Not like you'd skip out on the fare. The driver chuckled. Shen Ge approached the guard booth, recognizing the sentry. Hey, lend me 50. Phone's in the dorm. Investigator Shen. The guard snapped a salute. Hold on, I'll get my phone. He paid the fare, then asked, weren't you still hospitalized? How? Felt better, so I left. I'll pay you back. Shen Ge waved and headed inside. Don't sweat it. Honored to cover a hero's ride. Hey, grab a drink sometime. Tell me how you soloed a 4-stage anomaly. Legendary stuff. Shen Ge nearly tripped. How exaggerated are these rumors? Next they'll say, I ate the damn thing. Inside, colleagues greeted him with surprise and concern, especially the trio, who practically clung to him, insisting he return to the hospital if he wasn't fully healed. After much cajoling, even offering to do backflips, Shen Ge escaped to Deng Yuqi's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Deng Yuqi looked up, startled. You discharged yourself? Yesterday's report said you needed 10 more tests. 10 tests? Thank God I bolted. That'd drain anyone's blood supply. I'm fine. No point hogging medical resources. Is everything in Yuzhou wrapped up? Did HQ honor the deal? Hand over the anomalies for us to handle. Deng Yuqi studied him for a long moment. Get checked at medical first. If you're cleared, fine. Otherwise, back to the hospital. Leave the rest to us. I'm good. Want me to do 10 backflips to prove it? Are you a monkey? Since when do backflips certify health? Deng Yuqi, now numb to his antics, sighed. After Dongyu Village, I had the military and police assist in securing the area. We found 2 surviving mercenaries, now detained. As for anomalies, the ruins yielded nothing, but several low-stage ones were found on Dongyu Mountain. While our team escorted you back, the Yunnan and Guizhou branches handled them. The 3rd stage anomalous chicken corpse was relocated to Rong City's containment. As for the 4th stage, Shen Ge braced for questions about the missing anomaly, why no body was found, how he'd killed it. Instead, Deng Yuqi continued. Per old he and Fong Mingyue's accounts, the 4th stage anomaly was the building, right? Shouldn't its remains be massive? Why did you bring back 3 small fragments? Huh, Shen Ge realized. She'd mistaken the turtle shells from the hatched anomalies for no exits remains. Deng Yuqi added, Fong Mingyue said you jumped into the turtle's mouth. Please tell me you didn't go full demolitionist and blow it to bits. Regardless, Li Xiang's already studying the shells. We might craft defensive gear from them. And the other anomaly parts you brought back. Shen Ge. Her tone turned solemn. You've done something monumental. These remains will catapult our branch from the bottom ranks to the top. But to avoid drawing HQs or foreign agencies' attention, we're crediting this operation to a joint task force with Yunnan and Guizhou, assisted by Old He's team. I've also spoken to Old He and Feng Mingwei. They'll keep your involvement quiet. Rome City's rise owes everything to you. Name your reward. Within reason, I'll make it happen. A hero deserves no less. That brain in the basement, Shen Ge's mind was still on the unforgetting trait. Though this operation had veered off script, the misunderstanding spared him awkward explanations. If Deng Yuqi was offering rewards, he wasn't about to refuse. She sighed as if expecting this. R&D is studying the anomalous brain. Propose your ideas. Any gear made from it will go to you. Same for the other remains. Clearly, she thought he wanted more gear, not realizing he planned to feed the brain to the system. I don't need that much gear, Shen Ge muttered. Deng Yuqi slammed the desk. Don't even think about cooking it. And no teaming up with Li Xiang for insane experiments. I won't have a repeat of HQ's incident here. Sure. Safety first. Do you two even have common sense? Right. Infuriating. Go. Get. Checked. Now. Or I'll have Feng Qingxiu drag you back to the hospital, she barked. Shen Ge bolted. As the door shut, it reopened, his head poking through. So, any bonuses for this monumental achievement? Deng Yuqi arched a brow. How much? 5 million. Shen Ge tossed out a figure. I'll wire it. She returned to her paperwork. As the door closed, she heard him grumble, Damn, I lowballed. Truthfully, HQ's standard reward was a few $100,000, plus medals and certificates. But if Shen Ge needed funds, and the amount was reasonable, she'd make it happen. After his medical checkup, Shen Ge swung by operations, where Chief Chun and Feng Qingxiu mobbed him. Once confirming his recovery, Chief Chun, eyes glistening, clasped his hand, rambling about hope for the department and a prodigy among us. Feng Qingxiu urged him to rest, assigning Zhang Hu, Zhao Long, Wang Han, and Ma Chao as his errand boys until he fully healed. Others challenged him to sparring matches. Bet you've leveled up after this. Or drinks, can't beat you in anomaly fights, but we'll out-drink you. Their boisterous concern warmed Shen Ge. Many genuinely cared about his well-being. As for leveling up, his stats had inched up post-mission. Adversity truly bred growth. 2 hours later, Shen Ge retreated to his dorm. His phone, left on the bed, showed 999 plus missed calls and messages. Most were from Tang Jinze and Cheng Shengnan, followed by Deng Yuqi, Feng Qingxiu, and spam. He called Tang Jinze back, blaming poor signal during a business trip for the radio silence. Hanging up, he summoned the system interface, ready to test no exit anomaly zones, full capabilities. Rating, Tier 1. Strength, 131%. Agility, 124%. Constitution, 122%. Spirit, 261%. Silent. Upon activation, enters a soundless state. Consumes 0.5% spirit per second. Can be used simultaneously with other traits. Can expend 10% to 100% spirit, scaling with the object's noise level, to attach spiritual energy to an object, keeping it silent for a duration even if released. Still, when the user remains completely motionless, they can manipulate shadows to restrain targets who are also motionless. Spirit cost per second varies, 10% to 100%, based on the target's rating, quantity, and distance. Max range, 10 meters. While restraining a target, the user can choose whether to pull them into the still spectral dimension. Restraint effects persist even outside the spectral dimension. Invisible. Upon activation, the user becomes visually transparent but remains physically tangible. Consumes 1% spirit per second. Can be used simultaneously with other traits. Containment. The user can infuse spiritual energy into doors, windows, or rooms to seal them with the containment trait. As long as the spiritual energy remains, either undispersed by the user or not fully depleted, the sealed area cannot be opened by conventional means, and living beings inside are trapped. Note, the user can allocate 1% spirit. Higher infusion reduces the chance of a seal breaking and extends duration. Invisible spectral domain, Type 1. Upon activation, renders everything within a 10 cubic meter radius transparent. The domain moves with the user. Consumes 50% spirit per second. Trait synergy. Terrain within the domain can be altered. Note, upgrading expands the domain's range, reduces spirit cost, and unlocks Type 2. Containment spectral domain, Type 1. Upon activation, creates a space that blocks all signals and spectral energy, trapping living beings inside. If centered on the user, the domain moves with them. Consumes 50% spirit per second. Trait synergy. Terrain within the domain can be altered. Note, upgrading expands the domain's range, reduces spirit cost, and unlocks Type 2. Butcher's Cleaver, trait, unbreakable. Spectral Gloves, trait, unrelenting. Spectral Leather Armor, effect, bulletproof, self-repair. Spectral Leather Shoes, effect, enhanced jumping. Spectral Stomach, effect, swallows targets, rapidly digests them with acid. Spectral Protective Suit, restores 130% spectral energy over 10 hours, currently damaged. Spectral Eye, trait, unseen. No Escape Anomaly Domain, Type 1. Upon activation, creates a space that blocks all signals and anomaly energy, trapping any living beings inside. If the user centers the domain on themselves, it moves with them, consumes 50% mental energy per second. Due to its unique properties, the terrain within the domain can be altered. Note, upgrading the ability can expand the domain's range, reduce mental energy consumption, and unlock Type 2 Anomaly Domain. Shen Ge wanted to test a simple effect, similar to the collapse application of the formless anomaly domain. Since the No Escape Anomaly Domain also allowed terrain manipulation, he believed it could achieve fine control as well. First, he needed to test the domain's basic effects. No Escape Anomaly Domain. Shen Ge activated the domain on himself, limiting it to a 2 cubic meter space. When he tentatively reached forward, his hand was blocked by mental energy barriers on all sides. Next, he canceled the domain, retreated to the kitchen entrance, activated silent mode, and drew his pistol. Then, he cast No Escape Anomaly Domain on the coffee table ahead. The distance was to avoid ricocheting bullets, and silent mode prevented gunshots from attracting attention. Even with a suppressor, the Special Tactics Division's dormitory housed either technical staff or combat personnel. Security was tight, and the slightest noise could draw unwanted notice, especially since Shen Ge was currently the department's protected asset. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck the coffee table, leaving it unharmed, but Shen Ge's mental energy was instantly drained. Just like in the hospital, the domain could block attacks, but at the cost of accelerated mental energy depletion. At first glance, blocking 2 bullets only to run out of energy seemed useless. But in reality, it meant he could now create mental barriers as a true mental energy specialist. For someone like Shen Ge, a bomb-loving innovator skilled in fine control, this ability could be used to trap targets inside the domain alongside explosives or Molotov cocktails for a closed roast effect. And there were even more possibilities. Just as Shen Ge was brainstorming more creative applications, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Shengnan calling. He had planned to return her call after testing the domain. She had already called dozens of times over the past week. Now that she was calling again, he decided to answer. Hello, Shen Ge. Shengnan's voice sounded relieved on the other end. Yeah, it's me. I tried calling you several times, but you didn't answer. I got worried, so I went to the Special Tactics Division to look for you. They said you were on a mission. I just wanted to check if you were back. Shen Ge chuckled. Just a business trip, saving the world, you know. Sounds like it was a success. She laughed. Of course. Otherwise, you'd have gotten evacuation notices to relocate to shelters or bomb shelters. You've worked hard, all in the line of duty. Was it dangerous? A little. About 10 or 100 times riskier than all my previous missions combined. Almost died in an anomaly domain, but thanks to my brilliance and heroic prowess, I pulled off some insane moves and wiped the floor with them. Sorry, I can't keep up with this conversation. Though Chang Shunin didn't doubt the truth behind his words, having experienced several anomaly incidents herself, she knew how serious Shen Ge's work was. If an anomaly event escalated, it could easily become a global crisis. But Shen Ge had a habit of running with any praise. If she kept humoring him, he'd probably start claiming he could single-handedly conquer the universe. All right, enough joking. What did you need? Shen Ge asked while picking up the bullet casings scattered around the room. Last time, our dinner plans fell through, so I thought maybe a well-established restaurant would be safer. I remember you always suggested hot pot during team outings, so I wanted to ask about Old Dragon Stove Hot Pot on CC Road. Sound good? When? This weekend. Sure. I'll call you then. See you then. After hanging up, Shen Ge reflected on his love for hot pot, far more than Western or other Chinese cuisines. Old Dragon Stove was a reputable brand on CC Road, so there shouldn't be any issues. Unless the beef tripe decided to mutate. Glancing at his nearly depleted mental energy, Shen Ge realized he had exhausted both his anomaly energy canisters and mental apples during the final battle with the turtle anomaly. Without reserves, further testing was impossible. His next stop? The tech department, to borrow a few anomaly energy canisters and check on Li Xiang's latest research. Though Shen Ge had only been at the Special Tactics Division for less than 2 months, he was now a recognizable face. He could enter the tech department without a pass or clearance, just by flashing his face. Shen Ge wasn't sure if this was Deng Yuqi's trust or a test. Did they really not worry about him sneaking into the basement to experiment? Upon arriving at the tech department, Li Xiang's assistant informed him that Li was in the innermost lab working on anomaly energy equipment. If Shen Ge wanted to enter, he'd need to wear protective gear. Shen Ge wasn't fond of the Rong City branch's hazmat suits. They felt awkward and made breathing difficult. So he borrowed Director Chen's old electric cart and drove into the restricted lab. The moment he entered, he heard Li Xiang berating someone. Who the hell hired you? If you don't even understand anomaly energy conversion theory, what are you doing here? I'm giving you 3 days to memorize that book. If you mess up another experiment, you're out. Do you know how hard it is to obtain these materials? Sorry, Director Li, I won't make such a basic mistake again. The nearly 40-year-old researcher bowed his head, not daring to argue. You'd better remember. Otherwise, go back to being a nobody. 3 pieces of anomaly flesh, worth millions, wasted because of you. Li Xiang scoffed. Understood. The researcher was frustrated. He had worked at headquarters before, where anomaly energy equipment was developed through trial and error. Back then, there were no freaks like Shen Ge and Li Xiang. One who could capture anomalies on casual strolls, and the other who could produce breakthroughs by tinkering with anomaly corpses. Sure, the 3 anomaly flesh experiments weren't a total loss. They confirmed the lack of regenerative properties. But compared to these 2 monsters, he felt like a kindergarten kid. Just then, Li Xiang noticed the electric cart entering. Assuming it was Director Chen, he was about to send his assistant to handle it, until he saw Shen Ge inside. Surprised, Li Xiang approached. Hey, what are you doing here? Weren't you still hospitalized? Recovered already. Too boring. Needed some air. Shen Ge grinned. Yeah, hospitals suck. Last time my left hand got blown up in an experiment, they forced me to stay for over a week. Wasted so much research time, right? Worst part was I didn't even have my phone. Speaking of which, how's your research after all this time? Li Xiang's eyes lit up. Thanks to you, I've never had it this good. A whole crate of anomaly corpses. Even if we gathered every unprocessed anomaly in the entire Special Tactics Division, we might not match this haul. Don't get too cocky. If we can preserve anomaly corpses this way, so can other branches, especially headquarters. Fair point. Anyway, check this out, my latest breakthrough. First, the turtle shell you brought back. Tests show it can block sniper rounds, let alone pistols or rifles. The problem is, once infused with anomaly energy, the shell becomes too rigid to reshape into defensive gear. So, I came up with a solution: drain the anomaly energy first, then reshape it. But here's the thing. If this were truly a Tier 4 Anomaly's remains, its energy level should match that tier. Tier 3 anomalies have over 600% energy, yet draining a single shell only gave me 107%, barely Tier 1 levels. Shen Ge froze. Was the lie already exposed? He prepared an excuse, but Li Xiang continued. My theory? The real Tier 4 corpse is still buried in the rubble. These might just be offspring or residue. Shen Ge, brother, you're not wrong. I've ordered the troops to speed up clearing the rubble. But back to the shell. After draining it, I found the turtle's anomaly energy has a fusion trait, allowing seamless merging with other anomalies' energy. According to Old He and Fong Mingyue's reports, the turtle fused perfectly with that anomaly-infested building, likely due to this ability. The key takeaway? Once fused, the energy can't be separated again. So, I tried breaking down the shell and merging it with the regenerative energy of the rat anomaly. Success. It became malleable. Li Xiang picked up a half-meter-wide circular shell and strapped it to his forearm. See? Looks like Captain America's shield, right? Shen Ge didn't expect the usually serious Li Xiang to joke around. Except in real life, enemies shoot your legs. And anomalies? One bite can swallow half a person. What's a half-meter shell gonna do? Watch this. Li Xiang activated the shell's anomaly energy device. A disgusting squelching sound followed as black sludge oozed from the shell, encasing his entire arm. So you're going for a Venom Captain America vibe? Li Xiang grabbed a test pistol and fired at his arm, only for the bullet to be caught by the sludge, which then bubbled and spat it out. Recognize this? Shen Ge immediately recalled the bullet-spitting cat, Anomaly. You fused the cat and turtle corpses? Close. Remember when I fed the cat corpse to the rat? That was a fusion test. The sludge here combines both their traits. But this gear has more to it. Li Xiang smirked, activating a second mode. The shell melted, reforming into green arm guards covering his hands and forearms. I call it Anomaly Sludge Arm. 3 modes. Green gloves/arm guards, bulletproof against small arms. Shield mode, stop sniper rounds, and hybrid mode. Switch freely. Since you requested a bulletproof, self-healing anomaly suit from HQ, I thought, why not fuse 3 shells with it? With the rat's regeneration, we could make shape-shifting full-body armor. But once fused, anomalies can't be separated. If this works, you get a transforming armor. If it fails, even your current suit might be lost. Shen Ge shrugged. Go for it. The suit's from HQ anyway. Success means profit. Failure means no loss. Good to hear. Li Xiang relaxed. Technically, the suit was Shen Ge's reward for resolving the Tier 4 incident. Effectively his personal property. That's why Li Xiang had hesitated despite having a plan. Respect mattered. By the way, since you have my suit, where are my other anomaly tools? Who handled them after I passed out? All here. Li Xiang opened a secure cabinet, retrieving Shen Ge's gear. I recognize most, but this cleaver and eyeball, also anomaly tools, from Dongyu Village. The eyeball was taken from a mercenary. Stick it on a target, and they go blind. The cleaver? Long story. Got it. Remind me later. For now, interested in leaving your anomaly gloves, suit, and shoes with me? I'll try fusing them into one shape-shifting anomaly combat suit. And Shen Ge hadn't expected Li Xiang to fully decipher the turtle anomaly shell in just over a week. According to his theory, fusing multiple anomaly energy equipment wasn't impossible. If successful, Shen Ge would have a multifunctional, shape-shifting bulletproof suit, combining the healing of the anomaly leather suit, the leaping of the anomaly shoes, and more. Most importantly, it would be portable and highly concealable, giving him a significant advantage for solo missions or future anomaly encounters. Go all out with your research. If you need more anomaly materials, just say the word. I'll find a way to get them. Shen Ge's tone carried absolute trust, making Li Xiang's eyes light up with gratitude. He nodded earnestly. The director really has an eye for talent. Since you joined the Special Tactics Division, we've struck gold overnight. No more shortages of anomaly corpses. Li Xiang, obsessed with research, didn't even consider that more corpses meant more frequent anomaly incidents. For a research fanatic like him, even if anomalies overran the world, he'd only marvel at the abundance of materials. Oh, one more thing. Li Xiang leaned closer to the electric cart, glanced outside to ensure the other researchers were occupied, then lowered his voice. That red apple you gave me last time, where did you get it? What? Shen Ge feigned ignorance. Li Xiang's expression turned grave. This thing, it might look like an apple, but my analysis shows it's anything but. The flesh contains anomaly energy. It's less of a fruit and more like an anomaly. A special one, as if anomaly flesh transformed into an apple. Shen Ge frowned. Though he'd suspected a link between mental energy and anomaly energy, hearing Li Xiang's confirmation was still startling. The bigger surprise? A vegetarian food turning into meat. Where'd you get it? Li Xiang pressed. Shen Ge adopted a serious tone. Truth is, I'm still investigating. It came from someone in a shadowy organization. Once I track down the source or get more samples, I'll hand them over for research. Really? That'd be perfect. Oh, and you said this eyeball blinds people when stuck to them. Can it be removed afterward? Yeah. Shen Ge nodded. Li Xiang immediately pressed the anomaly eye to his forehead. Huh, nothing's happening. Need skin contact. Can't remove my hazmat suit here. Safety protocols. I'll test it later. So, these items, mind leaving them with me for research until your next mission? Sure. Looking forward to your results. Count on it. I can't fight on the front lines, but I'll make sure our gear is the best in the Special Tactics Division. Li Xiang declared confidently. I believe you. Shen Ge wasn't exaggerating. Li Xiang's research papers had made him a rising star in the department. Meanwhile, Shen Ge's contributions, shared among the Southwest Division's anomaly agents, ranked lower in headquarters' eyes. Not that he minded. He joined the Special Tactics Division to hide his system, and because Director Deng Yuqi was a rare, competent leader. Compared to a transfer to headquarters, he'd rather retire in this backwater branch. Leaving the tech department, Shen Ge smacked his forehead. He'd forgotten to borrow anomaly energy canisters. Just as he turned back, Deng Yuqi's assistant, Xiao Zhang, rushed over with his medical report. Agent Shen, your results are in. Thanks. Shen Ge skimmed the report. Overall, his condition was good, except for one note: anemia. Anemia? Shen Ge was baffled. Aside from minor injuries in the turtle anomaly's stomach, all treated with recovery bandages, he shouldn't have lost enough blood for anemia. Puzzled, he headed to the director's office. Director, see? I'm fine. Can I return to duty tomorrow? Deng Yuqi checked the report and nodded. All right. I'll inform Director Chun to start you on recovery training. And I'll have Xiao Zhang arrange nourishing soups from the canteen. Thanks, Director. No, thank you. If the Dongyu village incident hadn't been resolved, Rome City would have been hit first. Even with the credit shared across the Southwest Division, it's a monumental achievement. The department won't forget it. So about my paid leave, get out. Deng Yuqi's momentary pride evaporated, her blood pressure spiking. Shen Ge was unceremoniously ejected. Outside, he ran into the Three Little Stars, junior agents, delivering files, and got dragged to logistics to recount his heroic tales. After half an hour, he bumped into Feng Chengxiu's team post-training and was hauled to the canteen for a celebratory meal. As they ate, the canteen TV played a variety show featuring viral trends like real or fake, introvert versus extrovert, dinosaur versus wolf, subject 3, I'm proud, 18-year-old princess is bored here, all right, and finally, let's make dumplings. No one glanced at the TV, it was just background noise. Compared to Shen Ge's anomaly domain exploits, the show was dull. Soon, the canteen became Shen Ge's storytelling arena, drawing agents from every department. The tales grew wilder, the audience more enthralled. That night, back in his dorm, Shen Ge realized his week-long coma had cost him the weekly system mission. No refresh, no daily rewards until next week. The 10 system points were whatever, but the daily 1% free attribute boost? That hurt. At midnight, he opened the logs. Entries from days prior mentioned Sakura desperately pursuing the Tier 6 Anomaly corpse. They'd planted multiple operatives, Shen Ge being one, ready to strike. February 17th, 2028. The Takaguchi City Anomaly incident's fallout worsened. Sakura, fearing regional contagion, moved their Tier 6 heist forward. After Shen Ge reported this, 3 high-ranking special tactics officials were exposed as moles. The director tasked him with flushing them out. That night, Sakura's plan unfolded. Xiaomei, Shen Ge's handler, infiltrated the department with him. With the mole's aid, they breached the underground containment facility. Just as the director moved to arrest the traitors, Sakura launched a surprise attack on Quanlong Mountain Base, diverting forces so Xiaomei could steal the corpse. Shen Ge had learned Xiaomei possessed anomaly containment gear. If she succeeded, the corpse would vanish. But the promised reinforcements never came. Facing Xiaomei and a dozen Sakura operatives alone, stopping them seemed impossible. Inside the containment chamber lay a decaying black-shelled turtle, dozens of meters long. As Xiaomei activated her gear, Shen Ge used his system to devour the Tier 6 corpse first, gaining the no escape and anomaly domain abilities. The sudden disappearance stunned Xiaomei. Convinced it was a trap, since no one could make a Tier 6 corpse vanish, she ordered a retreat. The Special Tactics Division blamed Sakura for the theft. Sakura accused the division of hiding the corpse to lure them out. With both sides at odds, Shen Ge, the double agent, played along. So fate's full of coincidences, huh? Shen Ge mused. The future version of himself had also acquired no escape via the system. If he were in that future scenario, he'd likely exploit both sides, using Sakura against the formless anomaly while seizing its traits for himself. Clearly, the future director paled compared to Deng Yuqi, treating future Shen Ge as a mere pawn. But now, the timeline had diverged completely. Within 3 years, anomalies might become public knowledge. Whether apocalypse followed remained unknown. Adopting his cross that bridge tomorrow philosophy, Shen Ge closed the logs and slept. During afternoon combat drills, Director Chun halted Feng Chengxiu's session and called Shen Ge over. Xiao Shun, I see you've trained in mixed martial arts, but haven't specialized. Muay Thai's too taxing, Judo lacks lethality, and Taekwondo's flashy nonsense. It's basically dancing now, Shen Ge replied. Special ops combat's efficient, lethal, and sustainable. Perfect for modern infantry. Director Chen nodded approvingly. True, Muay Thai and boxing rank top 3 for lethality, but the former demands years of brutal conditioning. Special ops techniques align closer to Western standards, since they pioneered the concept. But you missed one. Guoshu, Chinese martial arts. You mean wuxia novel stuff? Sure, that's OP, but real-life Guoshu isn't much better than Taekwondo, just fancier performance art. Nonsense. Director Chun slammed his wheelchair armrest, startling Shen Ge, who half expected him to levitate. I'm not talking about performance wushu. True Guoshu kills. It doesn't perform. That still exists. Shen Ge doubted. Feng Qingxiu. Director Chen barked. Feng Qingxiu snapped to attention. Sir, fetch the director. Whatever she's doing, tell her it's time to defend our nation's honor. Defend our nation's honor? Feng Qingxiu shot Shen Ge. You're doomed. Look before sprinting off. While waiting, Director Chun lectured Shen Ge on the difference between real wushu and performance wushu. Though persuasive, Shen Ge's mental image remained stuck in Olympic ceremonies. Minutes later, Deng Yuqi arrived with Feng Qingxiu. You needed me, teacher? At work, she used titles, privately, teacher, his rule, to maintain her authority. After Director Chen explained, he glared at Shen Ge. Xiao Shun, come here and get beaten. Spar with the director. Let's see what real Guoshu can do. Director, no holding back. This is for Guoshu's honor. Shen Ge shot Deng Yuqi an incredulous look. She's that skilled? Beyond being director, she was an elite anomaly agent. Deng Yuqi sighed. Why provoke Director Chen? Guoshu's his life. Dismissing it insults him. I didn't dismiss it. He asked my opinion based on Olympics and performances. Since when is honesty a crime? Deserved. That was dismissive. Don't expect mercy, or he'll blame me later. Seriously? If I hurt you, no salary deductions. You hurt me? Guess I'll have to hospitalize you, so you learn respect. Really? Shen Ge remained skeptical. Director Chen yelled, Shao Qi. No leniency, or you're no disciple of mine. You heard him. Brace yourself. Deng Yuqi shrugged off her brown coat, tossed a Feng Qingxiu, and stretched. Shen Ge bantered, but didn't underestimate her. Shaking out his arms, he assumed a special op stance. Begin. Shen Ge intended to strike first, but Deng Yuqi was faster. A lunge, a step, then a heart-piercing elbow strike. Shen Ge raised his arms instinctively. Bam! The impact felt like a car crash. He flew backward, hitting the ground hard. If relentless training can push a person's physique to 2 or even 3 times that of an ordinary human, then Deng Yuqi's last strike had just unleashed triple the strength of an average person. Every move was calculated, every action pushed to the limit. Deng Yuqi was using Bejiquan, a Chinese martial art known for its explosive power. Shen Ge felt his entire arm go numb from the impact, stumbling back several steps before barely steadying himself. But Deng Yuqi had no intention of letting up. She pressed the attack, her left arm hooking inward to pull Shen Ge into a clinch, followed by a ruthless elbow strike from her right arm. First, the upward elbow flips left and right. Second, the embracing elbow follows with a step forward. Section Chief Chen barked from the sidelines, his words both an explanation of Deng Yuqi's techniques and a tacit encouragement for her to keep going. Shen Ge attempted to counter with his special combat skills, but Deng Yuqi didn't dodge. She met every strike head-on, forcing him into a defensive stance. Despite being a grown man, Shen Ge found himself grimacing under the pressure. Internalize the 8 intents, externalize the 8 forms, release power in 8 directions. The 8 intents: alarm, ferocity, ruthlessness, explosiveness, savagery, divinity, urgency. The 8 forms: dragon, tiger, bear, monkey, swallow, dog, eagle, quail. The faster Section Chief Chen recited, the fiercer Deng Yuqi's assault became. Shen Ge endured another elbow strike, then pivoted to wrap his arms around her, intending to execute a suplex. But before he could complete the move, Deng Yuqi countered with a bow step, Iron Mountain crash, sending him flying backward. He landed hard on the ground, his breath ragged and blood surging. Over the past 2 months, Shen Ge had sparred with plenty of people in the department, from instructors like Feng Qingxiu and Yu Tiexiong to elite operatives like Zhang Hu, Zhao Long, Wang Han, and Ma Chao. Even the most aggressive among them, the Stallone number 2, Feng Qingxiu, couldn't match the sheer brutality of Deng Yuqi's strikes. This was absurd. Deng Yuqi was tall and slender, with delicate-looking limbs. Who would have guessed her bones were practically as hard as stone? Here, Shen Ge was a full-grown man, and he was the one feeling the pain from their clashes. Intent guides Qi. Qi drives force, Section Chief Chen said smugly, clearly pleased with the outcome. The human body has its limits, but traditional martial arts exist to push those limits to perfection. No, you won't be leaping over rooftops or flying through the air, but you can forge your body into a lethal weapon. Deng Yuqi walked over and offered Shen Ge a hand up, grinning. Been sitting in the office too long. I'm a bit rusty. 3 years ago, you'd have been carried out on a stretcher. Shen Ge coughed, rubbing his chest to ease the discomfort. Damn, if you're this strong, why do you even need us? Next time there's a supernatural incident, you go first. Sure thing, Deng Yuqi replied with a laugh. Lowering his voice, Shen Ge asked, Did you learn all this from Section Chief Chen? Mostly, but I studied Bejiquan with my Shenyang, master's wife. My Shifu specializes in Tai Chi, he always said. What's a girl doing learning Bajiquan? And try to get me to train in Tai Chi instead. And then Shen Ge pressed, curious. Then Shifu got his ass kicked by Shenyang, and I ended up learning Bajiquan. Back then, some people at HQ looked down on female agents. So I beat up a dozen of them single-handedly. Someone like Feng Qingxiu, I could take 3 of him at once back in the day. How do you think I earned the nickname Rakshasa of the Special Response Division? Deng Yuqi said proudly. Damn, a new benchmark for combat prowess had been established in the Special Response Division. Shen Ge mentally calculated his own strength. Without using his supernatural traits, he could probably take on half of Feng Qingxiu at best. If Deng Yuqi went all out, she could probably handle 6 of him. As Deng Yuqi and Shen Ge walked back to the sidelines, Section Chief Chen shot Shen Ge a triumphant look. Well, Xiao Shun, convinced yet? Must feel pretty rough getting your ass handed to you by a woman, huh? Train with me in Tai Chi, and one day, you'll beat Xiao Qi and reclaim your pride. Did I really lose that badly? Sure, Deng Yuqi's attacks were relentless, but Shen Ge had managed to deflect most of them with his special combat techniques. Even if she'd been holding back, at worst, it was a 40-60 split in her favor. But the way Section Chief Chun made it sound, it was like Deng Yuqi had pinned him down and pummeled him until he cried uncle. Shen Ge sighed, then ventured. Traditional martial arts really are impressive. So, can I skip the middleman and just learn Bajiquan from your Shenyang? Section Chief Chen's face fell instantly, while Deng Yuqi burst out laughing. But Shen Ge wasn't entirely joking. During the spar, he'd seen the potential in traditional martial arts. No, they wouldn't turn him into some mythical warrior capable of killing with a flick of the wrist, but they could maximize the human body's potential far beyond what standard combat techniques offered. Recognizing Shen Ge's genuine interest, Deng Yuqi offered to arrange a meeting with her Shenyang. Section Chief Chun, meanwhile, was left sulking. He'd hoped to recruit a new disciple, only to end up playing matchmaker for someone else, someone he couldn't even hope to defeat in a fight. If I couldn't beat her back then, I sure as hell can't now. After Deng Yuqi left, Section Chief Chun had Feng Qingxiu continue as Shen Ge's sparring partner while he explained the fundamentals of Bajiquan. Shen Ge wasn't training to become some legendary martial artist. Modern combat arts didn't allow for that kind of fantasy. But there were still benefits. It accelerated his physical conditioning, sharpened his reflexes, and refined his combat mindset. After all, these were techniques honed over millennia. By the end of the day's training, Shen Ge was exhausted. He'd initially been on a reduced regimen due to his recent injuries, but the addition of specialized combat drills and martial arts had ramped up the intensity, leaving his body drained. And that wasn't even counting his other responsibilities, patrolling for supernatural threats, engaging in random incidents to boost rewards, and most importantly, testing his new abilities. Testing his supernatural traits wasn't easy. He couldn't exactly experiment on his colleagues without raising suspicion. His secret identity was already hanging by a thread, doing that would be outright suicide. Practicing at home only went so far. Without real feedback, it felt incomplete. The next day, Shen Ge slept in until noon, only waking when Shangnan called to ask if he wanted to play tennis. Tennis. Shen Ge joked that he might stand a chance with a game controller, but with an actual racket? Maybe badminton. He once won a neighborhood tournament, after all. His only real exposure to tennis was from an anime, where the players could literally kill with their serves. Wait, killer tennis? A thought struck him. What if he used his supernatural abilities to manipulate the ball's trajectory, like in that anime? Wouldn't that be perfect for refining his control? Talk about perfect timing. Chung Xingnan's invitation was like a gift from the heavens. Just as he was looking for a way to practice fine-tuning his abilities, she'd handed him the perfect opportunity. After some back and forth, they settled on badminton at Tianchuan Sports Center. When Shen Ge arrived, Chung Shengnan was already waiting, dressed in sportswear with her own racket in hand. Not a rental. You look like a pro. Don't tell me you're actually good at this. Shen Ge teased. Chung Shengnan, now wearing contact lenses, looked strikingly different in her athletic gear, her toned legs drawing appreciative glances from others nearby. Still adjusting to the contacts, she reflexively reached to adjust non-existent glasses and smiled. I'm decent. I once played in an exhibition match at Wimbledon. Well, I've won Wimbledon before. Then I'll be learning from you. Looking forward to it. They started playing, and to Shen Ge's surprise, Cheng Shengnan held her own against him. Despite his 2 months of intensive training, the match was evenly matched. You're pretty good. Who'd you play against at Wimbledon? Shen Ge asked between rallies. Even though this was badminton, her athleticism was undeniable. He was silently relieved they hadn't gone with tennis. That might have been embarrassing. Caroline Wozniacki, at her retirement exhibition. Who? Before Shen Ge could process that, Cheng Shengnan added, since you're a Wimbledon champion, why don't we try tennis next? Well, actually, I meant I won the Wenjiang Supermarket Amateur Neighborhood Championship. Shen Ge's greatest strength was knowing when to fold. No way was he stepping onto a tennis court against someone who'd shared the court with a former world number one. His tennis skills were strictly console-based, courtesy of Prince of Tennis's Ryoma Ekizan. 3 missed serves in a row would be too humiliating. As they played, a whistle cut through the air. A group of men approached, led by a well-dressed guy who looked Cheng Shengnan up and down. Hey, beautiful. Not bad form. Though I can tell you're used to tennis. Why not join us for a real game? Yeah, badminton's for kids. Tennis is where it's at. Our friend Zhang here booked the courts. Come on, it'll be fun. Zhang's ranked nationally. Celebrities and influencers beg for a chance to play with him. Zhang, a tall guy with a muscular build, smirked. I've got a court reserved. Let's see what you've got. In Korea, his family's status might have been intimidating. But this was China. No chaebol held sway here. No thanks, Cheng Shengnan said coolly, returning her focus to the game. The lack of response only provoked them further. You ignoring us? Do you even know who Zhang is? Girls would kill for his attention. You're lucky he's interested. Play with him, get a shout-out on Douyin, and you'll gain millions of followers overnight. That's money in your pocket. They stepped onto the court, deliberately disrupting the game. Zhang sauntered up, flashing what he probably thought was a charming smile. I booked a table at Azure Bar tonight. Join me for drinks. No, I don't go to bars. Cheng Xinan's tone was icy. Bitch, you think you're too good, OW. One of the lackeys clutched his head as a racket smacked into him. Shen Ge stepped forward, grinning. You know, I never understood why protagonists in novels always run into trouble just buying groceries. Then I realized, when a female leads this stunning, bees and flies come swarming. Problem is, some of you flies think you're bees. He'd been testing his abilities during the badminton game, but found it awkward. Now, these idiots had handed him the perfect opportunity. Some people assumed guys like this didn't exist in modern society. Then the Tongshan incident proved them wrong. Given his position, Shen Ge normally wouldn't bother with such clowns. But unfortunately, his temper wasn't that forgiving. The fact that he hadn't set them on fire already was a testament to his restraint. You little shit. Do you even know who owns this place? One thug snarled. Nope. Should I ask who owns the bathroom before I take a piss too? Shen Ge smirked. You said badminton's for kids. So if I go over there and wipe the floor with you in tennis, how embarrassed would you be? You? Be Zhang? Dream on. Shen Ge tapped his racket against his palm. How about we make it interesting? 50,000 a game. Zhang scoffed. You got 50 grand? Actually, Shen Ge feigned hesitation. 50's too low. Let's make it 5 million. One game, winner takes all. You've got 5 million? Zhang sneered. In cash. Not on me. Shen Ge turned to Cheng Shengnan. Hey, Cheng, didn't you say you'd pay me 5 million to spend the day with you? Mind if I use that to bet? The ultimate taunt. Cheng Shengnan wasn't at fault for attracting unwanted attention, but Shen Ge had zero tolerance for entitled brats who thought money and status let them trample over others. If he turned a blind eye to this, he might as well reincarnate in ancient times and get castrated. Sure, Cheng Shengnan said calmly. The group froze. Wait, this chick's loaded? What they'd assumed was a rich guy hitting on a beauty had just flipped into a sugar mommy and her boy toy. Even Zhang's expression twisted in disbelief. Cheng Shengnan pulled out her phone, made a call, and then showed Zhang her bank balance. You know Roman law firm, right? I got a notary on standby. If you're serious, I'll transfer the escrow. Damn, this woman meant business. Zhang was cornered. 5 million wasn't pocket change, even for him. But backing down now would be social suicide. His million followers would vanish overnight. Fine. After the formalities, they moved to the tennis courts, where a group of female influencers was waiting. Clearly, Zhang hadn't come alone. He'd brought his own entourage. Wanting to handle this, Cheng Shengnan murmured to Shen Ge. And let me look bad? I am the Wimbledon champ, remember? The Wenjiang supermarket amateur neighborhood champion, right? Got it. You're not worried about the 5 million, are you? Don't be. If I lose, it's on me. If I win, we split it. It's not the money. I'm just. Relax. My master's Ryoma Ekizan. I've got this. That made it worse. Shen Ge strode onto the court while Zhang took his position, swinging his racket with practiced ease. His lackeys hadn't been lying. Zhang was a nationally ranked player with a real passion for the sport. Shen Ge stood in the left service box, tapping his racket against his shoulder before beckoning Zhang with a finger. Zhang's eyes narrowed. He tossed the ball high and smashed it with a bullet-like serve, the speed breathtaking. But just as the ball seemed destined to land untouched, it stuttered midair, as if frozen for a split second, before Shen Ge casually returned it with a flick of his wrist. Against Cheng Shengnan, he'd held back out of courtesy. Against Zhang, there were only two outcomes: kill him or be killed by him. And Zhang wasn't capable of the latter. Zhang barely had time to react before the ball rolled along the top of the net, then dropped onto his side with a soft plink. Point, the umpire called. Zhang stared. A walk the tightrope shot? This guy could pull off that kind of technique? Impossible. But for Shen Ge, nothing was impossible. He might not know killer tennis, but he was a master of trait tennis. With precise control over his supernatural abilities, he could make the ball do anything: walk the net, vanish midair, or even curve like a boomerang. The match was over. Shen Ge swung his racket with an air of effortless superiority, as if to say, I barely broke a sweat, and you already surrendered? He strolled to the center of the court while Zhang, the nationally ranked tennis prodigy, walked away with a big, fat 0. It wasn't that Zhang lacked skill. It was simply impossible to compete against walk the tightrope, 0 shiki drop shot, swallows return, and other moves straight out of killer tennis anime. Even Federer or Nadal would have thrown their hands up in defeat. Losing the match was one thing, but some genius in Zhang's entourage had live-streamed the whole thing on Douyin, confident of victory. Now, clips of his humiliation were probably spreading like wildfire. Defeated, out of money, and stripped of dignity, Zhang Yaozu was livid. Impressive. Never thought someone like you could play tennis, Zhang sneered, extending a hand with fake sportsmanship. Shen Ge ignored the handshake and instead handed his racket to Zhang. I'm a humble guy. No need to carry my gear, even after losing. But since you're so eager to help, I'll humor you. Oh, and return the court's racket when you're done. You, me what? Want a rematch? Tennis is actually my worst sport. I'm known as the neighborhood athletic prodigy. Pick any other game. I'll wreck you. 5 million a round, of course. Shen Ge smiled. Other sports? Zhang's eyebrow twitched. Absolutely. I'm a polymath of athletics. Basketball? Trained under Kuriko's basketball. Soccer? Shaolin's soccer lineage. Killer tennis? Child's play. Now, enough chatter. 5 million. Wire transfer or cash? Zhang was at a loss. Call it bullshit, but Shen Ge had literally pulled off anime tier techniques. If they switched to basketball, he might just dunk on Zhang with a dragon soars the sky slam, and that'd be 10 million down the drain. 5 million wasn't trivial, even for Zhang. Money didn't grow on trees, so he bit his tongue. Cheng Shengnan stepped forward. We have a notarized agreement from Roman law firm. Surely the second son of the Zhang family wouldn't renege. Zhang swatted her phone away and raised a hand to strike her. Gambling contracts are void under the law. Sweetheart, you're out of your depth. Shen Ge moved like lightning, catching the phone midair while seizing Zhang's wrist. I try not to stoop to your level, but you just keep pushing. Some say the strong shouldn't bully the weak, but when the weak beg for a beating, what's a guy to do? Tragic, really. Zhang tried to wrench free, but Shen Ge's grip was iron. When their eyes met, Zhang's bravado died in his throat. Shen Ge's smile was chilling, like a predator toying with prey. The hell you think you're doing? You want to touch our Zhang? Try it, pretty boy. Big talk for sugar baby. The lackeys surged forward. One hulking brute, nearly 2 meters tall, lunged to grab Shen Ge's throat, a move that screamed professional enforcer. Shen Ge sidestepped, hooked the man's arm, and slammed his elbow into the joint. Crack! The brute collapsed, howling. My arm. It's broken. He's killing me. Spectators scattered or whipped out phones to record. With their toughest guy down in one hit, the others hesitated. Zhang hissed, "This is a lawful society. Assault is a crime. Call the cops. Kid, kneel, apologize, and pay 500K, or I'll bury you in prison for a decade." Ah, lawful society, yet you're framing me? Shen Ge chuckled. Framing? Please. We've got witnesses and evidence. Let me teach you something. Money buys justice. Can't even cough up 5 mil? That's your idea of money? Zhang blinked. This guy's logic was alien. If you want to play the connections game, well, I used to worry about exposing myself if I went overboard. But now, Shen Ge cracked his knuckles. Let me show you what real privilege looks like. Originally, Shen Ge had just wanted to test the precision of his unseen domain ability. If he could manipulate a tennis ball's trajectory, controlling explosives for supernatural combat would be child's play. The 5 million bet? Just a flex. His sugar mommy was richer and hotter than anything Zhang could offer. But then Zhang had to go and hit a woman in front of him. Violence? Shen Ge was delighted. Even before joining the Special Response Division, he wasn't one to back down from a fight. 2 months of brutal training had only sharpened his edge. The brute had gone for the kill, so Shen Ge broke his arm without remorse. Mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. Zhang could have walked away with his tail between his legs. Instead, he doubled down on his powerful background card. Well, if he wanted to play that game, Shen Ge would teach him what true authority meant. As Shen Ge advanced, Zhang barked, "You dare." 2 words. That's all he managed before every man in his group, save the D-list influencers, hit the floor. What do you want? Zhang stammered, legs shaking. This is a lawful. Shen Ge suddenly closed the gap, accidentally slipping something into Zhang's hand before backing off, arms raised in mock surrender. Zhang looked down. His soul nearly left his body. A gun? A toy? You think this'll frame me? Even if it's real, there's witnesses. Not anymore. Shen Ge shrugged. Zhang turned. The crowd, spotting the gun, had bolted, stealing an officer's firearm, assaulting law enforcement. How do you think the judge will rule? Shen Ge grinned. Says you. Shen Ge flicked out his badge. That's right. I say. And guess who the judge will believe? Abuse of power. I'm not a cop. What power? Zhang's brain short-circuited. Shen Ge had heavily implied he was police, until now. As the Zhang heir, he had influence. No judge would take Shen Ge's word over his. Then uniformed officers stormed in, tasers drawn. Drop the gun. Now. Zhang flung the weapon aside. A misunderstanding. He's the attacker. I called you. He planted that. His groaning lackeys littered the floor. The cops hesitated, aiming at both men. Shen Ge flicked his badge at them like a playing card. Special Response Division. Official business. The officers stiffened. One inspected the badge, then snapped a salute. Sir, 3 years ago, all new officers have been briefed. Defer to the SRD. No questions. Zhang's jaw dropped. Shen Ge retrieved his badge. Apologies for the disturbance. My investigation may have alarmed bystanders. In no trouble, sir. Need assistance. My team's en route. Just ensure any footage of this gun theft and threat doesn't leak. Understood. The cops hurried out. Shen Ge picked up the gun, wiping it clean. I hate pulling rank, but I loathe being bullied. Be grateful for the lawful society. Now, about that 5 million. Why, yes. No problem. Zhang's worldview had shattered. He'd always gotten his way, until today. His parents had warned him, Some people you never cross. Shen Ge, with his skills and untouchable status, was clearly one of them. The sugar baby had turned out to be a titan. 5 million it was. Zhang transferred the funds with trembling hands. With their game cut short, Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan left the sports center. Only 2 p.m. Too early for hot pot. What do you usually do for fun? Shen Ge checked his watch. Shopping? Clothes? Movies? We're downtown anyway. How about a triple header? Shopping at International Plaza, a movie, then Old Dragon Stove hot pot. Perfect. Cheng Shengnan beamed. 2 hours later, Shen Ge regretted his life choices. Women's shopping, an endless loop of outfits, bags, and cosmetics. Cheng Shengnan modeled everything, demanding opinions she'd ignore anyway. By the time they reached International Plaza Cinema, Shen Ge was ready for a break. Then, as they descended to the theater level, warning, host has entered a nest of low-tier supernatural entities. Entity count exceeds 20. Extreme danger. Evacuate immediately. Shen Ge froze. A nest of supernaturals? Shen Ge scanned his surroundings, but aside from the bustling crowd of shoppers, he saw no animals or traces of dissipating eerie energy. What's wrong? Cheng Shengnan asked, noticing Shen Ge had stopped walking. But as soon as the words left her mouth, her brow furrowed involuntarily. This scene felt all too familiar. She'd already experienced it twice before. Am I really this unlucky? She thought with a sigh. Shen Ge's gaze settled on a nearby trash can. Aside from the rats in the sewers, who would bring their pets here? Cheng Shengnan pointed ahead. There's a coffee shop in front of the cinema. A cat cafe. Shen Ge had mentioned to Cheng Shengnan before that eerie creatures originated from mutated animals, even joking that she'd better not keep pets. Now, seeing him searching for something, she recalled a cat cafe she'd visited with a friend long ago. Her reminder instantly clarified the issue for Shen Ge. Let's check it out, he said, heading toward the cinema. After rounding the corner, sure enough, they spotted a cozy, aesthetically pleasing cat cafe across from the theater. Exactly the kind of place young people loved. The shop wasn't large, with about 10 tables, 6 or 7 of which were occupied. There were roughly 20 cats inside, some in cages and others roaming freely. From the crowd-favorite ragdolls and British shorthairs to tabbies and chubby orange cats, the cafe had every breed imaginable. After observing from the entrance, Shen Ge could already detect faint traces of eerie energy emanating from some of the cats, similar to the situation with the parrot at the Western restaurant earlier. The cats in cages exhibited even stronger eerie energy, likely having progressed from single-digit to double-digit levels. A little stimulation might trigger their mutation. Shall we go in? Shen Ge asked Cheng Shengnan. She nodded. Sure. Upon entering, a server greeted them and led them to a window side table. After they ordered drinks, the server briefly explained the cafe's rules and the cat's temperaments before leaving. Cheng Shengnan glanced around. My friend and I came here about 6 months ago. Back then, there were less than half as many cats. But they're all very docile, which attracts a lot of couples before or after movies. The place is usually packed. From what I've seen, most mutated animals were abused or near death before their transformation. Aside from couples, I'm guessing this place also gets its share of unruly kids. Otherwise, there wouldn't be signs of mutation here. Look over there, Shen Ge gestured toward a family in the corner, 2 elderly women with 2 young boys. While the women chatted, the boys crouched by the sofa, playing with a cat. One of them, unnoticed by others, suddenly grabbed a rag doll by the neck and tried to pluck fur from its forehead. The other boy quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Their commotion and the cat's yowling soon drew the server's attention. She hurried over to intervene, but the boy strangling the cat only tightened his grip, laughing gleefully. The other boy, on the verge of tears, kept pulling at his arm. Oh, come on, he's just a kid. It's not like it hurts. We're paying customers. Can't he play with the cat? The grandmother on the left sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. The other woman tried to reason with her, only to be rebuffed. The server, now angry, said, Ma'am, if your grandson is going to abuse our cats, We don't welcome customers like you. We'll refund your payment, but you need to leave immediately. How dare you talk to me like that? Bullying customers just because you're a big business. Huh? My grandson was just playing with the cat. Did it lose any fur? I'll report you to the Consumer Association. I'll make sure your shop gets shut down. The grandmother's voice rose as she began hurling insults. Shen Ge remarked, some people are born rotten, but most learn it from their families. And here we have a perfect example. He stood up. The rag doll being strangled by the boy now emitted thicker, eerie energy, likely reaching double digits on the detection scale. Thwack! A small booklet smacked the boy in the face. Shen Ge then grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him like a kitten. You're under suspicion of animal abuse. Come with me to the station. The grandmother paled at the sight of what looked like a police badge. Why you let go of my grandson? Don't try to scare us. We weren't abusing anything. He was just playing with a cat. Is that a crime? Playing? Shen Ge smirked. I don't like playing with cats. I prefer playing with brats like him. He twisted the boy's head to face him. How does it feel to be choked? Comfortable. The boy burst into tears at Shen Ge's icy smile. Shen Ge then shoved him into his grandmother's arms and said coldly, if your grandson doesn't stop abusing animals, I guarantee your entire family will die because of it. Why you're talking nonsense? Just because you're a cop doesn't mean you can bully us. I'll report you. Her voice grew weaker with each word. Clutching her grandson and her bag, she fled the cafe. The other boy picked up Shen Ge's badge from the table and handed it back with a bow. Thank you for saving the cat, officer. Shen Ge took it and ruffled the boy's hair. You were brave to stand up to him. Keep working hard, get stronger, and one day you'll be able to protect even more animals and people. Keep it up. The boy beamed. I will. I'll drink lots of milk and get super strong. Thank you, officer. Shen Ge crouched to examine the rag doll, now curled in the server's arms. Dark mist, eerie energy swirled thicker around it. It doesn't look good. You should put it back in its resting area, he advised. The server nodded gratefully and carried the cat away. Shen Ge took photos of every cat in the cafe, noting their mutation levels, then returned to his seat to draft a message. Is it serious? Shengnan asked, eyeing the cats warily. Shen Ge nodded. Not great. Many of them show signs of eerie energy. The department needs to handle this. She sighed. Don't worry. Being taken in doesn't mean they'll die. The parrots from the Western restaurant had their eerie energy extracted and are still alive and well. As he spoke, he sent the compiled information to Deng Yuqi. Along with a summary of the situation, each cat's photo included Shen Ge's observed mutation severity. A minute later, Deng Yuqi replied, on our way. Over drinks, Shen Ge and Shengnan chatted about eerie creatures and animals. In under 20 minutes, Deng Yuqi arrived with a team. After negotiating with the manager, the team collected the flagged cats, though the heavily armed squad made it look more like a counterterrorism operation than a rescue mission. Deng Yuqi approached Shen Ge, rubbing her temples. Honestly, every time I see a name pop up on my phone, I brace for chaos. Shen Ge glanced at the team, but didn't spot Li Xiang. Isn't Li Xiang usually all over field collections? Where is he? Oh, his lab blew up this afternoon. Her headache seemed to worsen. Shen Ge blinked. Wait, he's not gone, is he? Just minor injuries. This isn't his first reckless stunt, so I assigned him a safety detail. Though Shen Ge and Li Xiang had rapidly advanced the Rome City branch's capabilities, one kept hauling in eerie creatures, while the other kept trying to fuse with high-level ones. Deng Yuqi was convinced the branch was doomed. I'll have Li Xiang handle the cats. Enjoy your date, and please, no more calls tonight. Wow, way to crush my overachiever spirit. The more creatures you catch, the worse Rome City's situation is. That's not an achievement. Well, she had a point. After Deng Yuqi left, Shen Ge and Shengnan headed to the cinema. The Lunar New Year lineup was packed, so they grabbed popcorn and drinks and settled on a workplace comedy, fitting given their corporate past. Do you come to the movies often? Shen Ge asked between handfuls of popcorn. Rarely, usually dragged by my friend. She loves romances, but they put me to sleep. Speaking of which, I've always wondered, you seem to have a thing against men. Back at the company, you were pretty frosty with male colleagues. Just curious. Feel free not to answer. He was being diplomatic. Cheng Xingnan's aversion to working with men was legendary. Even male executives from HQ got the cold shoulder. Her gaze stayed on the pre-movie ads. I was born in the mountains. My father kept trying for a son, and I was the sixth daughter. He was a drunk who beat my mother and us. When money ran out, he sold my eldest sister to an old man in the village as a wife. Her voice was flat. My parents always said they needed to save for my brother's future, school, a wife, a better life. Over the years, I watched my second and third sisters get sold off too. When it was almost our turn, my fourth sister took the fifth and me and ran. I was 7. My father sent search parties after us. Fourth sister hid fifth sister and me in separate holes, covering us with leaves. They found her and fifth sister. I watched as the men broke fourth sister. She bit off her tongue to end it. Fifth sister was dragged back. I escaped to the county, begging for food, until traffickers grabbed me and some other girls. Before they could sell us, a charity group rescued us. A woman adopted me. I begged her to save fifth sister. Days later, she told me fifth sister was already dead. My adoptive mother exposed the village. It was cleansed. She changed my name, took me abroad. We moved around the world until I returned for university. She let me choose my path. No pressure to follow her charity work. The theater lights dimmed. The movie began. Their seats were isolated enough that their conversation wouldn't disturb others. Shen Ge leaned closer. Not bad, but not tragic enough. Let me tell you a worse one. Cheng Shangnan gave him a sidelong glance. This isn't a competition, but Shen Ge was already narrating. A friend of mine was born into a happy family. Great parents, kind neighbors. Until he was 10. On a beach vacation, his dad split open, literally, and ate his mom. My friend jumped from the car and watched it plunge into the ocean. Cheng Xingnan's expression shifted. Is this a horror movie pitch? The police investigated. Relatives took him in, but only for his parents' house and savings. They drugged his food and committed him to an asylum. People say asylums hold geniuses or madmen. In reality, just the mad, and those driven mad. This asylum partnered with a pharma company testing drugs on patients. Resistance meant beatings, abuse, and enough sedatives to replace meals. At 10, my friend watched patients beg for death. Nights were soundtracks of screams. Hell, surrounded by demons. Eventually, he broke. He met himself, became his own friend. He volunteered for experiments, learned the doctor's methods. 3 years later, the director released him, enrolled him in school, and promised him a job post-graduation. My friend spent 3 months planning. He invited the entire asylum staff to a graduation celebration, then locked them inside and burned the place to the ground. Records, staff, everything. He was thoughtful. His uncle loved the house, so he preserved the body and sealed it in the wall. His aunt went into the bathtub. His cousin, who'd fed him psych meds like candy, got a special treat: 10 pounds of barbiturates and benzodiazepines cooked in a congee. Then, to keep the family together, he cemented him into the kitchen stove. The asylum taught him well. No evidence remained. A decade later, the house was demolished. The developer buried the oddities to avoid scandal. And then, Cheng Shangnan had initially thought Shen Ge was spinning a sci-fi tale, but found herself unexpectedly drawn into the story. A 10-year-old child thrown into a corrupt asylum where patients endured inhuman torture, forced to sleep amidst nightly screams. The psychological torment alone was chilling to imagine. And all this orchestrated by his own family. Shen Ge continued. Eventually, my friend realized life's like a package tour. You never know if you've booked a scam trip or if you'll be strong-armed in a shady shops. But since you're already here, why not stop and enjoy the view when you see something beautiful? Nobody gets a rehearsal in this world. No need to accommodate anyone. If you ruin my mood, I'll return the favor. After that, my friend adopted a simple philosophy. When in doubt, set it on fire. Burn away the troubles. Greet tomorrow with a smile. Life's too short for grudges. Cross bridges when you come to them. Tomorrow's problems are for tomorrow. You've already left your past behind. No point clinging to it. If it still bothers you, just light a match. Shen Ge grinned. Cheng Xingnan's expression turned odd. After a long pause, she muttered, "Your friend is remarkably carefree, right? Free-spirited, happy-go-lucky. The world has good and bad people, men and women alike. No need to paint everyone with the same brush." "Wait," Shen Ge feigned offense. "You do still see me as a man, right?" Given her aversion to men, yet comfortable rapport with him, he half wondered if she'd mentally filed him under girlfriend. The thought was insulting. He was obviously manly. Obviously, Cheng Shangnan kept her eyes on the screen, refusing to entertain his nonsense. Miraculously, they'd picked one of the few decent films in the Lunar New Year lineup. The humor lightened the mood considerably. After the movie, they headed to Old Dragon Pot for hot pot. At 7 p.m., the entrance was packed, but Cheng Shangnan had reserved a private room. As Shen Ge held a slice of tripe up to the light, their server fought the urge to roll her eyes. Handsome, but clearly unhinged. "Sir, all our ingredients are rigorously inspected for freshness," she said with practiced cheer. "I'm not worried about freshness. I'm worried about it gaining sentience," Shen Ge mused, examining the tripe. The server, Cheng Shengnan, dismissed her with a smile. "He's joking. We'll handle the cooking ourselves." As Shen Ge boiled the tripe, he remarked, "Ever since we confirmed eerie creatures mutate from animals, I double-check every piece of meat. Eating one's fine. I just don't want tentacles waving hello from the pot." Cheng Shengnan froze, the plate of squid tentacles in her hand suddenly less appetizing. With a sigh, she opted for vegetables, until Shen Ge added, "Remember the pork tenderloin at the Western restaurant? That came from an eerie boar. Looked like a pig-octopus hybrid. Regrew meat as we sliced it." Her chopsticks hovered over the beef. Shen Ge, meanwhile, ate with gusto. "You've survived this long without being punched only by sheer luck," Cheng Shengnan said flatly. "Not everyone can stomach dinner talks about mutants." "Nonsense. You're far prettier than any mutant. This doesn't count." He slid tripe in her bowl. "Kidding. Just toughening you up. In a few years, we might actually be eating mutant meat. Though honestly, aside from their looks, they might not even be toxic." That sounded less like reassurance and more like a doomsday forecast. Shen Ge pivoted to critiquing the movie, joking about hypothetical workplace reforms if he became manager, such as mandatory kipayos for women, zhongshan suits for men. At least the conversation stayed mutant-free long enough for Cheng Shengnan to resume eating meat. Post-meal, Shen Ge had leftovers packed, enough to feed an army, and delivered them to the Special Response Department. Deng Yuqi's office light was still on at 10 p.m. Shen Ge knocked, announcing delivery. Inside, Deng Yuqi massaged her temples. "If you've caught another mutant, could you not haul it around in a plastic bag? Relax, it's actual food." He unpacked the hot pot, flooding the office with aroma. Deng Yuqi, who'd skipped dinner handling the cat cafe mutants, perked up instantly. "You brought takeout from a date? Employee of the year. But this is enough for 5. Mind if I call Xiao Zhang and the 123 trio?" The trio, Li Yi, Qian Qin, and Hu Shan Shan, were nicknamed for their names' numerical homophones. Soon, the group demolished the feast. Shen Ge returned to his dorm, sated. 1 month later, the system had resumed weekly/daily rewards in Shen Ge's second post-hospital week. Early tasks were simple, e.g., consistent training. Weeks 2 to 3 required capturing 3 Tier-1 mutants, a quota he easily exceeded. Week 4 brought another promotion task, kill a Tier-3 mutant. Despite scouring the city, he only found a Tier-2, and a future one at that. The failed attempt cost him a week's rewards. Meanwhile, the logs showed no major events. His future self continued double agent work between the department and Sakura, failing repeatedly against the Tier-7 formless. Between training, mutant hunts, and occasional meals with Cheng Shengnan, Shen Ge also began studying Baji Quan under Master's wife, Chen Ke's spouse. A month of grueling basics barely scratched the surface, but boosted his strength, to 1.4x human average. His free points went to psychic energy, now at 287%, surpassing the Tier 2 threshold, 278%. Auto-promoted him, granting a trait enhancement point, confirming that promotion tasks were merely shortcuts. Now the dilemma, where to allocate the point. Soundless and stillness lacked eerie domains, while formless and non-egress were equally tempting. Neglecting the former meant they'd never evolve. As Shen Ge trained, Xiaozhang rushed over. Director Deng needs you now. Mutant emergency? Not sure. Chun Ku, wheeling over, was told to stand down, a first. Puzzled but compliant, he returned to drills. In her office, Deng Yuqi cut to the chase. 2 years ago, North Korea contained a high-tier mutant. South Korea stole the corpse during U.S. DPRK tensions, weaponizing it into a Tier-4 eerie artifact. Though Seoul kept it secret, U.S. pressure extracted research files, some of which China acquired, advancing our artifact tech. The original research team included 2 Chinese scientists who defected. 6 months ago, I sent elite agent Lin Yin to infiltrate Seoul. After half a year, she found an opening, then vanished. She met Shen Ge's gaze. The Asian Anti-Mutant Conference is in Seoul soon. HQ wants Li Xiang to negotiate for the research, abandoning Lin Yin. I won't. I need you to pose as his bodyguard, then break off to find her. This is my request, not HQ's. Your choice. Shen Ge asked, what does the Tier-4 artifact do? According to Lin Yin, it seals high-tier mutants. Huh. The same tech Sakura used. This just got interesting. Deal. But if I bring Lin Yin back, I get full access to the brain in the basement. Agreed. Though Li Xiang transferred it to R&D weeks ago for your new artifact. You didn't know? Shen Ge bolted for the lab, howling internally. My trait. My grill brains. Li Xiang, you'd better not have eaten it all. Shen Ge arrived at the technical department, where an assistant informed him that Li Xiang was in the abnormal energy equipment testing lab. When you want to check it out? Wow, the entire area was on lockdown. From the main entrance of the division to the lab door, 2 neatly lined-up teams stood guard. One team was an elite squad led by Wang Han and Ma Chao, while the other was a security team personally commanded by the division's safety supervisor. Shen Ge was stunned by the heavy security. What's going on? Is someone planning to kidnap Li Xiang? Investigator Shun. Investigator Shun. No one stopped Shen Ge as he walked through. Instead, they saluted him respectfully. As Deng Yuqi had put it, the division's achievements in capturing abnormals over the past 5 years paled in comparison to Shen Ge's contributions in just 3 months. If Shen Ge had ulterior motives, he could have easily hidden these abnormals instead of reporting them and then stealing them later. After that incident, none of the Special Tactics and Strategy Department's divisions placed any restrictions on Shen Ge, except for entering the underground containment rooms, where he had to be accompanied to prevent him from devouring the abnormals, as rumors suggested. Investigator Shun, what brings you here? Wang Han stepped forward to greet him as Shen Ge entered the division. Shen Ge replied, I need to talk to Li Xiang about something. But seriously, what's with all this security? Is there a spy trying to kidnap him? Director Li is reportedly researching a new type of abnormal energy equipment and requested this lockdown from the minister. As for the security team, it's because Director Li has blown up the lab a few times before. They're worried he might end up blowing himself up this time. So whenever he conducts a new experiment, they go all out with security, Wang Han explained. Damn, this guy really lives up to his future reputation as the man who turns the Special Tactics Department into the abnormal headquarters. He's single-handedly maxed out the department's security alert level. Can I go in now? Shen Ge asked. Wang Han thought for a moment. For you, it shouldn't be a problem. Hold on, I'll notify the technicians inside. He pulled out a communicator to contact the lab. Unexpectedly, it was Li Xiang who answered. The moment he heard Shen Ge wanted to enter, he eagerly urged him to come in. Investigator Shun, you're just in time. I was about to send someone to find you, Li Xiang said as soon as Shen Ge stepped inside, immediately pulling him into the inner area. The cluttered lab housed 4 researchers and 7 assistants besides Li Xiang. Aside from one recorder, the rest were all qualified to conduct experiments. As they walked, Shen Ge asked, "The minister mentioned you used that pig brain abnormal from the underground containment room to make abnormal energy equipment. Is there any left?" "Yeah, but we can talk about that later." "It's not important right now," Li Xiang replied. He walked over to a computer, tapped a few keys, and with a mechanical hum, the sealed lab door slid open. A machine extended a long, metallic rectangular case outward. Shen Ge was speechless. To Li Xiang, the pig brain abnormal was just research material, but to him, it represented a potential ability. If it had been used as ordinary experimental material, that would have been a waste. Hiss! With a release of pressurized air, the metallic case slowly opened, revealing a fist-sized chunk of rotting black flesh at its center, pulsing faintly like a heart. Upon closer inspection, the flesh seemed to encase several metallic chips, their circuitry spreading outward like the grooves of a brain. "Is this the leftover charcoal-grilled pork from last night's barbecue?" Shen Ge asked, his expression odd. Li Xiang glared at him, looking utterly offended. "Charcoal-grilled pork? Philistin, this is my magnum opus, the product of countless sleepless nights. Behold, the Li Xiang Type I armor." Bro, did you just plagiarize the name Mark 1? Shen Ge kept that thought to himself, though, fearing he'd be branded Philistin 2 if he voiced it. "So, you successfully merged all those abnormal energy equipment pieces I gave you." Shen Ge had a rough idea of Li Xiang's research direction and was genuinely intrigued. Li Xiang raised a finger and wagged it smugly. "Not just that. I threw in every abnormal material the division had." Shen Ge was stunned. He never imagined Li Xiang would go all out like this. More importantly, would Deng Yuqi even approve? If this failed, the division's assets would be wiped out. Even if it succeeded, they'd only gain one extra suit of armor. "The minister actually let you do this?" Shen Ge asked cautiously. Li Xiang nodded. At first, she refused, saying the risks were too high. But research is about exploring the unknown. There's no such thing as a 100% success rate. Then I told her that if this experiment succeeded, it might give you the power to take on a third-tier abnormal solo. After that, she agreed. This lump of meat is that powerful. Shen Ge leaned in for a closer look. Aside from a faint rotten smell, it didn't seem special. "Watch this." Li Xiang put on a black glove and picked up the rotting flesh. The moment it touched his palm, it began to melt, resembling a grotesque version of Venom's symbiote bonding process. Soon, the flesh condensed around Li Xiang's wrist, forming a black sports wristband. "Remember when I told you the turtle shell you brought back had the ability to merge with other abnormals? I tried combining it with all the abnormal corpses you collected and the extracted energy from those showing mutation symptoms. But there was a major problem. Once merged, the corpses and energy lost their original forms. Though it was still somewhat different from standard abnormal energy charging, I couldn't figure out how to restore their original shapes. That meant no matter how much energy the turtle shell absorbed, it couldn't achieve the multi-form transformation I envisioned. After burning through a lot of abnormal corpses with no progress, I decided to study higher-tier abnormals, like the second-tier corpses in the underground containment room. While researching them, I discovered that the pig brain abnormal had properties that allowed targets to revert to form. When I extracted its energy and injected it into other abnormals, it seemed to significantly enhance their memory capabilities. Shen Ge wasn't surprised by this discovery. According to the system's description, the pig brain's trait was unforgetting, which obviously had something to do with memory. With this breakthrough, I merged the pig brain with the turtle shell. After that, the forms of other merged abnormals could be recorded. These chips at the center are the latest in cutting-edge technology, equipped with advanced AI computing power. After merging with the pig brain, they underwent an incredible evolution, surpassing their original functionality. This is one of a kind in the world. Now it's yours. Once you set your authorization commands, you can switch forms with simple gestures. Without your password and gesture codes, no one else can use this equipment. Li Xiang tapped the sports wristband on his left wrist. Instantly, it melted and reformed into a sleek black wristwatch. Then, he clenched his fist, and the watch expanded rapidly, morphing into a circular black shield about a meter in diameter, its surface etched with the distinct patterns of a turtle shell. The Li Xiang Type I armor has 6 forms. I haven't programmed the gesture controls for transformations yet, since I figured you'd be the final user. I'll teach you how to set them up later. Form 1. Full Body Abnormal Combat Suit. This form can't recharge abnormal energy. Its max capacity is 300%. Typical knife or gun wounds drain about 1% to 2% per hit. Energy recovery matches the A-type abnormal energy canisters, roughly 10% per hour. As Li Xiang spoke, he tapped the wristwatch again. The turtle shell shield shrank and spread across his body. In Avengers, Infinity War, Iron Man's nanotech armor took about 7 to 8 seconds to fully deploy. The Li Xiang Type I armor, however, oozed over Li Xiang's body like black sludge, taking a full 10 seconds. The result? A nightmarish, venom-esque suit. Except instead of sleek alien symbiote, it looked like liquefied rotten meat had coated his body. Cool was not the word. It was downright horrifying, the kind of thing that would instantly drain an ordinary person's sanity just from looking at it. Li Xiang opened a safe, pulled out a test handgun, and fired 2 shots into his own palm. Bang! Bang! The bullets were caught and promptly spat out by the rotting flesh. Li Xiang tapped his wrist. Li Xiang Type I armor. Report remaining energy. Oh, right. I haven't named the AI yet. You can pick one later. Abnormal energy remaining. 298%. Another tap, and the sludge retracted, reforming into the wristwatch in 10 seconds. 2 shots, 2% energy drain, consistent with previous tests. The good news? It can tank 300 rounds from handguns, SMGs, or rifles. Even if the energy depletes, the armor shatters before the bullet reaches you. The bad news? Sniper rifles, cannons, or high-yield explosives. 1 or 2 hits will drain it completely, and if you don't manually retract it, the armor only recedes slowly on its own. Next, Li Xiang tapped his wrist again. The watch melted over his hands, forming black gloves. Form 2. Abnormal gloves. Once you grab something, the target can't break free unless they destroy your hand. Post-merge, it's not just grip strength. Your palms gain adhesive properties. Oh, and it works on feet too. Li Xiang touched his feet, and the sludge spread into boots. He then walked straight up the wall like a cat, even hanging upside down from the ceiling. Form 3. Abnormal boots. Enhances jumping power. Li Xiang dropped from the ceiling, retracted the gloves and boots, then tapped his wrist again. The sludge enveloped his feet. With a light jump, he effortlessly touched the ceiling. The original boots boosted jumps by 3 to 5 meters. Post-merge, max height is 8 to 10 meters, but I don't recommend going past 5. The knee strain is brutal. Form 4. Abnormal shield. Earlier, I demonstrated a circular shield, but you can mold it into any shape. Li Xiang tapped his wrist repeatedly, and the sludge morphed into squares, rectangles, triangles, and more. Form 5. Abnormal stomach. Another tap, and Li Xiang pointed at a lab table. The sludge extended like a grotesque maw, swallowing the objects on the table, chewing them, then spitting out debris. Digestion speed hasn't improved much post-merge, but honestly, it's more useful as an extendable hand than for eating things. He demonstrated a few more times. The monster mouth could snatch targets up to 5 meters away. Form 6. Combined form. Fuses all previous forms, amplifying defense, jumping, digestion, etc. But it drains energy fast. Not recommended for casual use. I also considered merging your cleaver and the eyeball abnormal into it, but the cleaver's material is indestructible. Couldn't even extract a sample. It's definitely the hardest substance on Earth. As for the eyeball, since its effect is blinding the target, I worried merging it might backfire and blind the wearer. That'd render the armor useless, so I didn't attempt it. Li Xiang removed the Li Xiang Type I armor, letting it revert to its pulsating, rotten state. Wear this glove to control the AI. Let me show you how it works. Li Xiang handed Shen Ge the glove and the armor, then began explaining. About half an hour later, Shen Ge had mastered the controls and assigned gesture commands for each form, eliminating the need to tap the watch for transformations. Any other questions? Li Xiang asked. Shen Ge hesitated. About the armor's name. Any chance we can change it? No, Li Xiang's tone was final. Then he picked up the handgun from the lab table, loaded it, and chamber round. Hey, I was just brainstorming. No need to get serious. Shen Ge raised his hands in surrender. So really no changing it. Click. Bang. Li Xiang shot Shen Ge point blank in the chest. Caught off guard, Shen Ge had no time to react, but a tendril of black sludge shot from his wrist, forming a palm-sized heart guard that blocked the bullet. That's a hidden AI protocol I coded in. It'll auto-defend against sudden attacks like gunfire. But AIs aren't flawless. Don't rely on it too much. You bastard. And if the AI had glitched just now? What then? Shen Ge demanded. A really big funeral? Li Xiang ventured. Snap. Shen Ge activated the armor, encasing himself fully before grabbing Li Xiang by the throat and shaking him violently. I'll give you a really big funeral. Although he had lost a unique trait, Shen Ge didn't consider it a total loss. After all, Li Xiang had managed to merge multiple pieces of abnormal energy equipment into a versatile suit of armor. The only drawback was that the full-body combat suit couldn't recharge its abnormal energy. Relying solely on a 10% hourly recovery rate would be a severe disadvantage in prolonged battles. Still, Li Xiang assured him he was already working on a solution and would soon fix the Li Xiang Type I armor's energy recharge issue. After collecting his cleaver and the eyeball abnormal from the technical department, Shen Ge headed to the minister's office. With a snap of his fingers, the armor encased his entire body. Bang! He slammed the office door open and growled in a deliberately lowered voice. Hands up! This is a robbery! Deng Yuqi didn't even look up from the documents she was scribbling on. Robbery for money or for pleasure? If it's money, you're currently the wealthiest person in our department. If it's pleasure, you can't beat me in a fight. Even with that armor, I could take down 2 or 3 of you. Seriously? Deng Yuqi's rare attempt at humor left Shen Ge momentarily speechless. Sigh. She turned her computer monitor toward him, displaying the research report on the Li Xiang Type I armor. You're usually sharp. Did you really think I wouldn't have seen the finished product before it was handed to you? Besides, if an unidentified person could waltz from the division entrance to the minister's office without triggering alarms, our security team might as well disband. Boring. Shen Ge deactivated the armor and took a seat across from her. Deng Yuqi said flatly, You're paying for the door. Since you're loaded now, make sure to get me a sturdier one. Screw you. Deng Yuqi set down her pen, turned the monitor back, and typed a few commands before continuing. For this Asia Abnormal Research Conference, headquarters is sending 3 ministers. I've volunteered to assist your operation. But historically, ministers are closely monitored upon entry. Providing covert support will be difficult. When do we leave? Shen Ge asked. Protocol says a week from now. Headquarters has decided to abandon Lenin. No matter how much I argued, those stubborn old fossils wouldn't budge. Since they've shown no mercy, neither will I. I won't be reporting any research findings we retrieve. I'll hand them straight to Li Xiang for study. If those old men ever admit their mistakes or get ousted, then we'll talk about trading the data back. I'm telling you this because the mission won't be as simple as it seems. That research is valuable. We're not the only ones after it. Not only will headquarters refuse to support us, they might actively obstruct us. I understand organizational interests come first, but I refuse to accept casually abandoning an agent who's given everything for the cause. Your operation will be covert. When the time comes, I'll cover your exit. Shen Ge nodded, his expression serious as he mulled it over. After a long pause, he said, This mission sounds tough, mentally and physically exhausting. So, I get a month of paid leave when we get back, right? Deng Yuqi had been nodding along until that last part shattered the moment. Jokes aside, Shen Ge was genuinely interested in the research. If it could advance abnormal energy equipment by a generation, Even low-tier abnormals he captured could become materials for high-tier gear instead of just test subjects. Deng Yuqi briefed him on past Asia abnormal research conferences, schedules, protocols, and potential pitfalls before outlining their detailed plan. Shen Ge frowned. One thing I don't get, if the conference is such a high-profile target, why not send me into South Korea early? Deng Yuqi sighed. Since the abnormal outbreaks, every country's on edge. Even tourists are monitored. At the conference, I can provide cover. But if you enter with a tour group and go off-grid, alarms will trip. I'd rather not lose 2 agents trying to save one. So the plan is, I enter as Li Xiang's bodyguard, then you swap me out with a double later? Shen Ge confirmed. Exactly. But my info's already been submitted. Won't headquarters get suspicious? Shen Ge voiced his biggest concern. Not all of headquarters consists of those fossils. Some are pushing back against the stability over progress mindset. So we're the reformist faction? Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi shook her head. We're not aligned with anyone. I want a part of politics. I just want my people back. The reformers see this as a chance to weaken the old guard. Our goals align. You rescue Lin Yin and secure the research if possible. Their priority is extracting 2 researchers, but that's not your concern. Just focus on Lin Yin. The research is a bonus. Your safe return is the mission's true objective. Got it. South Korea's so small their weather forecasts fit in one sentence. Finding someone there should be easy. Let's hope so. Deng Yuqi sighed. Leaving the office, Shen Ge returned to his quarters to rest. Over the past month, daily and weekly system rewards had amassed him 2,031 points. He planned to spend them soon, but with the South Korea mission looming, he decided to save them for emergencies. Some system store items had proven unexpectedly useful. 2 days later, on his day off, Chung Shengnan invited him out for shopping and a movie. Knowing Shen Ge didn't drive, she picked him up and headed downtown. Your file says you have a license. Why always take the metro? She asked curiously. Shen Ge fiddled with the car's music player. As I not too easily start thinking about random stuff. Not ideal for driving. Chung Shengnan blinked. But you hyper-focus when working. Sometimes you'd stare at the screen for hours without moving. That's because I was reading novels. So you were slacking off most of the time? Seems you paid close attention to me. But you'd never catch me. I modified my desktop settings. Text scrolled in the taskbar while my screen showed design drafts. Perfectly normal for a designer to stare at the same layout for hours, right? Shen Ge said matter-of-factly. Flawless logic. Chung Shengnan had been briefly embarrassed by the first half of his reply, but the second half left her with one thought. Classic Shen Ge. Parking at Tianquan Plaza, they decided to walk to the city center in the rare good weather. By the way, I'll be away on business soon. My phone might be unreachable. Don't worry, Shen Ge mentioned casually. Chung Shengnan froze. Saving the world again? Something like that. Dangerous. Probably less than last time. Stay safe. She knew better than to ask for details. His safety was all that mattered. Don't worry. I'll bring you back a souvenir. Thanks. They dropped the subject, chatting about old times and debating movie choices instead. At the cinema, Shen Ge detoured to the cat cafe. After the cats showing mutation signs were removed, half the feline residents were gone, but business thrived. The owner had used the compensation from the Special Tactics Department to add new animals, hamsters, rabbits, and more. Unfortunately, none emitted the faint abnormal energy Shen Ge needed to farm system points. His recent visits to pet markets had yielded few mutated animals, nothing like this cafe's earlier concentration. According to Li Xiang, pet markets catered to animal lovers, while cafes attracted casual visitors, some even abusive, like the old lady who'd treated the place as free child care. Abuse and death accelerated mutations, making such venues high risk. The department had since tightened regulations, scheduling regular patrols by Shen Ge and the Abnormal Energy Detection Team to preempt outbreaks. After the movie, they hit a barbecue place. When Chung Shengnan offered to drive him home, Shen Ge insisted she go straight back while he took a cab from her place. She understood his concern. He didn't want her driving alone at night, and didn't argue. After dropping him off at her apartment complex, Shen Ge waited curbside for a taxi when a familiar figure caught his eye, entering a neighboring compound. Old Wang? The missing man looked the same, though his formal attire was a far cry from his usual style. Shen Ge followed, but was stopped at the gate. No access card. By then, Old Wang had vanished around corner. Investigating a theft. Suspect entered your premises. Cooperate. Shen Ge flashed his badge. The guard hesitated. Officer, we can't disclose resident info. Maybe contact the property manager. Later, recognize the man who just entered. Someone came in? The guard checked the logs. This access card isn't registered to any unit. That's not supposed to happen. While the guard dug deeper, Shen Ge vaulted the turnstile. The path split. One led to a garden, the other circled the buildings, but Old Wang was nowhere in sight. Back at the guard post, surveillance footage confirmed Wang's entry, yet no cameras caught him inside. Keep looking. I'll check around. Shen Ge re-entered, scanning the compound. Warning. Multiple low-tier abnormals detected in vicinity, hunting living hosts. Several have locked onto your presence via enhanced senses. Residents walk their dogs in the garden, all leashed, big and small. A golden retriever emitted faint energy. Shen Ge snapped a photo for the records, but its owner, a heavy-set young woman, marched over. Hey, why were you? Her aggressive tone softened upon seeing him. Why were you taking pictures of me? Sorry, just thought your dog was cute. He showed the shot. Only the golden retriever in her hand holding the leash. Oh, disappointed, she perked up. Lots of neighbors love Buddy. Want to pet him? The girl reached out to pat the golden retriever's head, but the dog lay weakly on the ground, seemingly in low spirits. How old is it? Shen Ge asked. The girl replied, he'll be 2 this year. It doesn't look too lively. Maybe. He's tired from running around all day. I'm here to visit a friend who lives in that building, Shen Ge said, pointing randomly at an apartment block. I have a dog too. I'll bring him over sometime to play with your golden retriever. He smoothly began extracting information from the girl. By now, the girl was completely smitten, answering every question Shen Ge asked without hesitation. It took almost no effort to learn everything about the dog. Shen Ge excused himself, claiming he had to meet his friend and return to the security office. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage from that time period, the guards found no trace of Old Wang. Originally planning to head home, Shen Ge instead took a taxi to the Special Response Department, SRD. After reporting the golden retriever's condition to the inspection team for handling, he went straight to the director's office. It was almost 10 p.m., and Deng Yuqi had only just found time to eat, digging into a meal from the cafeteria. She looked surprised when Shen Ge walked in. What brings you here? I have something important to report. Shen Ge sat across from her, his expression grave. Go ahead. Deng Yuqi continued eating, unfazed. After knowing Shen Ge for 4 months, she'd learned that the more serious he looked, the more likely his words were meaningless. Shen Ge said, according to the SRD's current research, anomalies are all derived from mutated animals. But I've seen a human with anomaly energy before, and today I saw that person again. Puffed. Deng Yuqi spat out her food in shock. Clearly, she hadn't expected Shen Ge to drop such a bombshell. If true, this wouldn't just shake the SRD. It would send shockwaves through anomaly research worldwide. The idea that humans could mutate was as staggering as announcing the apocalypse was tomorrow. Are you serious? Deng Yuqi set down her chopsticks, her expression deadly serious as she scrutinized Shen Ge for confirmation. Shen Ge nodded. The man's name is Wang Defa. He used to be a security guard in my neighborhood and lived in Xingfu community nearby. Months ago, just a few days before my first encounter with the anomaly in the rooftop water tank, I noticed black anomaly energy on him. At the time, I didn't know what it was, so I didn't pay much attention. After my own anomaly encounter, I remembered him, but he'd already been gone for days. I went to his home, and his wife said the neighborhood had organized a trip for the staff. But our rundown complex had a huge fight with the property management over fees 2 years ago. There's no way they'd have the money to send security guards on vacation. Besides, Old Wong was the only one missing. The others were still working. Later, after joining the SRD, I got busy and forgot about it. But today, while escorting Shengnan home, I saw Old Wong again in the opposite neighborhood, and he still had anomaly energy on him. I chased him into the complex, but when security checked the cameras, there was no footage of him entering. Inside, I ran into a golden retriever on the verge of mutation. I reported the dog to the inspection team. They're handling it now. Shen Ge's account contained some embellishments to ensure Deng Yuqi would believe the story's consistency. Though he hadn't been able to detect faint anomaly energy when the system first flagged Old Wong as the anomaly 3 heads, 6 arms, this time, even from a distance, he'd noticed wisps of black energy emanating from the man. How is this possible? Deng Yuqi was stunned. Humans mutating into anomalies was anything but good news. After a moment of thought, she ventured, "Do you think Old Wong might have been carrying a small animal that was mutating?" That's possible. But even so, having a near-mutated or fully mutated anomaly on him is dangerous in itself, Shen Ge pointed out. Deng Yuqi nodded. You're right. Either way, we need to find Old Wong as soon as possible and get to the truth. I'll have Feng Qingxiu lead a team immediately and coordinate with Rong City's military and police for a citywide search. Shen Ge had assumed that with the SRD's resources and the cooperation of Rong City's authorities, tracking down one man wouldn't be difficult. But the next day, Deng Yuqi delivered unexpected news. According to Old Wong's wife, he had died months ago in a landslide during a trip to Shizhegu. His body had been recovered and cremated, and the travel agency had paid substantial compensation. Unless Shen Ge had seen a ghost, the man he encountered couldn't have been Old Wong. Despite this, Deng Yuqi chose to believe Shen Ge. She knew he wouldn't joke about something like this, and a resurrected Old Wong fit the profile of an anomaly event. After careful consideration, Deng Yuqi decided not to report this to SRD headquarters yet. The idea of human mutation was too radical, contradicting all current global research on anomalies. It was better to confirm the facts first. Moreover, there was no definitive proof that the anomaly energy came from Old Wong himself, rather than equipment or a creature he was carrying. Additionally, reporting this would risk exposing Shen Ge's secret to more people. Deng Yuqi trusted her team, Li Xiang, Feng Qingxiu, and others, but not necessarily headquarters. Shen Ge, too, wanted to avoid drawing headquarters' attention, especially with an upcoming mission in the Republic of Korea, ROK. Being exposed now would only invite trouble. After discussion, Deng Yuqi and Shen Ge agreed. Even if they eventually reported Old Wong's case, they'd wait until after the ROK mission and find a way to present it without implicating Shen Ge. 1 week later, the Asian Anomaly Research Conference was about to begin. The Rong City branch sent Director Deng Yuqi, Agent Shen Ku, Research Director Li Xiang, Bodyguard Feng Qingxiu, and team members Wang Han, Ma Chao, Zhang Hu, Zhao Long, along with Shen Ge, also registered as security. At the airport, the group went through a special security channel due to their status. When the X-ray revealed a cleaver in Shen Ge's backpack, the security officer's expression turned strange. But since the Rong City branch had pre-reported the weapon, there was little they could say. The flight from Rong City to Seoul, the ROK's capital, took about 4 hours. Shen Ge slept through most of it, prompting Feng Qingxiu to joke, "Man, you've really embraced the classic tourist routine. Sleep on the ride, pee at the stops, snap photos at the sites, then sleep at home. Ask you the next day, and you'd have no clue what you even saw." Stretched out comfortably in his business class seat, Shen Ge didn't bother opening his eyes. What's the difference between touring the ROK and touring another province? Wang Han chimed in. Well, for one, you don't usually get a welcome committee for interprovincial travel. I heard the ROKs arranged all kinds of special welcoming ceremonies for anomaly agents. Ma Chao added dryly. Perfect for you. You're plenty special yourself. Just don't let beauty cloud your judgment. Wang Han snorted. Those welcomes are for the agents, not us bodyguards. But hey, Shen, why aren't you up in first class with the director? You're the top agent in the Southwest Division. This time, I'm also security, Shen Ge said. Wang Han blinked. Oh, Ma Chao gave him a look. The Southwest branch only has 6 agent slots for this event. Our branch took 2. You expect the director and Chun Ku to play bodyguard. Oh, right. Wang Han nodded, then perked up. I hear every conference showcases each country's anomaly tech. It's like nukes these days, a symbol of national power. Li, this is your chance to shine. Li Xiang, eyes glued to his iPad, didn't look up. I haven't made any breakthroughs lately. Sorry to disappoint. Wait, weren't you testing new gear just days ago? Wang Han asked. Li Xiang replied flatly. It failed. Wang Han faltered, unsure how to console him. For a research fanatic like Li Xiang, failure was worse than death. Shen Ge glanced at Li Xiang. Deng Yuqi had mentioned this. Though Li Xiang's type Li Xiang eye combat armor would stun the world if revealed, she wanted to protect him from becoming a target. She also didn't want to expose Shen Ge's capabilities. Hence, the official line was that the research had failed. Ultimately, the Rome City branch wasn't strong enough. If it were, Lenin wouldn't have been abandoned so easily. Not wanting to dwell on Li Xiang's failure, Wang Han steered the conversation back to the ROK's special attractions, and the group chatted idly until landing. 4 hours later, Seoul Airport. Instead of a shuttle bus, a line of black sedans awaited the team. Each had a sharply dressed driver and a fully armed soldier. At the front stood the reception lead. Welcome, delegates from the Rome City branch of the SRD. Please board. We'll take you directly to the conference hotel. After exchanging pleasantries with Deng Yuqi, the man guided everyone to their cars. Deng Yuqi and Chun Ku took the first vehicle, Shen Ge and Li Xiang the second. This was Deng Yuqi's arrangement, ensuring key personnel safety. If even Shen Ge couldn't protect Li Xiang, Feng Qingxiu and the others stood no chance. The motorcade left the airport, winding through the city's bustling streets before arriving at Seoul's most luxurious hotel. A red carpet stretched to the entrance, flanked by rows of stunning, eerily identical female greeters. Welcome, SRD agents from China, they chorused in accented Mandarin, bowing in unison. Wang Han's throat went dry at the sight. Inside, the group was ushered into a massive conference hall, seating over 1,000. Many agents had already arrived. As one of the world's 6 major anomaly research powers, China, like the U.S., was seated front and center. Though dubbed an Asian conference, all 6 global powers attended, with other nations free to apply. The Rome City team had 3 front-row seats for Deng Yuqi, Chun Ku, and Li Xiang. Shen Ge and the others took the rear. As more Chinese agents arrived, Shen Ge spotted familiar faces, Fang Mingyue and Luo Chengwang, whom he'd worked with before. The headquarters team had 6 slots, but surprisingly, Elder Ho wasn't among them. Not that Shen Ge cared. He folded his arms, lowered his head, and dozed off. This wasn't the actual conference, just the ROK's welcome ceremony. Fang Mingyue, clearly uninterested, declined a front-row seat and headed to the back despite Luo Chengwang's protests. Thanks to the ROK's meticulous scheduling, all major Asian delegations arrived within 2 hours. The welcome ceremony began with a burst of loud, energetic music as a girl group in short skirts and bare legs took the stage, launching into a performance dripping with ROK flair. Feng Qingxiu muttered, "If I didn't know better, I'd think we were at a variety show." Typical ROK. Hard to put into words. Wang Han grinned. What do you know? This is local culture. When in Rome, if not for professionalism and the threat of a written reprimand, he'd have joined the audience interaction segment. Deciding his companions had no taste, Wang Han nudged the dozing Shen Ge. Agent Shen, not going to watch this amazing show? Shen Ge didn't open his eyes. They're chanting die, 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 die right at the start. Bad omen. I might actually die if I watch too much. Many shared Feng Changxiu's sentiment, leaving the performers to energetically entertain a largely indifferent crowd. Most attendees were dignitaries. Even if they enjoyed it, they dared not show it. Halfway through, agents like Fang Mingyue, wholly uninterested, began slipping out. The music lulled Shen Ge into deeper sleep. until the system's shrill alarm blared in his mind. Warning, warning, warning. Fifth stage anomaly detected. Trait, 3 heads, 6 arms. Host's current strength insufficient. Recommend immediate evacuation. Shen Ge's eyes snapped open. He scanned the room. Since there'd been no alert earlier, the target must have just entered. His gaze locked onto the left side emergency exit, where a figure in a black hoodie cradled a black cat. The person withdrew a syringe filled with dark liquid, injected the cat's hindbrain, then hurled it into the crowd. Miu, the cat's shriek morphed into a guttural roar as thick black mist erupted from its body, engulfing it in a swirling vortex of darkness. 7 o'clock direction. Anomaly spotted. You two go protect Li Xiang. Oh, and remember to shout a few times to alert the others. Shen Ge patted Feng Qingxiu and Wang Han on their shoulders. What? Anomaly? Wang Han had been thoroughly enjoying the view of the dancer's legs when he turned and saw a swirling mass of black fog near the emergency exit. His mood instantly soured. An anomaly at an event like this? What the hell is the ROK even doing? Anomaly at 7 o'clock. Anomaly spotted. The two immediately stood and shouted. The nearby crowd reacted first, turning to see the anomaly before chaos erupted. Fortunately, most of the bodyguards were well-trained and swiftly moved to protect agents, researchers, and officials. After instructing Feng Qingxiu and the others to secure Li Xiang, Shen Ge left his seat and sprinted toward the exit, not for the anomaly, but for the figure who had just slipped out. A week ago, he had encountered Old Wang again, though at the time, the system hadn't alerted him due to the distance. Now, the man had shown up at the Asian Anomaly Research Conference's welcome ceremony to release an anomaly. Since Shen Ge's rating had improved, he could now detect faint traces of anomaly energy. When a system alerted him to Old Wang's presence, the black cat in his arms had shown no signs of mutation until it was injected with that dark liquid. What the hell was that substance? And what's Old Wang's goal? Shen Ge chased through the emergency exit. Given the importance of the conference attendees, security was tight inside and outside the hotel, including a squad of ROK soldiers guarding this exit. The moment Shen Ge stepped out, the soldiers raised their weapons. Their reaction gave him a bad feeling, as if he were the first person to come through this door. Still, he asked one of them, "Did you see where the person who just left went?" "I don't understand. Do you speak Korean?" The soldier replied sternly. To Shen Ge, it was pure gibberish. His Korean vocabulary began and ended with sumnida, leaving him frustrated. The soldier gestured back toward the hall, rattling off more unintelligible words. Though Shen Ge couldn't understand, the meaning was clear: go back inside. Ignoring him, Shen Ge scanned the hallway. 2 soldiers grew impatient, stepping forward to block his path while barking orders. All right, Sumida, now get lost." Shen Ge's gaze swept the corridors, searching for any trace of Old Wang. When he tried to move toward the lobby, the soldiers blocked him again. One reached out to grab his shoulder. Shen Ge swatted the hand away. The soldier, incensed, raised his rifle and shouted at him. As the barrel swung toward his face, Shen Ge sidestepped, then drove an elbow into the man's chest with a baji Iron Mountain strike. He yanked the soldier back, hooked his ankle, and slammed him to the ground, stepping on his weapon hand. "Speak Chinese, okay?" Shen Ge said coolly. "You don't understand Chinese, but since you kiss up to American soldiers, you should at least know English, right?" He didn't flinch as a dozen rifles trained on him. "What's happening?" A sharp-dressed ROK man, the lobby manager, hurried over with several hostesses after hearing the commotion. Knowing even the bodyguards from the conference weren't to be trifled with, the manager clearly wanted to avoid conflict. Shen Ge asked, "Anyone here speak Chinese?" The manager turned to the hostesses, handpicked for their multilingual skills. "I do," one woman stammered, raising her hand. Shen Ge said, "Ask them if they saw a man in a black hoodie leave through here before me." After a quick exchange, the hostess relayed, "Sir, they say no one exited before you. This is a secure exit. All entries and exits are logged. From spotting Old Wang to giving chase, About 2 minutes had passed. If the soldiers were telling the truth, only two possibilities remained. Old Wang had vanished like in the neighborhood incident. The soldiers were covering for him, implying collusion with the ROK. Shen Ge doubted the latter. If the ROK wanted to sabotage the event, they wouldn't need Old Wang to release an anomaly so conspicuously. Inside, the music had stopped. Gunfire and screams echoed as chaos erupted. The soldiers and hostesses instinctively turned toward the noise, just as bullets struck the exit's doorframe. Rifles snapped up in response. Shen Ge released the soldier beneath his foot and barked at the hostess. "There's a monster in there. Tell them to evacuate non-combatants to the lobby." She froze, then relayed the message. The manager bolted immediately, the hostesses scattering in panic, but the soldiers advanced toward the exit. "Tell them to back off." Shen Ge snapped. The hostess turned to shout, just as the exit's curtain was torn open. A monstrosity the size of a rhino barreled out. Crimson feet, green skin, writhing tentacles. Before the soldiers could react, they were sent flying. Two were ensnared by lashing tendrils. "Ah, help! Monster!" The hostess collapsed, screaming. Shen Ge didn't need a translation for that word. As the anomaly coiled its limbs around the soldiers, two more lashed toward Shen Ge and the woman. He dodged, then lunged at her, snapping his fingers. His left hand sheathed in black, rotting flesh, the Lixiang Eye combat armor's glove form. 6 gestures controlled the armor's forms. Fist for shield, open palm for stomach, and 4 snaps for the rest. Glove activated, he grabbed the tentacle aimed at the hostess while yanking her back by the collar. Her already revealing red dress rode up, flashing black lingerie, though she was too terrified to care, clinging to Shen Ge's arm. He pulled hard, trying to drag the anomaly forward, but it didn't budge. Sensing his threat, it sprouted more tendrils. The first attack missing, the second swept horizontally. Shen Ge dropped low, tackling the hostess into a roll. He hauled her up, only to hurl her unceremoniously onto a nearby couch like trash. The woman's mind blanked. 1 minute ago, she'd faced death. The next, this man had saved her. Though his roughness caused a wardrobe malfunction, his decisiveness radiated reliability. For a fleeting moment, she envisioned a K-drama romance, time slowing as the hero swept her into his arms. Then reality returned as her prince threw her away. What has happened? Meanwhile, Shen Ge slid beneath flailing tentacles, closing in on the anomaly. He rose, punching its head into the wall with a crack. No damage. Tough hide. Thankfully, the armor glove spared his knuckles. The creature bore no resemblance to a cat now, more like a rhino-hippo hybrid. Gurgle. Its head split vertically, jaws widening to swallow Shen Ge whole. Gloves braced. He strained against the bite until forced to release. Just then, several figures burst from the exit, Asian anomaly agents, armed with containment gear. Their combined efforts quickly subdued the creature. Shen Ge, stepping back, retreated to the lobby before rejoining Deng Yuqi inside. Leaning close, he briefed her on the hooded man and the black serum. Her face paled. "You're certain the cat showed no anomaly energy before injection?" "None," Shen Ge confirmed. Deng Yuqi wasn't doubting him, but the implications were staggering. If a serum could force mutations, it rivaled the shock of human transmutation. Every nation had tried injecting animals with anomaly energy. The result was always the same: instant death. Anomaly origins had remained a mystery until studies linked abuse and death to mutations. Lixiang's research had detailed the stages, how trace energy fused with DNA over time. A direct mutagen threatened global security. Imagine it deployed in war. The ceremony, abruptly halted, was postponed. Attendees were escorted to their hotels while Deng Yuqi relayed Shen Ge's findings. Unsurprisingly, higher-ups were stunned. An emergency video conference was called, which Shen Ge, as a bodyguard, happily skipped. Back in his room, he texted Cheng Shangnan and Tang Jinza. Tang had made progress on the internal injury recovery pills, identifying meat-like tissue. Shen Ge planned to introduce him to Li Xiang, suspecting both the pills and mind apples used anomaly flesh. Mass-producing such medicine could be a game-changer for SRD operatives. After messaging Tang, he checked in with Cheng Shengnan. "Aren't you on a business trip?" she replied. "Minor hiccup. The bosses are in meetings. I'm too low level, so I'm stuck in my room. More like you ditched to avoid boring talks." "Wow, you know me so well. At the company, you skipped 7 out of 10 national conferences and slept through the other 3. If not for your results, I wouldn't have covered for you." "Did I really?" She sent a "I'm annoyed but smiling" emoji. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Ge assumed it was Deng Yuqi or his teammates inviting him for cards, until he opened the door to the hostess he'd saved. "Mr. Shun, I'm Park Young-yun. I didn't get to thank you earlier. I asked your colleagues for your room number." She bowed deeply, the motion very revealing. "Don't mention it." He moved to shut the door. "Wait, could I come in? I like to talk." "No, we've got nothing to discuss." "Park Young-yun, I'm literally speaking Chinese." She batted her lashes. "I want to properly thank you. Without you, I'd be dead." Shen Ge eyed her. "Sorry, but modified cars might be fast. Too much silicone makes shifting uncomfortable. And as a gun mount, you're 10 centimeters too short. Plus, I prefer factory settings. You're not my type." As she gaped, the door slammed shut. Undeterred, she adjusted her dress, enhancing her cleavage and hiking her skirt before knocking again. "Mr. Shun," she leaned seductively against the frame. Shen Ge looked exasperated. "Try room 308. That guy loves plastic." Just then, Wang Han emerged next door, blinking at the scene before grinning at Shen Ge. "Get her out of here," Shen Ge said, "and find out which idiot gave her my room number." Wang Han froze. That would be me." Earlier, when the group left the venue, Deng Yuqi had instructed that if a ROK woman asked for Shen Ge's room, they were to provide it, part of a cover operation where a decoy would replace him. Park Young-yun had simply arrived first. As Wang Han waffled, Shen Ge shut the door again. "Maybe the wrong woman?" Wang Han sighed. "Look, Agent Shun's our heartthrob. Half the department's after him. Plus he's got a gorgeous, loaded girlfriend. Home cooking beats takeout, you know. Are you comforting me or rubbing it in? How about drinks?" Wang Han offered. "Sorry, I have work." She hurried off. Wang Han sighed. "Even as a bystander, I get rejected. This world runs on looks." Back inside, Shen Ge picked up his phone to a flood of messages from Cheng Shengnan. "Cat got you tongue? I hate meetings too. They're soporific. Hello. Where'd you go? Oomph. Rage flip table." He chuckled at her barrage of emojis, a far cry from her usual Ice Queen demeanor. "Back. Saved a hostess from an anomaly earlier. She came to thank me. Send her packing." A pause. Then video call incoming. Cheng Shengnan, in black pajamas, waved. "Hiding a girl in there? Let me vet her." Shen Ge panned his phone. "No space to hide anyone." "Like the pajamas?" "Meh." She set the phone down. Minutes later. "This set." Shen Ge squinted. "Same as before?" She suppressed a "no wonder you're single" and vanished again. Due to her traumatic childhood, Cheng Shengnan had always distrusted men, until she met this eccentric colleague who defied every expectation. His aloofness masked deep scars, much like her cold exterior. Over time, she'd grown fond of his quirks. Then came the anomalies. His calm amidst chaos. His repeated rescues. Somewhere along the way, she'd started calling him for movies, dinners, walks. If he wouldn't make a move, she would. Now, she played her hand. Better. She reappeared in considerably shorter attire. Shen Ge's eyes widened. "Very short. Your drawer's packed. Want to show me more?" he asked, feigning professionalism. She deadpanned. "Or I could just lie prone while we chat." "Can you?" Should have seen that coming. Grinning, she dangled 2 white lace sets. "If you come back safe, I'll model these." "Deal." Pinky swear. He extended a finger. She laughed. "How old are you?" Women renege. Men lie. They chatted until nearly 11 p.m., when Cheng Shengnan declared, "Beauty sleep calls. Rest well. You're fighting monsters, not paperwork." Back at the company, you'd have me pulling all-nighters. Then, I was your boss. Now, She tilted her head. Girlfriend? Shen Ge nodded approvingly. Good answer. Ever seen The Eighth Suspect? Yes. What if you were the heroine? I'd flee that night with my family, not wait till morning. You, me? I'm an SRD agent, saving the world. She smiled. Sleep tight. Bring me a gift. Make it count. Will do. After hanging up, Shen Ge lay back, staring at the ceiling. Over the months, their relationship had deepened organically. Only a thin barrier remained. But his unstable psyche and the system's unpredictability held him back. If she took the first step, retreating would be cowardly. Screw overthinking. His phone hit the bed. That minx. Just wait till I get back. A loud knock interrupted his thoughts. Enough. I said no takeout. He yanked the door open. Oh, director. Done with the meeting? Deng Yuqi arched a brow. Since when do hotels offer that kind of delivery? Shen Ge shrugged. The plastic hostess from earlier. Surprised you resisted. Even starving, I wouldn't eat junk food. Charming. She got straight to business. The black serum was real. Recently, a mutated elephant appeared in a war zone. Witnesses said it was normal until a syringe struck its head. Within minutes, it mutated, just like today's anomaly. The incident had forced opposing armies to cease fire and collaborate. Shen Ge smirked. Who knew anomalies would broker peace? Maybe we need more truce monsters. Focus. We don't know their endgame. What if it's world domination? Director, lay off the movies. Not every villain craves conquest. Maybe they just hate America's meddling. Deng Yuqi rolled her eyes. Regardless, I've arranged a body double for you. After a quick disguise, you're free to investigate. She opened a silver case. You can do disguises? A little. Her disguise amounted to fake scars and a mustache. You call this disguise? Modern espionage uses lookalikes, not magic masks. Does mine match my looks? No, so I'm making you uglier. Soon, 2 agents arrived. After briefing them, Deng Yuqi left with the now disguised Shen Ge. The main conference is in 3 days, when ROK security will be tightest. That's your window. Scout the area until then. Data's on this USB. It explodes if plugged in. No, your armor's chip can read it. Since when? Deng Yuqi face-bombed. How do you even talk to Li Xiang? How was the handover handled? In truth, when Shen Ge went to the technical department to retrieve the combat armor that day, Li Xiang had indeed mentioned the function of the chip and the latest AI technology. However, since this equipment was designed to combat anomalies, both Li Xiang and Shen Ge had focused primarily on its anti-anomaly capabilities. These chips integrate our nation's most advanced technology, artificial intelligence, voice mimicry, full language translation, information retrieval. It's like carrying a supercomputer with you. According to Li Xiang, these were all memorized through the anomalous pig brain in the underground containment chamber, making them one of a kind worldwide. Insert the USB drive, and it will automatically authenticate with the chip, Deng Yuqi explained. Following Deng Yuqi's instructions, Shen Ge plugged the USB drive into the wrist device. A black thread of decaying flesh separated and crawled to Shen Ge's left ear, enveloping a small chip to form an earpiece. Then, Shen Ge heard the AI's voice through the earpiece. USB drive detected. Beginning information retrieval. After the AI verbally relayed the information related to Lin Yin, a palm-sized screen extended from the center of the wrist device, displaying a map with marked locations. This is intelligence from my informants in Korea. The marked location is where Lin Yin last contacted us. Shen Ge, this operation must remain covert. If Korea discovers it and escalates the issue to espionage, we'll be in a difficult position, Deng Yuqi said gravely. Little 7. Pull up Lin Yin's personal information, Shen Ge said to the wrist device. The AI immediately responded, please wait. Retrieving data now. That name, did you come up with it? Deng Yuqi asked with a strange expression. Shen Ge replied seriously, I wouldn't dare. I asked Li Xiang how to activate the AI, and he said I just needed to assign a name. But I'm terrible at naming things, so I consulted someone else. I asked Director Chun what the most iconic name in our Special Response Division was, and he said Little Seven. It's a name that strikes fear into the hearts of those at headquarters. Are you sure you and Director Chan weren't talking past each other? Deng Yuqi was exasperated. Shen Ge said, "How could you say that? This AI system represents our nation's most advanced technology. Of course, it deserves the most iconic name." As Shen Ge spoke, the AI Little Seven finished retrieving Lin Yin's personal information. The ID photo in the file showed a delicate-looking young woman. Her resume was impressive. Before joining the Special Response Division, she worked in a factory after graduating from technical school. At 16, she entered the factory, and at 19, Deng Yuqi recruited her. After 5 years of covert training in the division, she became a junior field agent at 24, making her one of the original members of the Rome City branch. Now, 28, she could independently handle Tier-4 Anomaly incidents. In terms of combat ability, without anomaly energy equipment, she could fight Deng Yuqi to a standstill. Lin Yin had participated in every anomaly incident since the Rome City branch's establishment. Veterans like Feng Chengxiu and Ma Chao owed their lives to her several times over. This was why, after Lin Yin went missing, Deng Yuqi didn't even inform Chen Ge and only called Shen Ge to her office to discuss the matter. If Feng Chengxiu and Ma Chao learned their savior was in trouble, they'd risk their lives to storm the research facility and rescue her. That wouldn't just be a problem for the Rome City branch. It would escalate into an international conflict. Even now, the old guard was pressuring them to abandon Lin Yin. If things escalated, they might abandon the Rome City branch altogether to preserve the greater good. Shen Ge, it's up to you, Deng Yuqi said earnestly. Watch me carry the team. Shen Ge declared confidently, and he meant it. He fully intended to carry his way through Korea's research facility. Korea wasn't even as big as a single province in China, so anything important was likely concentrated in Seoul. According to Lin Yin's report, the lab storing the research data was in the Seoul base. For others, infiltrating a base might be difficult, but with invisibility plus soundlessness, Shen Ge could easily sneak in, steal data, swipe a few anomaly corpses, and farm some system points. Rescuing Lin Yin along the way would earn him favor with the NPCs, turning the Rome City Special Response Division into his personal safe house. Even if he couldn't stop the apocalypse in 3 years, he'd at least have a refuge when it arrived. Deng Yuqi left the room first to ensure the hallway was clear, then guided Shen Ge along a route that avoided surveillance cameras. The path had been preloaded into the USB drive, and Little Seven guided Shen Ge flawlessly, steering him clear of all potential camera angles. For trickier spots, Deng Yuqi had already arranged for them to be handled. Shen Ge left the conference hotel without issue. Though it was nearly midnight, the downtown area was still bustling with nightlife. As he walked, Shen Ge activated the AI's voice mimicry function. A black thread extended from his wrist device to his throat, attaching a voice modulation chip and covering it with a decaying flesh tattoo for disguise. Little Seven, simulate the voice of a 30-year-old Korean man to check into a hotel, Shen Ge whispered. Understood. Voice modulation complete. Little Seven responded in Korean, mimicking the tone and cadence of a Korean man in his 30s. Not bad, Shen Ge remarked. Since the chip was on his throat, the simulated voice sounded as if he were speaking. Little Seven, sing a Jay Cho song. Little Seven immediately began singing in a pitch-perfect imitation of Jay Chou's signature slurred delivery. Watch me, fingers relaxed, eyes sharp as a dragon. When the enemy's weak, my tactics are endless. My offense is like the wind, riding straight into the palace, crushing your despairing face. System, open your eyes and see what a real system looks like. You're just a useless lump. Shen Ge taunted. Little Seven's mimicry was even better than a Jay Cho impersonator. If Shen Ge left it on the street tomorrow, the entertainment industry might crown a new AI-generated singing sensation. Shen Ge made his way to the hotel Deng Yuqi had arranged 2 blocks away. With Little Seven's voice modulation, he checked in under his new identity without a hitch. After entering the room, Shen Ge scanned for hidden cameras or bugs. Finding none, he collapsed onto the bed to rest. He slept until noon the next day, then began scouting the area. Starting too early would draw suspicion, so he waited until foot traffic picked up. Lin Yin's last known location was a downtown mall, where she'd been tailing a target to obtain access code for the research facility. Given Lin Yin's skills, even if she'd been discovered, she wouldn't have been captured without a fight. Deng Yuqi wanted Shen Ge to search the mall for clues. Warning: host has entered an area with high anomaly activity. Multiple high-tier anomalies have detected the host's presence. Flee immediately to preserve your life. The system's alert blared as soon as Shen Ge stepped into the mall. Ahead, near the entrance, was a pet store selling hamsters, turtles, rabbits, and other small animals. A crowd of children surrounded the cages, feeding the animals. Shen Ge noticed faint anomaly energy emanating from the rabbits in the cages, the very ones the children were enthusiastically overfeeding. Seriously? Are they trying to stuff them to death? Shen Ge muttered, watching the kids shove food into the cages. The anomalies showed no signs of mutation, so Shen Ge saw this as a prime opportunity to farm points. As he entered the store, the system warned again. Warning: host has been locked onto by multiple anomalies. Do not recklessly enter an anomaly nest. An anomaly nest? That suggested the number of future anomalous animals here was significant. Shen Ge eyed the cages. Sir, what kind of pet are you looking for? A clerk asked in Korean. Shen Ge didn't understand, but Little Seven responded automatically. The clerk smiled and gestured for him to browse, eagerly offering recommendations. With Little Seven handling the conversation, Shen Ge focused on selecting animals with faint anomaly energy. After weaving through the store, he triggered the Braving the Anomaly Nest reward 3 times, netting 150 system points. He then used Deng Yuqi's operational funds to place a deposit and had the clerk deliver the animals to Deng Yuqi's room. Host's fearless valor in subduing 10 Tier-1 anomalies rewards 50 system points, x3. Shen Ge was used to the system's delayed notifications, so he milked the opportunity by helping the clerk pack the animals, earning another 150 points. In just this short time, he'd gained 300 points, bringing his total to 2,431. If he didn't get a chance to spend them during this mission, he'd find an opportunity later. Leaving the pet store, Shen Ge continued through the mall, following Little Seven's markers to the cafe where Lin Yin had disappeared. Ordering a coffee, he sat and observed. Given Lin Yin's combat skills, if she'd been captured here, it wouldn't have been without a struggle. At least half the mall would have been wrecked. If Shen Ge were caught during infiltration, he'd at least give the Soul Fire Department some overtime by torching the place. While Shen Ge searched for clues, Deng Yuqi was in her room working when a knock interrupted her. Expecting a colleague, she opened the door to find 2 pet store employees in uniform, offering polite smiles. "Excuse me, are you MS-7? The male employee asked in Korean. Deng Yuqi put on a translator earpiece. "Who are you? What do you want?" "We're from the Cutie Pet store in Gangnam Mall. A customer purchased several pets for you, but the hotel wouldn't let us bring them up, so we came to confirm with you first," the employee explained. "Someone bought me pets? Sorry, you must have the wrong person. I'm here on vacation and don't know anyone locally," Deng Yuqi said skeptically. The employee handed her a note. Her eye twitched as she read. "Delivery. The hottest dude." Rubbing her temples, Deng Yuqi sighed. "Where are the animals?" "At the hotel entrance." "Take me there." She couldn't believe it. Shen Ge had somehow managed to stumble upon a trove of anomalies while casually scouting. On the way, she knocked on room 308, summoning Feng Chengxiu, Wang Han, Ma Chao, Zhang Hu, and Zhao Long to help carry the delivery. Though the hotel had a no-pets policy, Deng Yuqi's status allowed her to negotiate an exception. The animals Shen Ge had bought were small, mostly hamsters, lizards, and turtles, plus 2 rabbits the size of a hand. Back in her room, Deng Yuqi had Li Xiang scan them. As expected, they showed faint anomaly energy, just like the premutation creatures Shen Ge had found before. The note's shameless signature left no doubt about the sender. Even a villain wouldn't be this brazen. The others assumed the animals were from Deng Yuqi's informants. Unaware, Shen Ge was responsible. Director, what should we do with these? Feng Qingxiu asked. What else? Find an excuse to take them back as souvenirs, Deng Yuqi said. Li Xiang added, we've run out of premutation materials at the branch. This isn't much, but it'll last us a while. Deng Yuqi's expression was complicated. Before Shen Ge joined, even 10 anomalies would have been a windfall. Now Li Xiang called it not much. Though most of the materials ended up in Shen Ge's hands, the Rome City branch's strength had skyrocketed. Even with credit shared across the southwestern divisions, they'd risen to become a top 3 branch nationwide. If Li Xiang Type I combat armor were revealed, it would cause a global sensation. But for both Li Xiang's and Shen Ge's safety, this groundbreaking invention had to remain hidden for now. While Deng Yuqi and the others debated the animal's fate, Shen Ge finished scouting them all and returned to his hotel for Little 7 to analyze the data. According to the informant's intel, the mall had operated normally after Lin Yin's disappearance, with no closures or renovations. Surveillance footage showed no signs of her being transported from the parking lot. Smuggling a person out wasn't hard, but Lin Yin wasn't just anyone. She was a trained operative who'd spent 5 years in the Special Response Division. She was cautious and unlikely to fall for something as simple as drug food. At least, that was Deng Yuqi's assessment. Whether Lin Yin lived up to it remained to be seen, but given Director Chen's faith in Deng Yuqi's judgment, it was probably accurate. Shen Ge suspected the mall might hide an underground lab, a trope straight out of movies and novels. Before investigating that theory, he had one more stop, Lin Yin's sole apartment. Checking it would reveal whether she'd been compromised. At dusk, Shen Ge took a taxi to Lin Yin's neighborhood, disembarking a block away to approach on foot. The 6-story apartment building showed no signs of lockdown. Shen Ge entered the adjacent unit, climbed to the second-floor landing, and confirmed there were no cameras or electronic locks before activating invisibility. His weekly and daily rewards had boosted his spirit stat past 300, now 301%, allowing 5 minutes of invisibility. He carried 5 anomaly energy canisters, though the branch had only produced 13 this month due to shortages. 5 minutes should be enough to search Lin Yin's third-floor apartment, assuming no ambush awaited. At Lin Yin's door, Shen Ge used Invisible Domain's collapse effect to phase inside, leaving him with 3.5 minutes of invisibility. No surveillance, no bugs. The door lock and subtle traps in the living room suggested no one had entered since Lin Yin left. Snap! With a flick of his wrist, Shen Ge's full-body armor activated. He canceled invisibility and continued searching. Even if cameras spotted him now, it didn't matter. The armor would likely register as an anomaly, and if Korean forces arrived, he could just reactivate invisibility and soundlessness to slip away. After turning the apartment upside down, Shen Ge, far more skilled in traps than Lin Yin, located a hidden USB drive sealed beneath the bed's floorboard. Like Deng Yuqi's USB, it was rigged to detonate if inserted into unauthorized devices. Little 7. Scan if this USB is compatible with the chip. Shen Ge pressed the USB against the wrist device. Scanning. The USB is readable. Proceed. Yes. The wrist device extended a tendril of flesh to envelop the USB. 3 seconds later, a holographic map of Seoul's downtown projected from it, zooming in on the Gangnam Mall before diving underground. The mall's parking garage had 3 levels, but the map continued past the lowest floor, through a security booth, descending another 30 meters to reveal a tri-level subterranean structure. A damn hive, Shen Ge muttered. His hunch had been right. The mall hid something below. Lin Yin likely hadn't vanished in a mall, but was captured after infiltrating the underground facility. After saving the map data, Shen Ge destroyed the USB and left. He returned to the mall, ate at a barbecue joint, and waited until closing time to head to the parking garage's lowest level. Hiding in a secluded spot, he activated invisibility and crept toward the security booth marked on the map. A large monitoring station manned by 6 guards, two of whom were armed and smoking outside. Ordinary security booths didn't have gun lockers or armed personnel. This has to be the entrance, Shen Ge thought, observing from the shadows. If this booth led underground, someone would eventually pass through. For hours later, near midnight, a black sedan pulled up. 3 people, 2 men and a woman, entered the booth. Shen Ge activated invisibility and followed. Inside, the woman spoke to the guards. One pressed a button on a cabinet, opening a hidden floor hatch. The trio descended. Shen Ge trailed them down a 5-minute staircase to a sealed elevator. The woman pressed the bottom button, and the elevator descended for a full minute before opening into a vast hall. Sucking on an anomaly energy canister, Shen Ge slipped past the trio's access card swipe and into the facility. P.S. Higher ratings unlock more categories. Wait, what? Shen Ge stared. The probabilities had shifted. Daily supplies dropped from 80% to 50%, while weapons, consumables, and free points increased. Most importantly, new categories had appeared. His Tier 1 rating had granted him the ability to see faint anomaly energy. Tier 2's bonus, aside from +1 tray enhancement, was this store upgrade. The lab beyond was bustling with dozens of researchers. Shen Ge wandered invisibly, finding nothing recognizable, just pharmaceutical equipment and indecipherable diagrams. Eventually, he ducked into an empty restroom stall and deactivated his abilities. Little 7, translate the trio's conversation from the booth to here. A few seconds later, the earpiece replayed their dialogue in simulated voices. Their talk was mundane, just chatter about an important project needing completion for an upcoming conference. This underground lab belonged to Korea's largest conglomerate, staffed by global medical experts. Their research material? Anomaly corpses supplied by the Korean government. Though, in a country ruled by conglomerates, the distinction was meaningless. Reports indicated they were extracting healing factors from regenerative anomalies to create rapid wound treatments. Testing on mice 2 weeks ago had backfired. Low doses caused mutations, high doses caused explosions. If they're researching anomalies, they must have a containment area, Shen Ge mused. Perfect for a heist. Little 7, flag any intel on anomalies or Linine. Understood. Reactivating invisibility, Shen Ge resumed his search. For restricted areas, he waited near doors until someone passed through. This was time-consuming and drained his anomaly energy canisters. With only 2 left, he had to hide periodically to recharge at a sluggish 10% per hour. After 8 hours and a nap, Shen Ge reached the lowest level. The first equipment room was stocked with Type B anomaly energy canisters. Since they were non-rechargeable, Type A and Type B were interchangeable for Shen Ge. He swapped his empties for full ones, restoring his exploration efficiency. At the deepest containment chamber, the system confirmed 3 anomalies inside. 1 Tier 2, 2 Tier 1. Pathetic. Shen Ge had hoped for at least a special trait anomaly or a Tier 3. Korea's small size apparently limited its anomalies too. He didn't kill them yet. Doing so would alert the facility. In the archives, Shen Ge had Little 7 record all research files. If this was pharmaceutical research, maybe Tang Jinza or Li Xiang could reverse engineer an internal injury recovery pill. Leaving the archives, Shen Ge found a heavily guarded metal door. Peering through its window, he saw a muscular man, easily 6 feet tall, with arms as thick as Shen Ge's calves, chained in a corner. Blood matted his hair, dripping steadily. He'd clearly been tortured recently. Test subject? Why such heavy chains? Shen Ge muttered, turning away. Then he heard a stream of furious Mandarin, delivered in a distinctly southern feminine voice. Shen Ge froze. The hulking prisoner looked up, revealing a delicate face incongruous with his build. Linine. Big sis, were you Najan past life? How the hell did you get so jacked? Shen Ge groaned. He retreated to the equipment room, now nearly emptied of its 30-plus canisters, and grabbed the remaining 10. Hiding in a storage closet, he planned his next move. Create chaos, free Linine, and escape. Guns, explosives, Molotovs. Releasing the 3 anomalies should do the trick. System, don't let little 7 show you up. Give me something good. Shen Ge prepared to roll for explosives. System, 10x draw. A lottery wheel appeared in his vision. Daily supplies, 50%. Weapons, 20%. Consumables, 15%. Free stat points, 10%. Vehicles, 4%. 1%. Vehicles might seem useless, but spending 100 points for a chance at a car wasn't bad. Humming congratulations, under his breath, Shen Ge spun the wheel. Ding ding ding. Free points, 3%. M134 minigun plus 5,000 rounds. Free points, 2%. High explosive grenades, X5. Molotov cocktails, X20. Instant noodles, X2 cases. Free points, 2%. Free points, 2%. Extendable batons, X2. Timed explosives, X3. Not bad. 9 free points, 5,000 minigun rounds instead of 1,000. Double consumables. Even the noodles came in 2 cases. Feeling threatened by little 7 system? Shen Ge teased. Reviewing the lab's layout, he need 2 to 3 more bombs to blast through doors during the escape. With his current haul, single draws were more efficient. Draw. Free points, 3%. Not bad. Draw. Instant noodles X2 cases. Forgot my lucky draw BGM. Again. This time, he hummed the gambler's entrance theme. K2 Black Panther main battle tank X1. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the facility as a green tank materialized before him. Shen Ge's jaw dropped. Alarms blared. System, what the hell? A tank counts as a vehicle? Well, technically yes. But when he saw vehicles, he'd expected cars or motorcycles, not a goddamn tank on his first try. How was he supposed to explain this back home? A tank under his bed? No time to panic. Shen Ge tossed his loot onto the tank, climbed into the turret, and faced a new problem. He had no idea how to drive a tank. Little 7. Here. Can you drive a tank? Yes. Music to his ears. Little 7 extended multiple tendrils to the controls, and soon the tank's engine roared to life. Its treads crushed through the wall into the main lab. Head to the anomaly containment cells. Blast the doors open and release them. Shoot anything in our way. Shen Ge ordered. Understood. As little 7 piloted the tank toward the cells, Shen Ge manned the machine gun, mowing down guards. The tank's armor shrugged off small arms fire. But Shen Ge forgot about the hallway dimensions. The K2 Black Panther, though smaller than some tanks, was still too large for the narrow passages leading to the cells. Little 7, hold off the guards here. I'll blow the doors. Shen Ge yanked off the wrist device, tossed it into the tank, and activated invisibility. At the containment area, he planted timed explosives on the doors and blew the control panel with a grenade. The doors burst open, releasing gurgling growls as the 3 anomalies emerged. Shen Ge sprinted back to the tank, reattached little 7, and ordered it to bombard the hallway blocking Lin Yin's cell. The lab's reinforced walls crumbled under the tank's firepower. Korean forces, unable to flank the behemoth, called in heavier weaponry. No one knew how a tank had appeared underground, but stopping it was the priority. At Lin Yin's cell, the tank provided cover while Shen Ge eliminated the guards and blew the door. Inside, Lin Yin, bloodied but grinning, looked up. Huh, do Koreans celebrate New Year's by blowing up their own homes? Lin Yin, Shen Ge asked. She frowned. Who are you? Director 7's new recruit. Lin Yin's eyes lit up. Oh, you're the new guy. Xiao Shen, get these cuffs off. Let's wreck these bastards. Those 2 researchers didn't betray us. The Koreans kidnapped their families. Are the 2 researchers being held here too? Shen Ge asked Lin Yin. Lin Yin shook her head. No, they're locked up in the Seoul base. But their families are being held in the city. I found some leads earlier and reported them to Director 7. She said she'd arrange for informants to rescue the researchers' families first, then figure out how to extract them. I was misled. Thought they were in this research facility. Got caught almost immediately after sneaking in. Ugh, what a disaster. Feng Qingxiu and the others are going to laugh their asses off when I get back. So embarrassing. Shen Ge gave her a strange look. He was genuinely curious how someone with Lin Yin's hulking physique even attempted sneaking in the first place. And here she was, covered in blood, worried about being laughed at. That said, the revelation about the two researchers, that they hadn't betrayed their country but were coerced into helping Korea, wasn't surprising. Times had changed. Decades ago, people had to rely on sheer patriotism to push through hardship. But now, with ample funding, assuming corrupt officials didn't skim most of it, researchers were well supported. For other projects, embezzlement might be common, but when it came to anomaly research, anyone dumb enough to interfere would be signing their own death warrant. That was why the Rome City branch was stationed downtown, with round-the-clock patrols securing the labs and dormitories. Seriously, if a central stronghold in Sichuan's capital could be breached, China might as well close up shop tomorrow. We'll deal with the researchers later. First, let's get you out. Shen Ge snapped his fingers and approached Lin. Black tendrils of decaying flesh extended from his wrist, forming a grotesque maw that clamped onto the chains binding her. The stomach acid from the stomach anomaly could dissolve even anomalies in seconds, let alone ordinary iron chains. But gunfire outside was intensifying, without Little Seven controlling it. The tank was just a glorified barricade. Shen Ge needed to hurry. With one hand controlling the flesh maw, he pulled out a grenade with the other and held it out to Lin Yin. "Help me with this." Lin Yin yanked the pin without hesitation. Shen Ge lobbed it through the gap between the tank and ceiling, landing it perfectly among the advancing Korean soldiers. Boom! The explosion sent them scrambling back just as the maw finished corroding the chains. With a metallic snap, they broke apart. Shen Ge tore the chains off Lin Yin and hauled her toward the tank. What the hell was that? New anomaly tech gear? Since when does our broke-ass branch have stuff like this? Lin Yin stared at the black flesh retracting into Shen Ge's wrist. Li Xiang's latest prototype, Shen Ge said, thinking you're really bad-mouthing the branch in front of the director's favorite, huh? He helped Lin Yin climb into the tank. Li Xiang? That kid who's always calling people country bumpkins? Lin Yin grunted as she pulled herself up. Damn, didn't think the brat had it in him. Spent months in the lab with nothing to show but wasted materials. Figured he was useless. Turns out he's a genius. Pretty rich, coming from someone only a few years older. You sound like you're from Chun Ku's generation. Pfft. I've been here longer than Chen Ku. Everyone's scared of him, not me. Lin Yin smirked. Once she was inside, Shen Ge addressed his wrist device. Little Seven, plot a route to the elevator. Full speed ahead. Understood. Little Seven extended tendrils to the tank's controls, maneuvering it forward. Whoa, this thing can even drive a tank. I'm putting in a request for one when we get back, Lin Yin said excitedly. You'd need another anomaly pig brain. The chips alone are cutting-edge tech, but this gear is a fusion of multiple anomalies, currently one of a kind. Shen Ge wasn't lying. The chips were just a high-end Xiao AI, style AI, without the pig brain's unique never forget trait and the no-release anomaly energy that allowed seamless fusion. Finding another pig brain was unlikely, but the real bottleneck was the no-release energy absorbed by the system and now permanently gone. Without it, even with a new pig brain, the fusion wouldn't work. Wait, the pig brain you're talking about, is it the one in our branch's underground containment? Lin Yin's blood-streaked face twisted in shock. Yeah, problem. That was mine. I almost died retrieving it. Was gonna ask HQ's experts to turn into gear, and you just, whatever. You saved my life. Guess it's yours now. Drinks on me when we get out. Shen Ge blinked. So that's why Deng Yuqi had initially refused his request. The pig brain had been Lin Yin's prize. He handed her a pill and bandages. Take this and patch up. We're gonna have to fight our way out. Lin Yin swallowed the internal injury recovery pill and wrapped her wounds. Within seconds, her condition improved visibly. Holy shit, what is this? Feels like magic, she marveled. Stole it from the lab. Experimental healing factor drugs. Then shouldn't we, liberate the research too? Already copied all their files while searching for you. Lin Yin gave a thumbs up. Damn, Director 7 wasn't exaggerating. You really are the future's top anomaly investigator. She wouldn't shut up about you. But turns out you're even more badass than she said. I got caught immediately, and here you are, blasting through with a tank. Lady, with your build, stealth was never an option. Should have gone full Schwarzenegger with a minigun. Outside, gunfire raged while the two chatted inside the tank. A surreal contrast. Not that the Koreans were weak, they just hadn't expected a tank to materialize underground. Assault rifles versus armor? Only in a world where Korean military tech was made of cardboard. Report. Little Seven's voice came through Shen Ge's earpiece. Ammunition depleted. Prepare for engagement. The last shell loaded, the tank fired at a cluster of soldiers hiding behind lab equipment. Boom. The explosion shredded workstations and sent bodies flying. Screams filled the smoke-filled chamber as the survivors retreated. Little Seven charged straight through. Shen Ge ordered. Understood. Lin eyed Shen Ge. Hey, real quick, why'd you name the AI Little Seven? As in the seven. Yeah, what? Nothing. Just you've got balls. To name it after the director and still be alive. This guy's skills must be insane. Get ready. We're breaking out. Shen Ge eyed the converging soldiers. Roger that. Oh, hell yeah, minigun. Lin hefted the weapon, her frame making Shen Ge briefly imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger in drag. With that build, she and Feng Qingxiu would make the ultimate anomaly fighting duo. The twin juggernauts of special response. I'll go first. Follow in 10 seconds. Shen Ge snapped his fingers, retracting Little Seven to activate his full-body armor. No way. You're too scrawny to what the fuck is that? Kamen Rider's puke version. Lin gaped. Today had been full of shocks, but Shen Ge lived up to Deng Yuqi's hype. A walking surprise or horror generator. Kamen Rider's puke version? Really? Sure, the armor's black. Melting appearance resembled venom after a bad meal. But puke version was harsh. It's high-tech, Shen Ge grumbled, leaping out of the tank. Soldiers fired, but he double-jumped to their squad leader, slicing the man's rifle in half with his cleaver before kicking him back. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit an invisible barrier. Shen Ge's no release, domain deflecting the initial volley before he dodged the rest. Tennis training had honed his ability to manipulate projectiles. He didn't need to stop bullets midair, just predict trajectories and deploy barriers accordingly. Then, invisible domain, collapse. The soldiers' vision blurred as the floor beneath them warped. Before they could react, they plummeted downward. Sucking on an anomaly energy canister, Shen Ge intercepted another squad, his left arm morphing into a meter-wide tortoise-pattern shield. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets ricocheted off the shield as he charged, knocking out several men with brutal punches before drawing his cleaver to finish the rest. Tisich thought only movie idiots shot at shields. Guess real life's got him, too. More guards poured in from side corridors. With a battle cry, Lin popped up from the tank's hatch, minigun roaring. Haha, how's it feel, you bastards? Eat lead. She mowed down the soldiers, but ran dry too soon, jumping down to grab 2 assault rifles. Come on, come on. She sprayed bullets wildly, taking hits to her limbs, but refusing to fall. Fall back. Shen Ge shielded her retreat toward the elevator. Even wounded, Lin Yin's endurance was impressive. Another squad emerged from the elevator bay. Shen Ge rushed ahead, armor and shield deflecting gunfire, until grenades arced toward them. Look out! Lin shoved Shen Ge forward, sacrificing herself as the corridor collapsed behind them. Boom! Debris buried her. Shen Ge, now amid enemies, unleashed his flesh maw and cleaver in a whirlwind of violence. He sighed. High-tech, remember? Bulletproof, obviously. After dispatching the soldiers, he dug Lin out. Little Seven's scan confirmed non-fatal injuries. She'd just been knocked unconscious. Hoisting her over his shoulder, Shen Ge activated invisibility and soundlessness, slipping into the elevator. Riding it up was risky, but the facility's design was idiotic. 4 elevator exits and 0 stairwells. Were they trying to trap intruders or themselves? As punishment, Shen Ge triggered the timed explosives he'd planted earlier, igniting nearby Molotovs. Whoosh! Flames engulfed the underground lab. Slow-roasted bastards. His own situation wasn't ideal, though. Halfway up, the elevator jerked to a halt. They'd locked it down. No matter. Shen Ge inhaled from an anomaly canister and used collapse to phase through the ceiling, climbing the shaft with his enhanced boots. In the security booth, guards puzzled over the elevator's empty surveillance feed, calling for backup. Then the doors burst open, and a human projectile, Lenin, slammed into them. Thud! Before they could recover, Shen Ge knocked them out cold, grabbed Lenin, and bolted. Yangtze to Yellow River. Mission accomplished. Requesting extraction, Shen Ge said into his comms. Deng Yuqi, back at the hotel after the conference, nearly jumped when her device lit up. She'd been too worried to contact him, fearing she'd compromise his mission. That ridiculous call sign meant he was safe and successful. Where are you? Are you hurt? Did you get Lenin? Need backup? Did you sneak or fight your way out? Compromised? Pursuers? Can you reach the extraction point? Boss, slow down. This isn't a Chinese takeout order rap. Shen Ge deadpanned. Mission's a success. Lin Yin's stashed in a dumpster near Gangnam Mall, tracking device on her. I'll be Xiang locate her and extract her first. I'm drawing heat downtown to buy time. She took a few bullets, not life-threatening, but needs treatment ASAP. After escaping the mall in his armor, Shen Ge had stuffed Lin Yin into a large dumpster. With Korean reinforcements swarming the area, extracting her directly would have risked exposing Deng Yuqi's informants. Better to let them handle her while he played decoy. I'm sending backup. Deng Yuqi insisted. No, keep them near the Seoul base. I'll head there after shaking the tail. Wait, the base. Did you fail to get the research? If so, forget it. Just come back. Lenin told me the researchers were coerced. Their families are hostages. I'm checking the base. No, I already knew about the researchers. We're handling their families. Don't risk it. To Deng Yuqi, Shen Ge's safety outweighed two researchers. But Shen Ge wasn't doing this for them. The drug lab had yielded 0 anomalies. With spare canisters, he'd raid the base for more. Korea might be small, but surely they'd captured at least one trait-bearing anomaly. Relax. It's under control. Shen Ge hijacked an SUV. He couldn't drive, but little Seven, who'd piloted a tank, had no trouble. As the SUV tore through downtown, chased by patrol cars, the spectacle made live news. Back at the hotel, Luo Chengwang and other agents watched the broadcast. Who's dumb enough to play hero for Korea? Someone scoffed. Luo Chengwang grabbed his jacket. Not helping them. But if someone's wrecking Seoul, I'm joining the party. A colleague pulled him back. We're here as China's representatives. Stirring trouble risks an international incident. Like Korea cared when they deployed THAAD. Luo shot back. Wait, that driver's not human. It's a monster, another agent exclaimed. An anomaly that can drive? How do we fight that? Fong Mingwe, by the window, mused. Might be anomaly tech gear. Whatever. You in or not? Luo asked. Soon, for agents joined him, heading downtown, only to find blockades. A scuffle broke out immediately. Other Asian agents, also disliking Korea, seized the chaos to stir trouble. Not their country, not their problem. Though their antics didn't help Shen Ge much, they diverted some heat. Once he'd led pursuers far enough from Lenin, he ditched the SUV in a parking garage, shed his disguise, and slipped away. Deng Yuqi informed him that informants near the Seoul base were creating a diversion for his infiltration. Korea's rapid response forced him to hitch a ride on a garbage truck to bypass checkpoints. Inside, his system's warnings guided him straight to the anomaly containment wing, netting him 150 points for braving the beast's den. The setup mirrored Rome cities, heavy external guards, lax internal ones. 7 anomalies were held here, rabbits, rats, even a horse and cow, ranging from Tier 1 to 3. Sadly, none had traits. Little 7, can we disable the cameras? Signal jamming can buy time with looped footage. Do it. Black tendrils snaked out, interfering with the feeds as Shen Ge moved in. He sold 5 dead anomalies, 3 Tier 1, 2 Tier 2, for 1,600 points, then butchered a live Tier 2 horse anomaly for 500 more. Even after spending 1,300 points earlier, his total now stood at 3,381. High risk, high reward. As he prepared to release the Tier 3, a nightmarish Fish Cthulhu hybrid, Little 7 warned, jamming detected. Reinforcements incoming. Shen Ge breached the cell, unleashing the abomination to wreak havoc. Chaos was his best shot at finding the researchers. The Koreans, though caught off guard, mobilized tanks and troops to contain the creature, calling all anomaly agents back from the conference. Deng Yuqi, suspecting Shen Ge's involvement, volunteered Rome City's team to help. Meanwhile, Shen Ge looted the base's anomaly tech stash, mostly scraps and canisters, but the latter were invaluable. No researchers, though. By the time international agents subdued the Tier 3, Shen Ge had slipped to its corpse. Cell Tier 3 Anomaly Corpse? Reward, 1,500 points. Yes. The creature vanished, sparking panic. Where'd it go? Did it regenerate? Who killed it? Was it anomaly tech? Impossible. A Tier 3 can't just disappear. Amid the uproar, Shen Ge fled, returning to the city. As he ditched his disguise near the hotel, a voice called out. Agent Shen. Fong Minghui jogged up, beaming. What are you doing here? How the hell did she recognize me? You just grew a beard? But I'd know your silhouette anywhere. Damn it, Deng Yuqi's disguise skills suck. Fong Minghui rambled on, oblivious. I skipped the conference. Hate pointless meetings. Want to grab food? Sure. The next morning, Deng Yuqi stormed into Shen Ge's room after returning from the base. You idiot. I was worried sick, and you were here feasting? Next time, follow orders. Your paid leave is canceled. The others stifled laughs. After all that build-up, that was the punishment? But they knew Deng Yuqi's anger came from genuine concern, especially after learning Shen Ge had single-handedly rescued Lin Yin from a Korean stronghold. Feng Qingxiu and Ma Chao regretted not blowing up more barracks in retaliation. What? I just pulled off a miracle, and you dock my vacation? Shen Ge protested. I'm the director. My call. Don't push me. Or what? You'll hit me. Deng Yuqi taunted. Without his armor, she could take him easily. Little 7. Shen Ge barked. Deng Yuqi paled. Is he seriously suiting up to fight me? But Shen Ge just smirked. Change user designation to Master. Understood, Master. Good girl. Little 7. Yes, Master. Little 7. How may I serve you, Master? The room fell dead silent. Li Xiang gave a thumbs up. Legendary. Feng Qingxiu and the others turned away, bracing for the carnage but inwardly applauding Shen Ge's audacity. Absolute madman. Shen Ge, I'll kill you. Knock knock. Hearing the door, Wang Han, who happened to be standing nearby, casually opened it. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of the woman outside. Huh, you're Fong Minghui, the investigator from headquarters, right? Hello, I'm here to see Investigator Shen, Fong Minghui said. Obviously, this is Shen's room. Who else would you be here for? But given Shen Ge's current situation, Wang Han forced a polite smile. Sorry, Investigator Shen is a bit occupied at the moment. Maybe come back later. Fong Minghui was about to nod when an odd noise from inside caught her attention. She tilted her head slightly to peek past Wang Han, and what she saw shattered her worldview. There, in the flesh, was Deng Yuqi, the composed, dignified, and ever-stoical head of the Rome City branch, currently straddling one of her subordinates and pummeling him relentlessly. Hey, hands off the face. Keep this up, and I'll fight back. The pinned investigator, Shen Ge, protested, desperately shielding his head. Deng Yuqi abandoned the punches and opted for strangulation instead, looking fully prepared to murder him on the spot. Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi were technically from the same martial arts school, but while Deng had once scoffed at their shared master's techniques, her Tai Chi was frighteningly refined. Shen Ge, a novice in Baji Quan, was getting a brutal lesson in the concept of soft overcoming hard. On top of that, Deng Yuqi was also a master of five elements fist and tiger crane style. Her hybrid grappling techniques, a fusion of multiple disciplines, were downright supernatural. Within 10 moves, Shen Ge, relying solely on Baji and military combat skills, found himself pinned. Though the fight lasted barely 10 exchanges, no one in the room underestimated Shen Ge. If anything, they were stunned by his growth. Deng Yuqi's skill could be summed up with a line from Fearless. This fist has 20 years of mastery behind it. Can you handle it? Except in her case, it was even more extreme. She'd started training at 3. 25 years of relentless discipline had honed her body to the absolute peak of human capability. In the entire department, only one person could withstand a full-force assault from Deng Yuqi for 10 moves. And it wasn't Chief Chun, nor veteran instructors like Feng Qingxiu or Yu Tiexiong. The sole exception was Lin Yin, a freak of nature who could still dual-wield pistols after being shot in both arms. Sure, Deng Yuqi might have been holding back a little today, but those first 3 exchanges? Pure, unadulterated aggression. Yet Shen Ge had countered every single move. A newbie who'd studied Baji for less than 2 months. A rookie who'd joined the department only 4 months ago. And here he was, trading blows with the strongest combatant in the Special Response Division. Even Feng Qingxiu was floored. In just over a month, Shen Ge had progressed at a ludicrous rate. If they fought now, Feng estimated his odds of winning at barely 30%. Had Deng Yuqi stuck to Baji alone, she might not have subdued Shen Ge in 10 moves. But 25 years of relentless training wasn't for show. The moment she switched to grappling, Shen Ge was done. What's going on here? Fang Mingyue's expression turned complicated. The woman currently attempting to murder Shen Ge was the same legendary figure she'd once idolized. The one she'd spent years chasing, desperate to surpass. And the man being throttled? The investigator she admired most in the entire division. Oh, just some internal drama. No big duh. Wang Han's explanation was cut short by Feng Qingxiu, smacking him upside the head. Shut your mouth. You make it sound like our branch is full of infighting. Investigator Feng, don't mind them. The chief and Investigator Shen were just sparring, Feng Qingxiu clarified. Right? That's some intense sparring. Fang Mingyue's face twitched. Feng's here? Come in, have a seat. I'll deal with you after I'm done beating this idiot. Deng Yuqi gave Shen Ge's neck a final squeeze before releasing him, standing up and dusting herself off as if she hadn't just been trying to strangle a man. In an instant, she was back to her usual composed, authoritative self. Fang Mingyue struggled for words before finally managing. Seventh sister, your branch's work culture is unique. Deng Yuqi laughed. I like to keep things relaxed. Prefer to blend in with my subordinates. Literally. Fang Mingyue couldn't argue with that logic. Deng Yuqi sat on the couch, glanced at Shen Ge, then turned back to Fang Mingyue. Fang, you're young, but you're a seasoned investigator. Tell me, what's the protocol when an investigator disobeys orders? Fang Mingyue stood at attention. Disregarding orders warrants military discipline, but if Investigator Shen did so, there must be a reason. Given his experience, I refuse to believe he'd make such a basic mistake. He must have had a deeper strategic assessment of the situation. Deng Yuqi nearly choked. She leaned toward Shen Ge and whispered, Damn, when did you turn Fang into your personal hype woman? Overcompensation. Definitely overcompensation, Shen Ge whispered back. Their not-so-subtle exchange had Feng Qingxiu and the others fighting to keep straight faces. You two realize we can hear you, right? But Fang Mingyue wasn't fazed. With complete sincerity, she continued, I've worked with Investigator Shen before. During a grade 4 anomaly, I was trapped multiple times. He saved me every single instance. He's the one who made me realize blind adherence to orders is foolish, that the bigger picture matters more. For the next few minutes, Fang Mingyue delivered what could only be described as a glowing review of Shen Ge's character and skills. By the end, even he looked baffled, as if thinking, Are you sure you're talking about me? Deng Yuqi, struggling to keep a straight face, patted Shen Ge's shoulder. Well, since you've got company, we'll leave you to it. With that, she made a swift exit, the others following suit before Fang Mingyue's relentless praise could make the atmosphere any more awkward. Shen Ge sighed and turned to Fang Mingyue. What did you need? Fang Mingyue shook her head. Nothing urgent. I just thought sticking close to you would let me learn more. If it's inconvenient, I can leave. You can leave if you want, but could you not look like a kicked puppy doing it? People will think I bullied you. Shen Ge gestured to a chair. Sit. Speaking of, where's old he? I figured he'd be at an event like this. He's getting on in years. These conferences are exhausting. And honestly, the past 2 days have just been countries showing off their anomaly tech. Total waste of time, Fang Mingyue said, taking a seat. What about that Shen Guang guy? I heard he was attending too. Shen Ge remembered him. Seemed like a pushover at first, but he'd stepped up when it mattered. He meant to ask Fang Mingyue about him over dinner yesterday, but after 2 exhausting days, he'd scarfed down his food and passed out. Got into a scuffle with some South Korean soldiers during the chaos in downtown Seoul yesterday. Now he's benched with disciplinary action. Fang Mingyue explained how a group of investigators and soldiers, after seeing the news, had decided to join the fun. Shen Ge sighed. They're still lacking experience. Fang Mingyue blinked. Huh? What do you mean? Shen Ge adopted a mentor-like tone. You never reveal your identity as a Chinese investigator in situations like that. Me? I'd charge in yelling, Bakairu. You little kimchi-munching punks dare disturb my shopping? You want to die? Then start the fight. That way, you're in the clear. Fang Mingyue stared, then nodded solemnly. I see. You're saying we must always maintain cover, leaving no openings for the enemy. If they had even a tenth of your experience, they wouldn't be in this mess. Exactly. Shen Ge had mostly been joking, but Fang Mingyue seemed to take it as gospel. He nodded approvingly. Noted. Fang Mingyue's expression was dead serious. Every word Investigator Shen says is profound. Coming here was the right call. Shen Ge asked. Chief Deng mentioned that because of yesterday's incident at the Seoul base, they're investigating whether any investigators relocated an anomaly corpse during the operation. We're stuck here for at least 2 more days until it's resolved. Any plans? Fang Mingyue scoffed. Serves them right. Investigators from multiple countries risk their lives to clean up their mess. And this is how they repay us? As if we'd stoop to their level, stealing whatever isn't nailed down. But they staged this whole thing to pin it on foreign investigators. Okay, dial back the insults a notch. 6 a.m. At the garbage bins outside Building 3 of Nanhu International, the cleaning staff prepared to empty the bins into the trash truck as usual. But today, one bin was noticeably heavier. After much effort, the cleaner managed to push it to the truck and tipped it over, only for a black bag to spill open, revealing the body of a golden retriever. The dog was missing half an eye, patches of fur on its back, and part of its front paws. Ah! The cleaner's startled scream drew her co-worker's attention. Aunt Jiang, what's wrong? Asked a middle-aged woman, a decade younger. Aunt Jiang pointed at the bin. There's a dead golden retriever in here. The woman peered closer. Huh, I recognize this dog. It belonged to Unit 601. Their bratty kid was always tormenting it. Neighbors say the eye was stabbed with a pencil, the fur burned with a lighter, and the paws crushed in a door. Honestly, death might have been a mercy for it. Poor thing. That kid can't be more than 6 or 7, right? How can a child be so cruel? Aunt Jiang frowned. The woman sighed. He's the family's only grandson, spoiled rotten. The grandma used to take him to pet shops and cat cafes, where he'd abuse animals when no one was looking. And she'd just laugh it off, saying kids love playing with animals. Eventually, no shop would let them in. This dog, puffed, they hadn't even had it half a year. Aunt Jiang exhaled heavily. Still, you can't just toss a dead dog in the trash. Big breeds like this need proper disposal, or they'll get fined. Let's report it to the property office. They can deal with 601. Last thing we need is that old hag screaming at us for meddling. Remember how she harassed the last cleaner for complaining about their leaking trash? Good idea. Aunt Jiang nodded. She was just a cleaner. No need to invite trouble. The two left to file a report planning to resume work after the property office handled it. But moments after they walked away, a thick black mist began seeping from the golden retriever's corpse, slowly enveloping its body. The mist sprouted 4 limbs, merging with the remains until it reshaped into a grotesque, half-melted black hound. The spectral black hound had only one crimson eye. The other socket was a swirling void of dark fog. From that hollow, a finger-length black tendril slithered out, probing beneath the garbage bin until it dragged out a fat rat and lifted it before the hound's face. Then, snap! The hound's jaws split vertically, each half lined with jagged fangs, and swallowed the rat whole. Plop! Blood dripped from its maw, but the red liquid darkened midair, absorbed by the mist. Gulp! Gulp! The hound made wet, nauseating swallowing sounds, the telltale noise of an anomaly feeding. Though it sensed other living presences, early morning joggers, it ignored them, padding instead toward Building 3. In a blink, it reached Unit 601's door. It sat motionless for minutes, then raised a claw and dragged blackened nails down the metal door. Screech! The sound was like a train's emergency brake, piercing, ear-splitting, echoing through the hallway. Who the hell is making noise this early? I'll report you. The door flew open, revealing an elderly woman. Then she saw the hound. Her scream died in her throat as her legs gave out. Monster! Monster! She scrambled backward on her hands, but at 67, the fall had sapped her strength. Gulp! Gulp! The hound remained seated, its single red eye locked onto her, swallowing grotesquely, but taking no further action. Mom? What's wrong? A 30-something man in pajamas emerged, then froze at the sight of the creature. Pull me inside, the old woman sobbed. The man's legs trembled violently. He couldn't move, let alone rescue her. Another shriek came as his wife stumbled out, rubbing sleep from her eyes, only to recoil against the wall of the nightmare on their doorstep. Close the door. Close it, she screamed. Gulp. Gulp. Still, the hound didn't advance. The old woman mustered her courage, slammed the door, and fumbled the lock before collapsing against the living room wall. Help me up. I see can't move. Her son forced his jelly-like legs to carry him over, depositing her on the couch before sinking beside her. What the hell was that? He gasped. How should I know? The old woman snapped. I thought some brat was scratching the door, and then, that thing. His wife trembled. It looked like a dog. Last night, Long fed Jean's eye chocolate. Did you think it died and came back for revenge? Where's the body? The man asked. With the morning trash. A chill ran down his spine. Now that he thought about it, the monster had resembled a dog. Go check if it's still there, his wife urged. He shook his head violently. Hell no. You look. What kind of man are you? She spat. He muttered. You say that every night anyway. Doesn't change the fact I'm not going out there. Furious but terrified, the wife crept to the peephole. The hound hadn't moved. She tiptoed back, nodding confirmation. The man's heart nearly stopped as he dialed the police. Just then, a grumpy voice piped up. You guys are so loud. I can't sleep. A boy of 7 or 8 in blue pajamas shuffled out, rubbing his eyes. Chill. Both parents hissed at once. When the boy opened his mouth to complain, his mother clamped a hand over it. Bang! Screech! The hound slammed a paw against the door, then resumed clawing, its swallowing noises growing louder, more frenzied at the sound of the child's voice. Oh! The family screamed in unison. The man stammered their address to the dispatcher. Then the door exploded inward. The spectral black hound stepped inside, its gulps echoing. The wife clutched her son, paralyzed. The man dropped the phone, shaking uncontrollably. Only the old woman found her voice. What are you waiting for? Get long to the bedroom. Now! The man cowered behind the sofa. The wife couldn't move, her arms locked around her son, who stared, petrified, as the hound advanced. You beast! The old woman grabbed a flower pot and hurled it. Stay away from my grandson. Then, the hound's head expanded, jaws splitting wide like a grotesque umbrella before it lunged. Chomp! The old woman's upper half vanished into its maw. Her lower half collapsed, spilling blood and organs across the floor. Ah! Ah! The wife's screams filled the apartment as the boy wrenched free and bolted into a bedroom, slamming the door. Long long, long long. Knock knock. Yu Chiexiong, Team 2's captain on duty, burst into the office. Chief, Nanjing District Police reported an anomaly at Nanhu International. Enter. Deng Yuqi set down her pen and summoned logistics via intercom. You saluted. 10 minutes ago, the police received a call from Nanhu International. Residents of Building 3, 6th floor, reported a melting black monster attacking people. Officers arrived to find the door open, the creature sitting in a blood-soaked living room with no victims in sight. When they approached, it extended black tendrils, dragged one officer inside, and bit him in half. The surviving officer called us immediately. Feng's team is en route. Who should we assign? Who indeed? Lin Yin was still hospitalized after returning from abroad. Shen Ge transitioned to a desk job. That left her and Shen Ge. Where's Shen Ge? Deng Yuqi asked. You coughed awkwardly. His phone's set to AI voicemail. Basically says unless you call, he's on paid leave and won't answer. Deng sighed and dialed Shen Ge herself. Asterisk hello. This is Little 7 Hotline. Master is currently enjoying the pleasures of King Zhou and unavailable. Emergencies. Call 911. Teammate drinks. Contact Wang Han. Anomaly sightings. Scream loudly. Non-chief personnel, please wait until paid leave concludes. P.S. It's paid leave. Asterisk. Deng's fist clenched. What has he programmed this AI to say? Wait. Why did that phrasing sound so suggestive? After 10 deep breaths, Deng growled, This is Deng Yuqi. Transfer me. Voice match 100%. Connecting. Shen Ge grabbed his buzzing phone from the nightstand. Deng Yuqi's name flashed on screen. Already connected. Chief, where are you? The embrace of tenderness. What kind of answer is that? But Deng instantly understood. Girlfriend's place. Cutting to the chase, she said, Anomaly at Nanhu International. Isn't your girlfriend in Nanjing? Can you check it out? Tier. Initial reports suggest 1 or 2. Feng's team is evacuating residents now. 15-minute drive from here, Shen Ge said. Appreciate it. We're expanding recruitment. Headquarters launched a trainee program. Soon, you won't be so overworked. She didn't mention the real bottleneck, anomaly gear. Resources were funneled to Shen Ge as their insurance policy against high-tier threats, stunting team growth. Then again, pre-Shen Ge, anomalies were rare. Rome City saw maybe a handful in years. Equipment was so scarce, she and Lin Yin had to share Frost Module and Anomaly Gauntlet. But since Shen Ge joined, or more accurately, since his system awakened, anomaly frequency had skyrocketed. From years between incidents to monthly outbreaks. If it were just Rome City, she'd suspect he was the catalyst. Yet globally, anomalies were increasing. Cities culled stray animals, but that was a band-aid solution. Anomalies didn't exclusively stem from strays. Any abused creature could transform. Banning pets? Useless. Pet owners weren't the abusers. And it wasn't just cats and dogs. Birds, livestock, fish. Anything living could mutate, except humans. After the Chongqing Tier-4 incident, attacks had briefly declined, only to resurge a month later. Continents held summits, seeking solutions, but like the Asia Anomaly Research Conference, none bore fruit. Stricter animal welfare laws? Surface-level fixes. China could enforce them, but Western nations? With their meat-eaters, vegans, eco-warriors, and Walmart bag activists? Good luck. Still, more anomalies meant more anomaly remains. More gear, more recruits. A silver lining. The future holds promise. Chung Shangnian sat up, clutching the sheets. Was that an anomaly nearby? You need to leave now? Should I drive you? Sleep. I've got it. Shen Ge kissed her forehead and began gathering his clothes. But you don't drive, she pointed out. He raised his right wrist, showing a black watch. I don't, but it does. Meet Little 7, cutting-edge AI. Yesterday, I noticed Your watch smells faintly of blood and rot. What is it? High-tech fused with anomaly remains. Super gear. Could pilot a tank if needed. Take my car, then. Keys on a coffee table. Parking spot B2, left side. Got it. Dressed, he headed out. Be safe. Orders received. Will you come back tonight? Do you want me to? Yes. Then I will.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.